Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online, trained and cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 51, Inversion. Ogawa Kana and her husband, Ogawa Genji, sat on their sofa and snuggled against each other. The last 48 minutes had been one of the 3 worst times of their lives, the other 2 being the broadcasts of the first and second floor raids, obviously. He made it again. Thank God. I told you, our son isn't some hot-headed teenager, he will be okay. I know, but I still wish he hadn't joined the frontliners. Though. This is very in character with him, isn't it? He has your genes, after all. Hey! But, he has a lot of hot-headed teenagers in his group. I hope he is taking good care of them. Genji didn't answer, only holding his wife closer. Looking at the TV, which was playing replays of some of the more exciting parts of the battle, he sighed. There were even special analysts breaking down the raid, could you believe it? And some of them had the guts to say the players could have done better. No one had died, that was already the best result possible. Genji really wanted to shove them in SAO and see how they would fare. Of course, this was just his worry taking the better of him. He was just glad Itsuki had made it through another of those harrowing floor boss raids. As for the hot-headed teenagers Kana mentioned, seeing their fearlessness and skills, he wasn't sure if it was Itsuki who was taking care of them, or the opposite. Who are you calling at this time? Seeing that Kana had pulled out her phone and was dialing a number, Genji asked curiously. I'm going to call Midori. I want to ask if her boy is okay. Isn't he the one called Kirito? He was fine, wasn't he? Bah, you are a heartless man, you wouldn't understand. Genji shook his head. What heartless man? He had been just as worried as Kana. However, he knew better than to contradict his wife over such a small thing. Mom? Who was that? Suguha raised her head curiously, still holding Kazuto's hand within her own. Her mother and she had been on their way to the hospital when the battle started, so Midori floored the pedal to get here faster. Usually, when they were in Kazuto's room, Suguha's mother would be changing the flowers and cleaning the room, or simply watching Kazuto. Suguha already knew he wasn't her real brother, but actually her cousin, and wasn't that a shock, but Midori treated Kazuto as her son nonetheless. So, it surprised Suguha when her mother received a call and then proceeded to spend the next 15 minutes on the phone, mentioning her brother many times. It was Kana. She called to ask about Kazuto. That new friend of yours? How did she know about brother? Suguha had reason to be curious. They had been advised multiple times by the government agent, Seijiro, to avoid mentioning that they had a family member in SAO, much less that it was the beater Kirito, who had gained a not-so-insignificant amount of fame due to the broadcasts. But now, her mother was happily spilling the beans to someone she randomly met in the hospital corridor just 2 weeks ago, so how could Suguha not be surprised? Ah, I forgot to mention that to you, didn't I? Kana is Drifter's mother. I thought it would be nice to keep in touch with her considering her son is on the same team as your brother, don't you think? I already told you, it's called a party, not a team. But, yeah, it's actually a great idea. Do you think? If we asked Mr. Kikuka, he would tell us who the families of Yuna, Sinan, Asuna, and Nautilus are. I would love to get to know them. Suguha wanted to know everything about the people around her brother. She obviously wasn't worried they had underhanded intentions for him, but was simply curious about the players Kazuto chose to entrust his life to. Especially the girls. Which one did he fancy? There was so much potential blackmail material for when he came back. Thinking of that, Suguha giggled. She bet her brother never expected other people would be watching him fight. The danger apart, he behaved so differently from his taciturn self that she would have no other option but to tease him. Back in Sword Art Online, the players were just as excited, if not more, as the people in the real world. No, it would be more correct to say that they were ecstatic. Sure, there were still 97 floors to go, a discouraging number, but nonetheless they were one floor closer to freedom. Over 4,000 players had gathered in the main plaza of the town of Beginnings to watch the boss raid, and even now, after it was over, many still lingered, chatting. Amongst those players was the little ponytail girl who Drifter and the others met back when they had just unlocked the 3rd floor. Right now, Silica was watching the live stream in her menu as the frontliners had yet to leave the boss room. The broadcast was still going while talking with a boy sitting next to her. The boy looked to be a little bit older than Silica, maybe 14 or 15. He had a pretty normal appearance, except for his eyes. They were emerald green, an uncommon hue in the country, and which spoke of his foreign origins. What do you think the 4th floor looks like, Valork? Won't we know when they unlock the teleporter? Isn't that why we were waiting here, Silica? So we can TP over to take a gander? Bah! You are no fun. Where's your imagination? Silica stuck out her tongue in a cutesy manner, and the player named Valork smiled. Silica amused him, which was one of the reasons why he decided to party with her. Look, they are moving to the stairs. Let's go to the teleporter. There's going to be a line. Coming! Shortly after defeating Nereus the evil Treant, the raid party started ascending the stairs to the next floor. Hey, beater! What's the next floor like? Hearing the obnoxiously loud voice, Kirito closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just as he calmed down and was about to answer, an incensed Asuna stood in front of him. Give it a rest, will you, Kibu? We all know the truth, so stop using that disgusting word when you talk to Kirito. Seeing the furious fencer, Kibu snarled, but didn't say anything else, and stomped off. His problem was with Kirito only, and he still had vain hopes of hoping in Asuna and the rest of the party the day they decided to kick out the black-haired boy, something he firmly believed would happen, since in his mind Kirito was a cheater. Ignore him, Kirito. He's just an idiot. I know. Thanks for standing up for me, Asuna. The chestnut-haired girl grinned brightly, and a red blush dusted her cheeks when she saw the warm smile Kirito gave her. Behind them, out of sight from the duo, Sinon and Nautilus rolled their eyes when Drifter and Yuna high-fived. Right, Kirito. Now that the fool is gone, can you tell us about the next floor? Well, there's really nothing much to say. Compared to the floors below, it's actually really ugly. Just a bunch of canyons and sand. And dust. A lot of dust. The mobs. They are somewhat weaker, but they hide and launch sneak attacks. Shrugging his shoulders, Kirito stopped talking. He really couldn't think of much more to say about the 4th floor, as it was very lackluster compared to the others. However, he didn't expect that he would eat his words as soon as they stepped out of the labyrinth. When the bright sun shone upon them again, the party discovered that the ALS, DKB, and all the other members of the raid party were standing around the exit of the tower, dumbfounded. Drifter could understand them. They were in a stretch of land covered by vibrant grass, and nothing more but a single tree. Surrounding them on all sides was water. A lot of water. Error. What were you saying, Kirito? Something about canyons, sand, and dust? Did we skip a floor by any chance? The young swordsman looked at the small island they were standing on, and then at the crystal-clear river around it. He opened and closed his mouth multiple times, but nothing came out. Nearby, Agile sighed. Looks like he pulled another Kaiba over us. What a bastard. The last few words were spoken in English, but the meaning got across pretty well. As for who Agile was referring to, there was no need to ask. Meanwhile, Drifter was already feeling a headache. From what Kirito said, in the beta this was an arid floor, similar to a desert. Now, it was a lush landscape, with rivers flowing and water absolutely everywhere. It was the complete opposite of what they expected. Well, this is going to throw a wrench in Argo's plans. The new edition of the guidebook ain't coming out anytime soon. So, how the heck do we get out of here? Are we supposed to swim? Liz raised the question that was baffling everyone. Never mind the fact of whether all the players could swim or not, but how were they supposed to fight in the water? None of them were so naive as to believe the cardinal system would be kind-hearted enough to not put aquatic monsters in the river. Drifter was fully expecting something like the cyan rockfish to jump-scare them at any moment. Sinan, tell me I'm hallucinating. You are hallucinating, Yuna. Why, though? Because I think that tree is growing swimming rings. With a deadpan expression, the archer turned to look at the singular tree in the center of the island. She raised a finger to contradict Yuna, then lowered it. Logically speaking, the players should have noticed the tree earlier. However, the frontliners had been so astounded by the sight before their eyes after exiting the labyrinth that nobody paid attention to it, even though it was very distinctive. Now that Yuna drew the focus to it, however, everyone noticed that the tree was, indeed, growing uninflated swimming rings as if they were fruits. Well, I think I know how we are getting to the city. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Drifter shrugged and walked towards the tree. They were trapped in a virtual world, and had just fought an ancient evil living tree. Floating downriver with the small possibility of fish attacks wasn't enough to faze him anymore. The clearers are going to have a field trip with this floor. Yeah. Suddenly, I'm a lot more glad we agreed to focus on the elf campaign. Mapping this is going to be a nightmare. After having plucked a swimming ring bright yellow with pink bananas drawn in it, because apparently Kaiba was in a vacation mood when he designed this floor, Drifter started inflating it while talking to his party. On the last floor, partially because of the deal they made with Shivada, a new division had been created amongst players. Now, the player population was basically split into 3 groups. The first and largest was composed of the low and mid-level players. While the frontliners explored the 3rd floor, they were still fighting on the first 2, where mobs were weaker. The second unofficial group of players used to be the frontliners. They were initially the higher-level players, who fought in whatever currently was the highest floor. And, while that still stood, frontliners were now more specifically recognized as the players who faced the floor bosses. The third group, the clearers, referred to those players who explored the highest floor, but didn't have the confidence to go against the floor bosses. Instead, their task was to map out the floors and the labyrinths, and, more importantly, to relay any information they discovered about the floor bosses to the frontliners. In a way, it could be said that, while all frontliners were clearers, not all clearers were frontliners. This distinction wasn't meant to cause conflicts between the players, but it was simply how things were. Not everyone was capable of standing amongst frontliners. This was not solely a matter of strength, but also of willpower. Knowing you were going to face the most deadly enemy at any given moment, but still being willing to do it was not something most people could do. After all, while death was always lurking around the corner in SAO, it was never as clear as when a floor boss charged right at you. Here goes nothing. Cautiously, Drifter put his now inflated swimming ring in the water and waited for a few minutes. When nothing happened, he, very carefully, lay down on the object, trying the best he could to find a position where he could fight back if something attacked him. Everyone was looking at him, also waiting. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone couldn't stop themselves, and burst out laughing. Drifter threw a glare at Yuna while putting on a wounded look, but the corners of his lips curled upwards. He could imagine how comical of a sight he was right now. A fully armored warrior holding a spear, while using a blindingly yellow swimming ring adorned by drawings of pink bananas, his feet dangling in the water. After everyone had a good laugh, and Drifter inwardly thanked Kaiba for only streaming the boss raid, and not what happened after it, the frontliners each set down their swimming rings in the water, and let the current carry them. At first, everyone was tense, ready for a battle at any moment. But, as time passed and nothing happened, they realized the system was giving them a freebie for clearing the 3rd floor. Floating downriver with the sun shining down upon him, hearing the gurgling sound of the water and the laughter of his friends, Drifter slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Before he realized it, he had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 52 The Sisters. Agile had once visited Venice with his wife, during their honeymoon. Standing on the pier of Rovia now, he reminisced about the unforgettable memories he made at that time. Rovia was beautiful. Ancient buildings made of white clay. crisscrossed by waterways, and there was even a beach inside the safe zone. There was no doubt this city would be one of the major tourist destinations in SAO in the near future. Say, what do we do with them? There were 8 other individuals accompanying Agile on the pier. They were all looking at the water, where a few tens of swimming rings were abandoned, floating by themselves. Except 2 of them, which still had people in it. Drifter and Kirito had fallen asleep during the trip downriver in the swimming rings, and even after arriving in Rovia, they had still to wake up. Basking in the sun while gently bobbing up and down in the water, they were having an enviable nap. The other frontliners had already left to activate the teleporter, so the only ones who stayed watching the 2 players were Yuna, Asuna, Sinan, Nautilus, Agile, Liz, Wolf, Namate, and Shigeo. None of them could bring themselves to wake up Drifter and Kirito, especially when the 2 were sleeping so soundly. Kirito was even smiling. When was the last time they saw such an earnest and true smile on his face? Probably never, not in SAO. But all good things had to come to an end. While spending the rest of the day relaxing sounded like a great idea, soon the lower-level players would come flooding in to visit Rovia, as they always did whenever a new floor was opened. Besides, while no one would fault them for taking the rest of the day off, some amongst their ranks were anxious to meet their friend again. Right. Sinan, would you like to do the honors? Gladly. An evil smile crept its way into Yuna's expression as she looked at the archer. Sure, they felt it was a pity to wake up Kirito and Drifter. But, since they had to do it anyway, might as well make it fun. From their place strapped to her chest, Sinan pulled out 2 of her throwing picks. They had been left without use for a long while, but she still kept them with her just in case. They would come in hand now. Holding the throwing picks between the fingers of her right hand, Sinan took aim and launched them. The projectiles flew true, piercing the swimming rings of Drifter and Kirito accurately and dropping both of them in the water. Gah! What the hell? Splashing water everywhere, the 2 players resurfaced. Having been so abruptly woken, it took them a few seconds to gather their bearings. Once they did, a twin set of glares was directed towards the players laughing their asses off on the pier. After they reached dry land, both Drifter and Kirito looked at their so-called friends while soaking wet. Sinan was the one who popped their swimming rings, but just by looking at their party, they knew from which mind the evil idea had come. Ha ha ha. Hey, hey. What are you doing? No, don't you dare. Ah. Drifter and Kirito exchanged glances, and, without a word, the 2 men grabbed Yuna by her arms and legs and hurled her into the water. They smiled. What a beautiful splashing pattern. Half an hour later, a much drier group of players entered a tavern. The establishment was as stereotypical as it could get, named the Rotten Fish, with dirt and stains everywhere and a gruff NPC for a barman. After sitting down and ordering some food, they started discussing what to do next. Normally, they would take the rest of the day off since they had just defeated a floor boss, but Nereus the evil Traian had been truly an easy enemy when compared to Ilfong the Kobold Lord and Asterius the Taurus King. They weren't even that tired, and it felt like a waste to do nothing in the afternoon. So, what's your party thinking? I don't know, Agile. The 4th floor of now is completely different from what I experienced, so much that I don't even think anything of the beta will be of use here. If Kirito's saying so, we can only play it by ear. We are going to continue the Elf War campaign, we only have to find out where to start. What about you? Drifter looked at the black man, waiting for an answer. Their parties didn't necessarily need to work together, but they trusted each other, and that was a huge advantage. Keeping in touch was a must. Agile scratched his bald head. We are probably going to join the clearing efforts. Liz? You coming with us? Maybe for a while? I want to see what new ores and materials I can get on this floor, and then set up my stall. The people around the table nodded. Not mentioning the fact that Liz was the only blacksmith Drifter's party employed, she also had a pretty successful partnership with Agile and his merry band of warrior merchants. They sold all the excess equipment she made during training, for a commission, of course. After thinking for a few seconds, Kirito opened his map of the 4th floor, setting his HUD to public. At the moment everything it showed was fog, apart from Rovia and a twisting stretch of blue, the river they traveled through to reach the city. After a few seconds, the swordsman pointed at a certain location. I know I just said we can't rely on my beta knowledge, but there used to be an active volcano right about here. It was somewhat dangerous, but there were some special kinds of metals and rocks in the periphery. And, from what I've seen and can remember, the general layout of the floor hasn't changed since the beta, only been filled with water. I'm guessing the volcano became a lake, so I don't know if there will still be a mining spot around, but it might be worth a try. Yay! Thanks, Kirito! Liz jumped up and hugged the black-haired boy, much to his embarrassment. Liz came from a family of swordsmiths in the outside world, and even though gorging in SAO was nothing like the real thing, it was still her passion. More than that, it was her anchor to sanity. Hearing that there was the possibility of finding higher-level crafting materials, she was obviously happy. Soon after, Liz left with Agile and his party. Drifter, Kirito, Yuna, Nautilus, Sinan, and Asuna talked for a while more before getting up. According to the young swordsman, there was a dark elf fortress at the northern end of this floor. They might find clues to start the next quest in the Elf War campaign there, and, if they were lucky, might even meet Kismol. However, soon after they made the decision to set off, they discovered a huge problem. Kirito had been right about the volcano becoming a lake, but how should they go about crossing it? They weren't naive enough to believe that they could swim their way across in the floating rings. After 2 frustrating hours of circling the lake, only to discover that one side of it was blocked by a huge river, while the other fell directly from Aincrad's side, the party returned to Rovia. After that, it took another hour for them to finally discover some clues about how to cross the lake. Mainly, they noticed DKB and ALS players frantically running around, and came to the conclusion that they knew something. Soon, they had an ALS player guiding them. They could have sneakily followed that player, but it's hard for 6 people to do that at once, not to mention it didn't sit well with them. So, Asuna chose the second best option, walked right up to an ALS player, and asked if they knew how to cross the lake. Just because they were at odds with Kibu, it didn't mean they hated everyone in his guild, and it helped that the one who asked was a pretty girl like Asuna, instead of the beater Kirito. As it turned out, they needed boats to easily move across this floor. Drifter kicked himself mentally for not thinking of that sooner. And the one who could give them the vehicle they needed was a shipwright NPC called Romolo. He had a complicated backstory, something involving being kicked out by the Water Carrier Guild and retiring, and whatnot, but Drifter honestly didn't care. He might have liked lore before, but now all he wanted was to beat Sword Art Online as soon as possible. Basically, Romolo could build their ship for them, but they needed to gather the materials themselves. The first item needed was bear fat, used to seal the wood and prevent leaks. To gather it, they had to go to the aptly named bear forest south of the town, where mobs known as enraged black bears could be found. Say, don't you there was something strange about that NPC? He didn't seem quite right in the head, but nothing too weird. Why do you ask? Not. Well, he gave us the quest to get bear fat, but he kept mentioning that Magna. Something. Magnathereum? That's it. Unless I'm thinking too much into it, he wants us to hunt that thing instead of normal bears. Drifter nodded. It did seem that way. Maybe the bear fat of that Magnathereum is some kind of premium item? That doesn't feel right, but it's the best I've got. No, it makes sense, Sinan. Maybe the boat we get will be better if Romolo uses it. The archer didn't seem convinced it was worth the effort, but she could already see the stars in Asuna and Yuna's eyes, so she didn't bother arguing. She knew the 2 perfectionists of the group would want to get the best of everything. Once they entered the bear forest, it didn't take long for them to find their first enemy. The 3-tons bear wasn't exactly stealthy. When the animal charged at them like a runaway truck, even Nautilus wasn't bold enough to try and stop it. The party dodged out of the way, but the mob was nimble for its size. The enraged black bear lifted its gigantic left paw and tried to hit Asuna. Thankfully, compared to the Minotaur in the second-floor labyrinth, it was still a little lacking. Asuna bent backwards to avoid the attack and retaliated. Drifter couldn't see what she did as he was on the other side of the giant bear, but it must have hurt, because the beast reared on its hind legs and roared. Seeing the gaping mouth, Drifter put his spear through it. Before the enraged black bear could reel back in pain, Drifter hit the butt of his spear with his knee as if he was hammering a nail in. The skill, named Dirty Play, had very specific uses in very specific situations, but this just so happened to be one of them. The guaranteed critical strike took out 20% of the mob's HP in one fell swoop. The rest of the battle was intense, but without any mishaps. The enraged black bear managed to get a strike or two in before falling powerlessly to the ground and vanishing. Other than some COR and the bear fat they wanted, the party also received a high-quality black bear pelt, which Kirito kept. They had yet to find a reliable tailor, but Sinan and Yuna could do with some new leather armor. For the next hour, the party hunted enraged black bears while searching for the fabled Magnathereum. As more and more players discovered the shipwright quest, the map was getting fuller. It's almost dark. Do we keep going or? Drifter looked at Kirito. The black-haired boy thought for a few seconds before gesturing towards the deeper end of the forest. Another hour or so. But if we don't find it, I think we should just hand in the normal quest requirements. Sorry, Asuna, but we can't spend too much time on a boat. I know. The fencer smiled, showing she didn't mind. With a plan set, the party continued searching for the special mob. To save time, they started going around the enraged black bears they found, avoiding fights when possible. They were almost giving up when they finally found their target. It was already night by then, and most players had returned to Rovia, making the huge flaming bear all the more conspicuous. The Magnathereum was huge, even when compared to the other bears. Standing at 3.5 meters tall, the mob had red fur, and a lightning bolt-shaped horn in its forehead, which was the source of the flames they saw from afar. Is that a field boss? No. Just one health bar, see? It's an elite mob. It's sure to hit hard, elite mob or not. Yuna, we will be relying on you to debuff it. Nautilus, Drifter, and I are going to be the main offense force. Asuna, Sinan, try to blind it. It worked with the enraged black bears, so it should work in it too. The party launched into action immediately after that. One of Sinan's arrows accurately pierced the right eye of the Magnathereum while it was still unaware of their presence. The players ignored the roars of the injured beast and attacked relentlessly, carving wound after wound in its body. The giant bear wasn't going to go down quietly, however. When it lost a fifth of its health, the flaming horn on its head shone brightly, and fire spewed out of it like a flamethrower, hitting Nautilus and Drifter directly. Unable to bear it, Drifter fell back to put out the flames. While it didn't exactly hurt, the sensation was less than pleasant. Not to mention, it was eating away at his HP at an alarming rate. Hey Oh! Oh! While Drifter was downing a health potion, there was a sudden outburst of noise as an unfamiliar player appeared out of nowhere, followed closely by two others. Ah, shucks! Someone's already fighting it. We're out of luck, sis. The first person had her sword pointed at the Magnathereum, poised to attack, but stopped when she noticed Drifter and the party. Disappointment covered her face as she pouted. The other two players, also girls, lowered their weapons too. Be right with you, just give us a sec. Seeing as they didn't plan on interfering, Drifter nodded curtly at them before focusing back on the battle. From the quick glances he got of them, two of them were identical, without a doubt twins. Their ages couldn't have been much older than Kirito, Asuna, and the rest. The third player seemed to be a bit older, but not by much. Sisters, maybe? Chapter 53, An Odd Trio. On the fourth floor, on the map south of Rovia, Bear Forest, an interesting scene was taking place. A party of 6 players was fighting against a gigantic bear with a flaming horn, while 3 other people watched. Even more interesting, two of the audience members were twins. The twins both had long purple hair, dyed, obviously, and petite builds. Their most distinctive feature was without a doubt their eyes. They were just an ordinary shade of brown, but they were so clear it seemed to peer into your soul when you looked at them. No matter who it was, when they first met the twins, their gaze would be drawn to their eyes. Even the equipment of the twins was identical, both using one-handed swords, similar to Kirito. However, it was easy to tell them apart due to their disposition. The one who was clearly the younger twin could barely stand still, punching the air and cheering for the players fighting the monstrous bear. Meanwhile, her sister was much more mature, calmly observing everything without saying a word. The third player had also dyed her hair, maybe to be included in the group. However, she had chosen a deep blue color instead of the purplish-black the twins went with. Her hair was cut short, but unlike Sinan's untamed locks, and don't mention that within earshot of the archer her hair was neatly combed. Despite being just as small as the other two girls, she carried a huge broadsword on her back. "Wah, did you see that, sis? Look at that guy with the black sword. Whoa, and that one with the spear. What skill was that? That girl with the rapier, her hair is so pretty. And why is that other girl singing? Oh, wait! That one with the light blue hair has a bow. Don't tell me they are." "Calm down, Yuki. And yes, I do believe they are the songstress party. Hence the girl playing the flute. Ha yeah. Sis, we need to talk to them. You know they are like your idols, yes. We know. Now stop bothering Ran and watch, Yuki. This is a rare chance to see how the frontliners fight from up close. Can't you see how focused your big sister is? Ouch! I told you to stop knocking my head, Merida. I'm gonna grow stupid if you keep doing that. You already are dumb as a board, Yuki. Now shut up and watch." The younger twin, Yuki, pouted and rubbed her head where the blue-haired girl, Merida, had hit her. However, she didn't dare disobey her older sister when Ran told her to stop talking. She just stuck her tongue out at Merida, who smirked and turned back to watch the battle. By now, Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, Yuna, Sinan, and Nautilus were close to finishing off the Magnathereum. If it wasn't for the presence of the trio, they would have killed it already, but because they were there, the party was forced to keep an eye on them to prevent a possible kill-steal, even if it didn't look like they planned on sabotaging them. Still, better safe than sorry, as they had painfully learned. That also meant Drifter heard everything the trio said. They weren't exactly being discreet, especially Yuki, who was fangirling pretty hard over them. Fans. That was one thing Drifter never imagined he would one day have. Impaling the Magnathereum through its neck with a sting, Drifter glanced at the trio of girls. He briefly captured the gaze of the older twin, Ran, and saw a kindred soul. The moment passed almost immediately, however, as he focused back on the giant murderous bear trying to rip his head off. Sidestepping a huge paw, Drifter flexed his wrists, spinning his spear. Using the momentum he built, he hurled the weapon at the furry chest of the Magnathereum, which was by now marred with wounds. Then, pulling back his spear, he slashed sideways, leaving another deep cut. With one last sorrowful roar, the elite mob crumbled. Kirito quickly went through the battle log to see if the rewards were worth the trouble. Thankfully, there was something called Fire Bear Fat, which should be the rare item they were looking for. After all that was done, the party leader turned to talk to the newcomers, only to almost stumble right into one of them. Yuki was almost glued to Kirito while excitedly asking questions. "Hi. My name is Yuki, I'm a huge fan of yours. And your party. You looked so cool when you fought that bear just now. And the third floor boss, how did it feel to? Hey, sis. What are you doing? Okay, I'll stop, release me. Sorry." Overwhelmed, Kirito didn't manage to get a single word in, and had to be rescued by Ran, who grabbed her younger sister by the collar and dragged her to a respectable distance from Kirito. Ran apologized to him. "Sorry about that. She has always been a little hyperactive. Ah, no worries. It's just having someone look up to us so much still kind of freaks me out. Agreed. Damn broadcasts. Their lovable Archer muttered under her breath, but everyone heard it. After Kirito, Sinan was the one who hated the idea of having their battles live-streamed the most. She was always one to stay out of the spotlight and hide at the back during major events, but now she had become a public figure and she didn't even know about her fame outside of Sword Art Online. Anyway, thanks. While Kirito didn't specify why he was thanking them, the trio knew it was because they simply watched without butting in. While that was common courtesy, there were many who didn't abide by it. You looked like you had it. I'm Ran, by the way. This is my sister Yuki, and the other one is Merida. Hey I'm Yuki, nice to meet you. Hi. It's great to meet you too. You already know who we are, but Kirito, Asuna, Yuna, Drifter, Nautilus, Sinan. As he spoke, Kirito indicated each person. Like he said, the trio already knew who they were, but manners were manners. It was about this moment that Ran lost control of Yuki again, and the girl started jumping around and asking questions about everyone. Most of them were related to how it felt to fight floor bosses. From that, it could be seen she was another one of those combat junkies who wanted to become a frontliner. Considering they only had half a party's worth of manpower, but were still hunting on the 4th floor, they shouldn't be bad fighters. Clearers, at the very least. Yuki reminded Drifter of an excited puppy, and he couldn't help but smile at the comparison. While the girl was a lot, he didn't dislike her, and he knew his party didn't either. In just a few minutes, Yuki had managed to befriend all of them. Ran and Merida, while more silent or maybe calmer is the right word, weren't bad conversation partners either. Kirito, knights turned. We should go. Right. Yuki, Ran, Merida, we are going back to Rovia. Want to come with us? After a few more minutes, Drifter nudged Kirito, alerting the boy to the fact that it was already considered nighttime by the cardinal system. While mobs wouldn't necessarily become stronger during the dark hours, they had a much higher chance of going berserk, and none of them wanted to wrestle a mindlessly furious black bear in the dark. If you don't mind our company. Not at all. Drifter, think you can reach out to Argo? About the materials? Already did. She said she's searching for a tailor too, but not many have taken the tailoring skill, and even less leveled it up enough. Kirito sighed. One of the saddest things for a SAO player was having materials sitting in your inventory that you couldn't use, or pieces of equipment you couldn't put on. Who knows how many players died thinking that if they had been able to make use of a certain item, they might have pulled through. Drifter was looking at his menu, so he didn't notice Ran raising an eyebrow at Merida when they overheard his conversation with the young swordsman. After they arrived at Rovia, the 9 players didn't split up as one thought they would. Along the way, Yuki had managed to make Asuna open up, and now the two wouldn't stop talking, with Yuna interjecting from time to time. Even Ran was a little less cold now, and she, Nautilus, and Kirito were in a deep discussion about different ways to break an opponent's guard without losing the durability of their swords. As for Drifter, he had been focused on talking with Agile and Shivada in a group chat about the difficulties they faced in finding the trigger to start this floor's chapter of the Elf War campaign. He asked them to keep their eyes open and ears peeled for clues. Hey, Drifter. What's up, Merida? Drifter looked up at the blue-haired girl. He wasn't sure what to make of her. She was the same age as Ran, Yuki, Kirito, Asuna, and Sinan, and sometimes she would act that age, but more often than not, she simply looked at everyone impassively, as if she was watching children. She was far too mature for her age, or at least that was what Drifter thought. But then again, he had only known her for an hour or so he didn't have any grounds on which to base those speculations. Sorry for intruding, but I overheard you and Kirito. It sounded like you needed a tailor quite urgently? Drifter scratched his head. Well, I wouldn't say urgently. But we certainly wouldn't turn up our noses at a decent tailor. For you to be asking this, Do you happen to know one? How about me? Drifter raised an eyebrow. Merida had a cheeky smile which told him she was waiting for him to ask this question. You took up tailoring? Yes. My mastery is only 220 points right now, though. That's... Drifter trailed off. He didn't want to offend Merida by saying that her proficiency was too low, but that was the unfortunate truth. But the girl just smiled at his awkward silence. Raising 2 fingers, Merida took on a tone that reminded Drifter of himself when he went for job interviews. I know it's not good enough for what you want, but I wouldn't make this proposition without reason. First off, I should make known that I abandoned tailoring to focus on developing my combat skills. We want to become frontliners, after all. Drifter nodded. Many players, including himself and the rest of his party, were like that. Drifter had given up on cooking, Sinan on crafting, and Kirito on bartering. It couldn't be helped, since raising their mastery in those lifestyle skills took time and resources they couldn't waste as frontliners. Not to mention, every player had a limited number of skill slots. If they couldn't train a skill to the max, it was better to give up on it early. Of their party, only Asuna still insisted on learning cooking, not that any of them were complaining, since those sandwiches were out of this world. And the second thing? Most of the players who focus on lifestyle skills are low-level and stay in the town of beginnings. On one hand, that leaves them with a lot of free time on their hands to raise their mastery. On the other, they don't have any high-quality mats to work with, and hit a roadblock because of that. Blacksmiths apart, of course. Once again, Drifter raised his head in agreement with what Merida was saying. There were plenty of blacksmiths to go around, mainly because everyone, without exception, required their services. But until now, all Merida had done was state facts. Drifter looked at her, waiting for a real reason why he should trust her as their tailor. Sure, she was a nice girl and all, but he was the vice leader of his party, and couldn't make this kind of decision lightly. After all, it wasn't easy for them to gather all those crafting materials. Merida swallowed nervously, and Drifter felt a pang of pity, but didn't relent. He was aware he was being painfully cold to a teenager 5 or 6 years younger than him, but people matured fast in SAO. You didn't make it far in this game without changing your mentality. You just needed to look at how Drifter behaved around his party. He had long stopped treating them like children, and put them on the same level as he. They had earned that when they challenged floor bosses by his side. What I want to say is, most players can't get their tailoring to a high proficiency because they either need to sacrifice their leveling speed, or because the mats they have access to aren't good enough. But if we come to a deal, it would be different. My 220 points in tailoring might not be much, but they aren't few either. If you can provide me with materials, and I focus solely on it for a week, I can get it to 400 points without a doubt. And give up on being a frontliner? Not at all. Allow us to farm and complete quests with you. Being able to fight alongside actual frontliners will be a huge help to Ran and Yuki. And I will be the personal tailor of your party. How about it? Though she tried to put on a confident expression, Drifter could see Merida was actually very nervous. He pondered for a few seconds. We don't need exclusivity, just let us get first pick. We aren't the only ones in need of a good tailor. You mean? Drifter smiled, and put out his hand for her to shake. Welcome to the front lines, Merida. Chapter 54 Aye, Captain. It was nearly midnight already, and only Drifter and Kirito were still in the inn's lobby, talking. The spearman had an apologetic expression as he scratched his cheek. Sorry I made the call without consulting you and the others, Kirito. No, don't be. We trust you. Hearing the last 3 words, Drifter smiled fondly. He knew Kirito meant it, and it was an honor. He wouldn't let him, nor Yuna, Asuna, Nautilus, or Sinan down. You think they have potential, then? I think they are strong. When we were fighting the Magnathereum earlier, they were watching and even chatting. They didn't show fear, even though there are only 3 of them. That's not necessarily a good thing. Drifter snorted in amusement, but regretted it immediately after when he saw Kirito's downcast expression. He knew it wasn't his fault. The swordsman was simply thinking about the past. Just like Drifter, Yuna, and Nautilus didn't share everything they went through in SAO with the others, neither did Kirito, or Asuna and Sinon, for that matter. No one liked to look back at painful memories. Seeing Drifter's face change, Kirito quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. This was a part of him he disliked a lot, but knew it was unfortunately necessary. He wasn't responsible just for himself, but for his friends too. I'm not sure I'm fit for teaching other players. But I'm not against it. We have to see how they fare tomorrow. Their equipment is good, and so is their mentality, so I'm hopeful. It would be great if they are as good as I think they are. You know just how desperately we need more people on the front lines. Kirito nodded thoughtfully. Yeah. We can probably make do with just 50-something for this floor, but we are starting to get overwhelmed. Ideally, we can recruit 20 or 30 more people for the 5th floor and above. I would feel better if we had triple the amount of people we have now, but it is what it is. We can't force people. But Argo told me there are quite a few good parties amongst the clearers, they just started later than us. They should be catching up soon. Watching their last floor boss raid, you might not think this, but the frontliners were terribly short-handed. However, even if that was the case, they couldn't simply allow anyone to join them. If people died because they recruited them just to make up numbers, their deaths would be in their conscience. And there was the more practical concern of trust. The moment you stepped into a boss room, your life didn't belong just to you anymore. Everyone had a role in a boss raid, and if someone screwed up, people died. Something else, Drifter. Rand's trio can tag along tomorrow, of course, but then we'll be 9 players in the group. 10, probably. Asuna messaged Liz about Yuki wanting to upgrade her gear, she'll probably join us. Right, 10. That's a lot of people. Kirito was beating around the bush, but Drifter knew where he wanted to arrive. They had discussed this issue before, and archived it due to the swordsman's resolute negative. But since Kirito was the one bringing it up now. Yup, a lot of people. Enough to form a guild, actually. Yeah. About that. Are you sure? He was. Drifter only saw benefits in creating a guild. But then again, he wasn't the one who was going to lead it. That role would fall on the dark-haired boy in front of him, and Kirito knew it. That was why he looked so unsure. Kirito, I'm not saying we have to make a huge guild to compete against the ALS and DKB. Quite the opposite, I'm content to let the two fools duke it out while we stay back. And I know you aren't stoked about the idea. But we'll have to join a guild at some moment, there's no way around it. And I would prefer if it was our guild instead of someone else's. There were many advantages to joining a guild, and the beta tester knew it better than anyone. Not to mention the bonus experience and COR. Once the guild was at level 5, they could choose different kinds of boons, such as extra damage, defense, HP, and so on. And they were based on percentages, so while they might not make a huge difference at the start, in the later stages of SAO, each extra percent could amount to hundreds of bonus stats. Apart from that, another benefit of being in a guild was being able to know where your guildmates were at any moment, even if it was across floors, and being able to see the health and status of everyone in the guild, not just your party members. That could be a literal lifesaver if unexpected situations arose. Now, Drifter wasn't sure why Kirito was so against creating a guild, other than his usual antisocial tendencies. But now that he saw the swordsman open up to the idea, he was going to try his best to convince him. Think about it, Kirito. It won't be much different from what it is now. I know that Liz will want to throw her lot in, but apart from her and a 6, there won't be many more people. Maybe Agile and his bunch, but I doubt they will join right at the start. As for Yuki, Ran, and Merida, we can invite them later on if we think it's a good idea. So it will be just us and Liz to start with. We are almost always together anyway. I'll think about it. But I won't be guild leader. You or Asuna are much better. Nope. You don't get a say in this. Before Kirito could finish, Drifter cut him off. He knew that compared to convincing the swordsman to set up a guild, this was the major obstacle. Unfortunately for Kirito, he refused to budge on this topic, and so did the others. They would only accept the black-haired boy as their leader. Drifter. Don't. I'll be straightforward here, Kirito. You have an inferiority complex. No matter how hard we try to knock some sense in you, you refuse to accept that we want you to be our leader because we trust you. I trust you. Asuna trusts you. So do Sinon, Nautilus, and Yuna. We aren't pulling your leg or making a prank, Kirito. We chose you as our leader because we firmly believe you are the best option. Drifter grabbed Kirito's shoulders with both hands and stared right into the boy's eyes, trying to convey his seriousness. There was something about Kirito that was just different. The first time he laid his eyes on him, Drifter knew that. Deep down, in a place unknown even to him, Drifter believed the swordsman would be the one to bring them out of SAO. It was like he, Yuna, Nautilus, Asuna, Sinon, Argo, Agile, Liz, and everyone else, they were all trapped in SAO. They all saw themselves as prisoners, outsiders. But Kirito lived. To him, SAO was more than just a sadistic game, more than just a prison. It was a world, as real as the one they came from. I and Asuna will be your vice guild leaders, Kirito. We've discussed that before. If we think you are being dumb or making something stupid, you can trust we'll tell you that to your face. You just need to know, you will never be alone. It's too late to get rid of us. The swordsman chuckled weakly at the joke. He said nothing for the next few minutes, his gaze lost in the distance. Then, having made up his mind, he heaved a deep sigh. Only if everybody else agrees. Drifter grinned. You got it, boss. Ugh. The next morning dawned on a deeply regretful Kirito. Looking at the 5 raised hands and joyful, teasing smiles, he sighed for the nth time. All in favor say aye. 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 Yuki, Ran, and Merida were watching the peculiar scene from nearby. From their perspective, Drifter had dragged a very downbeat Kirito and casually asked everyone to vote for him to be their guild leader, implying they were going to create a guild. You guys are really... Ha! I'll try my best. We will be in your care, guild leader. Ugh! Please don't call me that, it gives me goosebumps. Just continue calling me Kirito. Kirito shuddered, and his party laughed. After a few minutes of joking around and teasing their new guild leader, they finally got down to business. Alright, we can complete the guild establishment quest later. Meanwhile, brainstorm names, people. Roger that. Plans for the day are these, then, complete the shipwright's questline, get our boat, and cross the lake to meet up with Kismol and continue the Elf War campaign. That okay with everyone? Ran? First getting nods of affirmation from his party, Kirito then looked at Ran, the older twin, and leader of the trio. We'll follow you wherever you go, if that's okay. No problem. Well then, let's go. Clearers are already starting to map out the floor where they can reach, anyway. We can't be too far behind. One little known fact about Kirito was that he didn't overthink things. He didn't want to be guild leader, and he still thought he wasn't the best one for the job, but since his party had chosen him, so be it. The following objectives from the shipwright chain quest involve getting wood, a special kind of silk for the sails, and a whole lot of other things. Of course, Asuna and Yuna insisted on always getting the rare items, which meant fighting plenty of elite mobs. At least they got many chances to watch their new friends and possible recruits battle. They were good. Drifter already expected that, but he was still surprised. Ran, Merida, and Yuki were totally at the level of frontliners. In fact, he was confused as to why they didn't join them earlier. But there could be a plethora of reasons for that, and he wasn't about to ask them. Everyone had their secrets. The purple-haired sisters both used long one-handed swords, as he had already noticed yesterday. While their reaction speed wasn't quite as fast as Kirito's, it was still enough to put many frontliners to shame. But what really set them apart was their synchrony. Whether it was because they were twins or because they had fought alongside for a long time, Drifter didn't know. But watching as they made identical cuts on the stalk of a gaudy Nepenthes, almost snapping it in half, he gave them a mental thumbs up. They might be a little slower than Kirito, but their teamwork more than made up for it. And then there was Merida. There were a few players who used greatswords amongst the frontliners, but Drifter never interacted with them, so this was his first time seeing someone fight with it from up close. What he thought would be a cumbersome weapon turned into a whirlwind of death in the blue-haired player's hands. With one glance, Drifter could see Merida had invested pretty much all of her attribute points in strength, and was relying on her equipment to compensate for her lack of agility and vitality. It was a bit of a glass cannon build, but enemies had to hit her first, and it was hard to do that when she cleaved everything that came close to her in half. By the time they finished gathering all the materials and returned to Rovia, it had all but been confirmed that the trio joined with them on the front lines. Liz was also getting along swimmingly with them, so poor Agile was probably about to lose his temporary party member. The group split up once they reached the city, Yuki and Ran going to the inn, Liz and Merida going to the plaza to sell their wares, and the original party searching for the shipwright Romolo to get their boat. Thankfully, this was a game. After handing in the materials, they just had to wait half an hour to get a small sailboat, enough for 10 people to comfortably navigate in. It was quite tiny compared to the ALS and DKB ships, which could sit 30 players each, but for the party it was already more than enough. Just as they were thanking the shipwright and preparing to turn in for the night, Romolo gestured for them to wait and follow him. The party did so, albeit confused. This was a standard start for a quest, but according to what they knew, Romolo's questline had ended already. No matter what they asked, the NPC only told them to stop talking and quietly follow him. His routine was rigid, and he only repeated the same lines over and over again, so the party had no option but to go after him. Sometime later, they reached the pier, where they saw a bunch of sailors sneakily loading crates onto a ship. I knew those bastards were up to something, sneaking about at night. My old bones are too weak to sail like I did back in my days, so I need you to follow them and discover what they are scheming for me, adventurers. Received quest, follow the clandestine sailors. Accept? Without thinking too much, they click yes. All the signs pointed to this being a hidden quest they somehow stumbled upon. This was how, while most players were heading to the safe zones to sleep, Drifter and his party ended up sailing their newly built boat into the night, after a bunch of criminal NPCs. Chapter 55 Exhausting Day. Well, I guess we now know why only we received this quest prompt. From their hiding spot near the entrance of a lakeside cave, Drifter and his party watched as the smugglers handed over the crates to none other than the fallen elves. Just 2 hours earlier, the players had been grabbed by Romolo, the shipwright, and given a quest to track a bunch of clandestine sailors around the Caldera Lake. Thankfully, sailing in SAO wasn't anywhere as hard as it was in real life. They pretty much just pointed the ship in the direction they wanted to go, and the system always made sure there was wind to fill their sails. After 2 hours of following the other boat through the dark lake, they finally set foot on land again, at the entrance of the very cave they were in now. The party anchored their sailboat to shore farther away, and walked the rest of the way. This was how they found themselves spying on 30 fallen elves, way too many for them to deal with. Luckily, the quest didn't task them with eliminating the mobs, it just wanted them to scout the situation. The smugglers are leaving, but the fallen elves are going deeper into the cave. Do we follow? The quest is still ongoing, so yeah. Just as they stepped into the cave, there was an instant change in the atmosphere. Drifter sighed. It looked like this mission wasn't going to be as easy as they thought it would. A dungeon. On your toes, people. Dungeons were different than your normal open map. For starters, they only activated for quest-related players. It also meant this wasn't just a simple tailing quest anymore, and that enemies would start appearing. More importantly, once in a dungeon, you couldn't send or receive messages to players who weren't also in said dungeon. That made dungeon dives a lot more uncertain and dangerous. Soon enough, they found their first obstacle. 2 fallen elves guards were patrolling the tunnels, and the party would have to go through them if they wanted to proceed. So much for the stealth mission. As they habitually did, the party split up to deal with the mobs. Nautilus and Drifter would distract one while Kirito, Asuna, and Sinan focused on killing the other. To accelerate things, Yuna would buff them with Firemare. After the first clash, Drifter refrained from using skills, opting to use the mobs as training dummies. This wasn't because he looked down on them, but because such perfect practice targets were hard to come by. Sure, there were many humanoid mobs, but as of yet, there were none as similar to players as the elves. As for why he wanted to train how to better fight against humans, the story of Kirito's duel and his own experience at the start of SAO had shown him that monsters might not be the only enemy they would have to face. That was a thought he tried to push to the back of his mind every time it appeared, but it always resurfaced. Not, think you can step back for a sec? I want to try and solo it. You sure? Yeah. Stay nearby in case I'm biting more than I can chew, though. After assessing the strength of the fallen elf guard, Drifter reckoned he could take it on alone. His ash-haired friend didn't ask many questions, and used a shield bash to push the mob away, leaving it all to Drifter as he retreated. The spearman held his weapon horizontally as the fallen elf charged him, sword raised. When the distance between them shrunk to less than 2 meters, he took a large step forward, spear shooting out to meet the incoming blade. With a loud clang of metal hitting metal, the mob's sword slid along the shaft of Drifter's Chaldea Fana harmlessly. The spear, on the other hand, continued forward with seemingly unstoppable momentum, having barely trembled due to the clash. With little resistance, it pierced through the stomach of the fallen elf guard. Such a wound should be fatal, but this was still SAO, after all. The mob grunted in pain, but then resumed attacking as if nothing happened. Drifter leaned back to avoid a slash, then pulled out his spear from the enemy's body. Switching the position of his hands, with the right grabbing the middle of his spear's shaft, while the left gripped the end of it tightly, Drifter flickered his wrist up, leaving a vertical gash along the left side of the fallen elf's torso and face. When he was pulling back, his arm was nicked by the elf's sword, but Drifter ignored it. He took advantage of the small opening the enemy showed after the attack to cut down with a diagonal slash, leaving another red line in the mob's upper body. Without pausing, he then spun around, reversing his momentum to deliver another blow to the fallen elf guard's side. One of the few, or maybe only, downsides of combat skills in SAO was what the player base collectively called the cooldown. However, contrary to other games before it, the cooldown in Sword Art Online wasn't having to wait a certain amount of time before using the skill again. In SAO, the cooldown meant being stuck in the ending position of your skill. The more complex the skill, the longer you were rendered immobile. Take Sting for example. It was a simple one-hit skill, a stab. The ending stance when using it with a spear was right leg in front, feet half a meter apart, knees slightly bent, right hand holding the back end of the weapon, while the left hand was near the middle of the shaft, both arms stretched forward. Since it was such a basic skill, the time a player spent frozen, the cooldown was less than half a second, and it could be even lower depending on their proficiency. As for Comet Break, Drifter's strongest single-hit skill, the cooldown was a full 1.5 seconds. While that might not sound like much, it was enough for him to be killed 10 times over a mid-battle. That was why he only used this skill when he had others to cover for him, or as a last resource. But Drifter wasn't using Sting or Comet Break right now. He was fighting using normal attacks only, and there was no cooldown between them. His damage left to be desired, and it would take an awfully long amount of time to kill the mob, but his motions were a lot more fluid, without pause between them. Without the urgency he would normally have in the labyrinth, where more enemies could spawn right behind you, Drifter took his time to slowly whittle down the mob's HP while training. It was nothing out of this world, just stab, swipe, slash, cut. The same old routine he had gone through 1,000 times since he was first trapped in SAO. But he was getting better each time. More natural. It felt liberating. For the next 6 minutes, Drifter and the fallen elf guard traded blows. Kirito, Asuna, Yuna, and Sinon had long since finished their battle and were spectating. Drifter didn't even notice that he now had an audience, so focused he was. It was only when the fallen elf groaned one last time and fell to his knees, then shattered, that he looked around and saw his party watching him. "So, what was that all about?" Drifter shrugged. "Just trying something out. I wanted to see if I could stunlock him by just using normal attacks. It didn't quite work. But I recommend you try it sometime, it was very fulfilling." "Okay. Also, Kirito, I think we should do a few practice duels between us. Just in case." The others looked at him, unsure. Kirito frowned, but then seemed to realize something as his eyes widened. After a few long seconds, the swordsman nodded. "Good idea. We can use lower-level weapons since it's just for training purposes." "Alright, are you boys done? I swear you can't go a minute without wanting to wave your swords around." Asuna interrupted them, seemingly exasperated, but Drifter had the distinct feeling she had caught a hint of the underlying meaning in Drifter and Kirito's conversation and was trying to change the topic. So, he went along with it. "Mine's a spear, not a sword, Aincrad." Just about everyone groaned. Drifter speaking coyly and using Argo's nickname for Asuna was something they never wanted to hear again. "Come on, we have a dungeon to clear. And it's gonna be a long one by the looks of it, so buckle up." Kirito was right. The dungeon was quite monotone, the only type of enemies being the fallen elf guards, who always appeared in pairs or trios. But even so, by the time they reached the end of the cave, over 5 hours had elapsed, and the party was exhausted. After all, they had spent the entire day running around completing quests, and now the entire night fighting. However, whenever they thought of giving up for today and coming back when they were well rested, the players would tell themselves that they had come too far to give up now. It was only when they reached the end of the dungeon that they came across a different mob. This one was taller and bulkier than all the other elves Drifter had come across, who were usually quite slender. The fallen elf Foreman in front of him was not just strong, he was jacked, with bulging muscles that wouldn't look out of place in a bodybuilding competition. His weapon of choice was also interesting, a whip. Drifter had never seen one of those before in SAO. "This is gonna be interesting. Kirito, what's the battle plan?" The swordsman was frowning, which was never a good sign. More likely than not, he also had never met a whip-wielding enemy. His next words confirmed that. "The same as always, I guess. He's probably going to have the range advantage on us apart from Sinon and also flexibility. Nautilus, you will have to be especially careful. That whip can probably go around your shield, so don't blind yourself. Other than that, improvise." Their leader sounded uncertain, but Drifter couldn't fault him for that. They had learned the hard way that going into a fight without proper intel was never advisable, but sometimes you simply didn't have an option. "Who are you? And what are you doing here? Guards, take those filthy humans away! Guards! Where are you?" The moment they entered the aggro range of the fallen elf Foreman, he surprisingly didn't attack them immediately. Instead, the mob started screaming for help, presumably from the fallen elf guards the party had killed. Guards? Why is no one answering? Useless pieces of garbage, a waste of resources. You better bow down in your own accord, humans, or I shall whip you like the dogs you are. Lowly being like you have no place. The obnoxiously xenophobic curses sprinkled in between his cries for help were obviously made to anger the players, but they just tuned it out. Like most times, Sinon was the first to land an attack, her arrow piercing right into the open mouth of the screaming fallen elf. "Ack! You!" The party didn't hear what the fallen elf Foreman said next, and didn't care. They launched everything they had in him, hoping to defeat the enemy swiftly, and partly succeeded. They quickly discovered two things, however. The first was that Kirito had been correct, and the whip's flexibility was a problem. It would bypass Kirito and Nautilus, who were the vanguard, to strike at Drifter, Asuna, and sometimes even Sinan and Yuna, the weapons stretching impossibly far. The mob didn't seem to have a fixed aggro list and attacked people at random. The second thing they discovered was that the fallen elf was a right bastard. He aimed for their eyes, attempting to blind them, latched his whip around their necks to suffocate them, and tied up their legs to trip them. Every dirty trick there was, the Foreman used it. It was only 28 minutes later that the fallen elf screamed one last time and died. The fight went for an uncannily long time, even though the mob only had 1 HP bar, because the fallen elf Foreman wouldn't stop running around. The was so annoying. Arg! Agreed. If I never see a whip user again, it will be too soon. The others nodded alongside Asuna and Yuna. The fallen elf hadn't actually managed to hurt the party much, since his choice of weapons severely lacked in the damage department. However, he had been extremely infuriating and slippery. If it was just 1 or 2 players against him, the Foreman could probably toy them to death. While his friends were discussing the battle and going over what they could have done better, a good habit they had picked up somewhere along the way, Drifter walked over to one of the many crates the smugglers had delivered to the fallen elves. The moment he pushed it open, a notification saying he had completed the quest popped up in his HUD, but the spearman waved it off. He was looking at the contents of the box, utterly confused. It's empty? What do you mean, Drifter? This box, it's empty. Check the others. They did just that, and discovered, to their consternation, that all the crates were empty. What the hell? All that just for a good amount of nothing at all? Maybe they were supposed to receive something instead of delivering it? Anyway, the quest is complete. Instead of burning our last brain cells trying to figure out the stupid plot, can't we go back to Rovia? We've been awake for almost 20 hours. It was only when Sinan spoke that Drifter realized how long they had been out. Suppressing a yawn as all his energy left him, he nodded. I concur. We all need a good night's sleep and... Hold up, shush. Someone's coming. Drifter paused to listen, and then cursed under his breath. Shit, more fallen elves. And a lot of them judging by the noise. The only way out is the one we came from. Prepare to fight. No! Into the boxes, now! Hide! What? Are you crazy, Asuna? Not crazy, just following what the quest log is telling us to do. Quick, hide! Only then did Drifter notice the follow-up quest. After a short moment of confusion, they each entered a crate and closed it. And they were just in time, because the newly arrived enemies entered the cave, oblivious to the fact that dozens of their brethren had just been killed there. Check everything, make sure the preparations are perfect. Yes, sir. All the items are here, sir. Good, move to the next zone. Careful not to blow our cover. Yes, sir. Drifter was glad they hit quickly, because he could hear at least several dozen people moving around the cave. Whether it was by game design or luck, none of the boxes the players were hiding in were checked. Just before the fallen elves left, the voice belonging to their leader echoed in cold laughter. Hee. Soon it will be time for us to bring the foolish dark elves and forest elves to their knees, my brothers. In 5 days we will burn their cities to the ground, and shatter their beliefs. We will destroy them. Yeah. When the fallen elves were long gone, still shouting and celebrating, the players left their hiding spots and looked at each other. They now had a time limit. Kismel needs to know about this. Yeah. Chapter 56 Reaver's Requiem. 3 days later, Drifter and his party were still in Rovia. The reason they hadn't crossed the lake to meet up with Kismel and continue the Elf War campaign yet was simple: there was a field boss in the lake. A small party of 4 had been the one to discover the field boss, a gigantic and ancient two-headed turtle named Biceps Archelon. To advance further on the floor, the players would have to defeat it. The 4th floor was so different from the beta that Argo, Kirito, and the other beta testers considered all their previous information invalid. No one had expected the field boss, especially not the party who discovered it. All they had wanted was to get a head start on the floor's exploration, so they had gotten the simplest boat they could from Romolo. When they encountered the field boss, none of them made it back. In view of that, a strategy meeting had been organized, set to happen now on the pier of Rovia, after which the frontliners would set off to fight the field boss. It wouldn't be an easy battle. Just to get there, they had to fight several aquatic monsters. Thankfully, the players didn't need to go into the water, as the mobs would jump on their boats, but the fact that each ship was basically its own little battlefield signified it would be hard, if not impossible, to cooperate with other parties. Thinking hard, Dri Boo? With a start, Drifter directed a glare at Argo, who had at some point made her way next to him. The petite info broker grinned, knowing that this time she got him. He sighed. We are going into a fight against a boss we know almost nothing about, and in unfavorable conditions, little rat. I'm worried. I know. Believe me, I'm even more uncomfortable than you with it. I couldn't find Jack's hit about this field boss. But it killed 4 people already, Dri Boo. We can't wait until it kills more to act. Yeah. You should start the meeting, Argo. Everyone who's gonna come is already here. Roger that, Dri Boo. The spearman chuckled as Argo mock saluted. Before the info broker walked to the front of the crowd, he laid a very gentle hand on her shoulder. Don't be hard on yourself, little rat. They were clearers, and we are frontliners. We all know what we are getting ourselves into. The girl made a small noise of affirmation, then shook Drifter's hand off. He knew she would never stop blaming herself for the players who died. He knew because he was the same. All the higher-level players were. It was hard not to feel the responsibility when you were stronger than the majority of the players. Standing in front of the frontliners, Argo didn't show a speck of unease. She had always been a bit of a wild card, and a resolute one. The way the conversation stopped and everyone looked at her, a girl who barely reached their chests, with respect, was quite unnerving for those who didn't know who she was. Folks, listen up. We know close to nothing about this boss, so y'all will have to stay on your toes, got it? What do we know, info broker? Argo threw a disdainful glare at Kibu for his unnecessary interruption, but answered all the same. Like I said, not a lot, Kibu. From the little we could see, the boss has at least 3 attack patterns. It could be more, but we don't know. First, it can bite and it has 2 heads, so it can target 2 ships at the same time. Secondly, it has those huge fins, and it uses them to create waves and knock people down. Finally, it also has a charge attack. If you think it's coming, get out of the way. Remember, we are talking about a 20 meters long 2-headed turtle here. Talk strategy, Argo the Rat. Why Lynn saw the need to use Argo's nickname in conjunction with her actual name, Drifter had no idea. But he could understand his impatience. They hadn't lost anyone to a boss fight, be it a floor boss or a roaming one, since Diavel died. Not that the demise of the unfortunate party could be blamed on them, but it still put pressure on their shoulders. Unfortunately, there's not much. Y'all will be split into 13 different ships. You can't simply climb on top of the field boss. Don't even be thinking of trying that. It would only end in death, so y'all have no option but wait till it attacks to counter. The DKB and ALS have the largest ships, and also the sturdiest, so you are responsible for tanking the heads, with 4 others as support. The rest should encircle the turtle, and attack its fins when they are exposed. There were murmurs of agreement and quiet nods from the frontliners. Drifter looked to their new trio of friends, who would be joining them after 3 days of watching them. He was convinced Yuki, Ran, and Merida had what it took to stand at the front lines. But today's battle would be their baptism of fire, their practical test, per SE. Even the ever-cheerful Yuki was somewhat subdued. Anyone got anything else they want to say? When no one said anything, Argo clapped her hands, a grin on her face which Drifter could tell was fake from a mile away, but which probably came across as mischievous for the rest. "Aight then, get to fightin', you lazybones. I expect to drink turtle soup before nightfall, ya hear me?" Several players, Drifter included, chuckled at the obvious attempt to diffuse tension. But it worked, and that's what mattered. The crowd split up, each party or guild going to their own boats, drifters included. Liz, Yuki, Ran, and Merida would sail with them. They were already inside when Drifter spotted Argo jumping on their ship. He raised an eyebrow. "You are coming along, Argo?" "Nah, I'll leave the fightin' to brutes like ya. Just came to see how y'all are holding up." The info broker cackled at the good-natured complaints Yuna, Kirito, Asuna, and the others made at being called brutes. Seeing through her worries, Drifter ruffled her hair. "Just another day on the job. Leave it to us, little rat. We won't disappoint. I'll be countin' on ya then, Dri-boo." "And Kibu." "Yes." "What is it, boss?" The curly-haired girl put on a haughty expression in response to the swordsman's teasing, but her eyes betrayed her mirth. "Bring my reavers back safe and sound, will ya? I don't want my investment to go down the drain. I'll do you one better, Argo. We will bring the last attack bonus back to you to commemorate our first battle." "Ya said it, not me. Don't disappoint a gal." Just like always, Argo came and went as she pleased. After winking to Kirito one last time, she jumped down the side of the sailboat and disappeared within moments in the crowd that had been slowly forming to see them off. With a quick glance, Drifter recognized many clearer parties, as well as more than a few low-level players. By now already used to having others stare at him, Drifter turned around to raise an inquisitive eyebrow at Kirito. The others were also looking at the young boy, who flushed. "Talking big, Kirito? That's unusual for you." "Error." "Heh. Please, don't tease me. I just thought it would be a nice motivation. And a nice trophy too, no?" "Yeah, that too. But mostly it's to celebrate. You know, the establishment of our guild." Hearing the almost hesitant tone with which the swordsman spoke, Drifter couldn't help it. He laughed out loud, attracting more than a few stares from nearby players. But he didn't care. Unsure as he obviously was, Kirito was still doing his best to lead the guild they created merely yesterday. Reaver's Requiem. Deciding on the name hadn't actually been that difficult. At least, nowhere as near as Drifter thought it would. Despite the almost somber undertone behind the name, no one had any objections when Sinan suggested it. They were called the Songstress Party by many, after all. And instead of an imposing name like Aincrad Liberation Squad or Dragon Knights Brigade, Reaver's Requiem suited them much better. For now, there were only 7 people in the guild. Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, Yuna, Nautilus, Sinan, and Lisbeth. They had mentioned the possibility of inviting Argo, Agile, Wolf, Namate, and Shijio in passing, but ended up not doing so. Argo would have rejected them outright, they knew. The info broker was a blunt and even rude person who didn't like to have any strings attached to her. Besides, she would say that joining a guild would hurt her business, and she wouldn't be wrong. Lind and Kibu, for once, would trust her a lot less if she officially became part of Kirito's group. As for Agile and his band of merchants, the party had discussed and decided now wasn't the time to invite them. Much like Drifter and the others wouldn't have joined the DKB and ALS, and they were asked to more than once, the big man and his friends also enjoyed their freedom. Yuki, Ran, and Merida also hadn't joined the guild, not because an invitation wasn't extended, but because the trio asked for some time to think. More accurately, they wanted to wait until after the field boss fight to accept. While Drifter was quite confident in their capabilities, the girls themselves were somewhat nervous, even the happy-go-lucky Yuki. They seemed to be afraid that, if they joined Reaver's Requiem but made a mistake during the battle, they would be kicked out. While he could have assured them that this would not happen, not every member of the guild had to be a frontliner. Drifter ultimately held back, and decided to let things play out. If one fight was enough to shake their spirits even more it happened, then they might not fit in their guild after all. Cactus Hair and Lynn are leaving. Then we should set sail too. Aye aye, Captain. Ha ha ha. Drifter could already see the first advantage of establishing a guild in the way Liz, Asuna, and Kirito joked around. It was a sense of unity you couldn't find in scattered parties. Not that their party had ever been anything if not united, but just the fact that they were an official, system-approved guild now, lifted their spirits. That was especially so for Liz, who could have long been considered an unofficial 7th or 8th, if you took Kismel into account, member of their party. The blacksmith had been positively shining since they invited her yesterday. "We got algae boys incoming." From her spot near the bow of the ship, Sinan called out a warning. At the same time, 3 figures shot out of the water and landed on the deck, one of them with an arrow already sticking out of its body. The archer was getting faster each day. The algae boys, as Sinan called them, were actually murderous kelpies, a kind of human-shaped mob, whose body was comprised entirely of algae. Each of them held something similar to a pitchfork made of rocks and coral. According to Asuna, and that particular piece of knowledge had caused more than a few heads to turn when the girl first said it, kelpies were an old legend in Europe, a kind of monster made of algae, which took the form of a horse and attracted passerby to then drown them in their moors and swamps and eat them. Clearly, Kaiba had taken some creative liberty with the mobs, only to make them even more dangerous. Sinan wasn't the only one who had improved, however. Over the past few days, the players murderous kelpies several times. An important lesson they had learned was to not give the mobs time to group up, or they would become 10 times more bothersome to deal with. As such, as soon as the monsters touched the deck, Drifter had already launched a comet break at one of them. The spearman had to admit, the visual effect of hitting a kelpie was probably the most pleasing of all he had seen in SAO to date. Because the mob's body was made of algae, his spear burrowed right through it, tearing the green strands and leaving a fist-sized hole behind. Then Drifter twisted his wrist and spun his weapon, which was still embedded in the mob, shredding more of its body. With a shrill shriek, the murderous kelpie raised its pitchfork to stab Drifter. Before it could do so, however, a broadsword cleaved through its arm. The limb fell to the ground, as did the weapon it was holding. Drifter flashed a smile at Merida and Ran, who had come to aid him. Broadswords, like axes, had a higher chance of clipping red, cutting off limbs, as the blue-haired girl had so clearly demonstrated. Nearby, Asuna, Kirito, and Yuki were fighting off a second mob. The youngest of the twins had become really close to the fencer in the last few days. They had hit it off immediately, with the chestnut-haired girl taking to Yuki as if she was the younger sister Asuna never had. Yuki's actual older sister, Ran, was only too happy to see that, as the siblings had very few friends before they met the party. The third murderous kelpie was being dealt with by Nautilus, Sinan, and Liz. Yuna was playing one of her new tunes and supporting the group from behind the rudder. In no time the mobs had been dispatched. A quick look around showed that none of the other frontliners' ships had any trouble either, and Drifter sighed in relief. It would have been very difficult to offer help in their current circumstances. 90 minutes and several skirmishes later, the fleet approached the center of Caldera Lake. The 2 boats in the lead, ALS and DKB's main vessels, slowed down at the same time. No one said anything, but they knew the true battle was approaching. A massive figure was slowly raising from the lake, tons upon tons of water streaming down its back in countless waterfalls, and creating massive waves in the until then still surface. The Reavers, as the guild members had quickly taken to being called by others, clutched their weapons. A monstrous beast now stood before them, for pitch-black eyes greedily staring at the ships. Biceps Archelon had joined the battle. And it fell to the frontliners to defeat it, otherwise they would never be able to advance in the 4th floor. Chapter 57, Boat-Eating Turtle. Caldera Lake, 4th floor of Aincrad. A most unusual battle was taking place. About a dozen ships of different sizes encircled a massive figure which had slowly risen in the middle of the lake. Shell the size of a small house, covered in moss, barnacles, algae, hydroids, and many other lodgers. For fins easily as big as the ships the players were sailing. And, of course, the 2 massive heads with beady black eyes full of anger, hunger, and greed. The Biceps Archelon was the biggest monster any of the players had ever confronted, no doubt. And, Add to that the fact they were fighting in unfamiliar terrain, the middle of a freaking lake. This was sure to be a hard battle. Attack! Surprising no one, the person who yelled was Kibu. At his command, the ALS players started hacking at the nearest head of the field boss, those who could reach it anyway. At the rear left fin, together with Agile's party's boat, the Reavers Requiem, or just Reavers for short, focused on attacking their designated appendage. Each time the fin struck their ship, sending splinters flying and rocking the entire boat, they would counterattack by landing their strongest skills on it. It quickly became clear to everyone involved that this wasn't a battle of finesse or tactics, but of time and numbers. The players could only hit the field boss when it attacked them, so they had to deal as much damage as possible in as short of a time span as possible. This was a race of who would cave in first. Would it be Biceps Archelon, or their ships? Once more glad for the extra range his spear granted him, Drifter prepared to launch another comet break as soon as the field boss attacked again. After all, even if it was just one more hit, it would add up to something in the end. The spearman could see that Kirito, Asuna, Nautilus, Yuki, Liz, and Ran were all getting frustrated with their inability to fight properly and get their combos in. Merida, like Drifter, was simply relying on her already incredibly high attack power to heavily wound the fin whenever she had the chance. Yuna was standing at the back of the ship, as out of range from the field boss as possible, boasting their damage with fire mare. And Sinan was having a field day. She was shooting arrow after arrow at Biceps Archelon, already having emptied one quiver barely 10 minutes into the battle. Unhindered by the obstacle called distance, the archer was in fact dealing so much damage that Drifter had to warn her to be careful not to steal the aggro from the DKB and ALS. Their boat wasn't nearly large enough to tank the heads of the turtle, after all. It was 5 more minutes later, when the HP of Biceps Archelon had fallen to 85%, that the giant turtle started flapping its fins, and smashing them into the already turbulent surface of the lake, causing huge waves to form. A few of said waves crashed against the Reaver's sailboat, making it sway violently back and forth. Caught by surprise, even though he really shouldn't have, Drifter stumbled and fell, hitting his head on the deck. A good third of his health vanished, much more than a simple fall should have caused, meaning this was considered part of the damage of the field boss attack. Scowling and affected by a dizziness debuff, Drifter scrambled to get up before he was thrown about the ship again. The rest of his guild, as well as Rand's trio, and, in fact, every player surrounding the fins of Biceps Archelon had suffered a similar fate as his. Only the vessels near the field boss heads hadn't been affected by the waves, but they had something much worse to deal with. Namely, 2 mouths big enough to swallow a person whole snapping at them. Quickly drinking a health potion, Drifter wobbled his way towards the helm, where Yuna was previously standing. Once there, he helped the songstress to her feet. "You okay, Yun?" "Yeah, just a tad rattled." "I know Argo said to watch out for the waves, but gods above, we didn't take that warning seriously enough. More like we couldn't even if we wanted to." "Everyone got a whole minute of dizzy too?" There were several grunts of confirmation. The players didn't even bother attacking the field boss for the next 60 seconds, which seemed to last an eternity. Not only there was a 50% chance of missing due to their dizziness status, but they might even end up stunning themselves. Thankfully, a minute was, in the end, just a minute, no matter how unbearably long it took to pass. Soon enough, Drifter and his guild were back on the offensive. And so the battle went. It was a weird one. Other than the occasional wave attack Biceps Archelon unleashed every time its HP fell for another 15%, the field boss barely caused any injury to the players. Their boats, on the other hand, were quickly becoming more and more damaged. Even now, the Reaver's own ship was starting to fall apart, cracks spreading throughout it, chips and splinters flying every time the bow rocked, and, if the way it was tilting to the left was anything to go by, there was a hole in the hull. Seeing the health of the field boss drop by another %, and getting close to the red zone, Drifter struck once again, this time opting for title sequence it seemed appropriate for the occasion. Poetic justice and all. Another party must have hit Biceps Archelon with a heavy combo at the same time, because as his 3-hit skill landed on it, the field boss screeched in pain. Its HP fell to the 40% mark, but Drifter couldn't celebrate. He watched as the large fin in front of him once more smashed into the water, giving rise to several large waves. He was too close to the edge of the boat. Shit! The spearman tried to pull back, but it was too late. The first wave hit the ship, and he was afflicted with the debuff he knew was coming. Seemingly tripping on his own legs, Drifter stumbled forward, and right over a destroyed portion of the railing. Without so much as a scream, he fell into the water. The drop wasn't that high, but it was so abrupt that the spearman only reacted when he had already sunk a few feet. And the damn turtle was still flapping its fins, creating strong currents that made it impossible for him to swim up. Drifter was helplessly dragged around underwater. On the top left of his vision, he saw a bubble symbol appear in his HUD, and next to it a small countdown of 2 minutes. That was how long it would take before he started drowning, and Drifter didn't want to know what the icon for that was. He tried to drink a health potion to stabilize the rapid decline in his health thanks to all the debris smashing into him, and failed miserably. Watching the potion get ripped out of his hands by the torrent, a string of bubbles left his mouth as Drifter cursed. He also had an idle and unwelcome thought back to a conversation he had with Kirito, where the beta tester commented that on the 10th floor things called health crystals appeared and replaced the potions. That would have surely come in handy right about now. It was only an entire minute later that the field boss stopped waving its fins, and another 30 seconds before Drifter managed to breach the surface of the lake. He had come dangerously close to drowning, and that knowledge scared him more than he would ever admit. While it might not be painful, nothing in SAO was such a way of dying was much more terrifying than falling in battle. Gasping for air, more on instinct than need, Drifter swiveled his head around, trying to find his ship. He spotted them more than 50 meters away. The underwater currents had dragged him much farther than he imagined. Worse still, the gigantic fin of Biceps Archelon was currently between him and his guild. Agile's ship was way closer, however. Without wasting time, Drifter started swimming toward it. His spear had been lost at some moment during his wild ride under the surface, and by now it was probably resting at the bottom of the lake. Thankfully, with it being more than 10 meters away from him and that it certainly was, he could recall it to his inventory. Strenuously climbing the hull of the ship, Drifter was thankful for its size. It was a boat meant for 4 players, and as such much smaller than the Reaver's own vessel. He did give Namate one heck of a surprise when he rolled over the railing and laid on the deck, panting. The merchant party clearly hadn't seen what happened to him, and neither were they expecting another player to suddenly appear on their ship. What the? Drifter? What the hell are you doing here? Aff. Went out for a swim, can't you tell? The big fucker threw me to the water, obviously. In his defense, Drifter wasn't having a good time. Namate could tell that much, and ignored the spearman's rudeness. In fact, a hint of a smile appeared on his face, and he turned to Agile. Hey, boss! We got a stowaway. Huh? Suppressing a groan, Drifter rolled over and forced himself to stand up. He didn't forget to direct a glare at Namate, who was completely unrepentant. Quickly navigating through his menu while Agile turned to look at him with wide eyes, Drifter re-equipped his spear. Before the merchant could ask anything, he gave a brief summary of what happened. The turtle threw me overboard. You were closer, so I swam here. End of the story, and we never talk about it again. Got it, Agile? The axe-wielding warrior blinked rapidly, then nodded, a grin hanging on his lips despite the situation. "'Kay. Gotcha." Ignoring Agile, Drifter turned to look at his ship, and waved. While he couldn't hear them over the cacophony of battle, it was apparent that his guild had been frantically searching for him. A quick headcount showed he had been the only one to be thrown off the boat. He didn't know if he should be grateful or ashamed about that. With Merida spotting him and quickly spreading the word, Drifter saw everyone on the Reaver's sailboat turn to look at him, before visibly sagging in relief. He thought he heard a few "Are you okay?" and "How are you?" yelled over to him, and raised a thumbs up in response. Then, he turned to Biceps Archelon with murder in his eyes. Drifter liked to think that it was his renewed efforts in utterly and completely slaughtering the turtle that caused its HP to drop so precipitously in the next few minutes. He was also very careful to always be holding something whenever the wave attack came, so as to not repeat what happened and would never be mentioned again. Of course, as a field boss who had already taken a few lives, Biceps Archelon wouldn't go down so easily. When 9/10 of its HP was gone, entering what was commonly known as the berserk phase, the turtle suddenly retracted its heads and fins, and stopped moving. Drifter had a bad premonition when he looked at what was now basically a floating island. And he wasn't the only one. Whatever it is doing, don't let it. Hit it hard, everyone. He couldn't quite identify who yelled that, but Drifter agreed with the sentiment. Especially so when the field boss started slowly rotating counterclockwise. His eyes widening in realization, Drifter started launching skill after skill at the turtle. Next to him, Agile, Namate, Wolf, and Shigeo were doing the same, completely foregoing defense. With Biceps Archelon as the center, a whirlpool was slowly forming, and all the player ships were being dragged towards it, no matter how hard they tried to steer away. Already, Drifter could see boats colliding, the horrible creaking of the hulls a premonition of what would soon happen. Shuddering, the spearman watched as one player was thrown overboard by a particularly violent collision. Ah! Help! Attack! Don't stop attacking! Ugh! Tuning out the voices, screams, and panic, Drifter focused on striking at the field boss, again, and again, and again. Whenever the spinning Biceps Archelon was out of his range, he even resorted to throwing his spear at it, hoping to deal just a few more points of damage. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably just 2 or 3 minutes, the players finally heard the long-awaited sound of glass shattering. With one last roar, Biceps Archelon was fallen. Drifter stared surprised at the last attack bonus in his inventory. A turtle shell shield, obviously. Looking around, he took in the haggard state of the frontliner fleet. There was not a single ship intact, and most looked just a single larger wave away from sinking. Agiles and the Reavers included. As much as they wanted to simply collapse on the spot, the players forced themselves to sail towards the other end of Caldera Lake. There would be time for crashing of exhaustion after they were all safely on dry land. Chapter 58, The Forgotten Holiday. It was a group of haggard but happy players who arrived at the other shore of Caldera Lake after the field boss fight. Despite their fleet being in shambles and the warriors themselves exhausted, just the fact that no one had died in the battle was enough to lift their spirits. Drifter! Once on dry land, the first thing Drifter did was reunite with his guild. Yuna grabbed his arm, while all the others looked at him worried. He gave them a smile to reassure his friends he was okay. It's more my ego that got bruised than anything. That got him a few laughs. After showing them the last attack bonus, which the others promptly agreed to hand over to Agile, so he could sell it for them for a commission, of course, Drifter then turned to Yuki, Ran, and Merida. So, what did you three think of your first boss fight? It was awesome. And terrifying. But mostly awesome. Yuki was practically jumping on the spot as she answered, a huge grin on her face. Drifter reckoned that, had someone lost his life, she would have been nearly as bubbly and excited. But, hey, he wasn't about to rain on her parade, especially so when he was also chuckling along. She said it all. Merida giggled, and Ran nodded. Seeing that, Asuna not so subtly prodded Kirito in the ribs. When the swordsman yelped and glared at her, she raised her eyebrows and gestured with her head towards the trio. After a moment of confusion, realization showed on his face. Oh! Right. Error. Ran, Merida, Yuki, so. Have you changed your mind after this battle? Do you still want to become frontliners? Of course. Then, what about what we discussed before? Would you like to join Reaver's Requiem? As one, Yuki and Merida looked over to Ran. It was clear both of them would follow the elder twins' decision. The purple-haired girl, on the other hand, didn't respond immediately, neither to agree nor refuse. Her silence caused Kirito to slightly panic, as he wasn't sure if he had done something wrong. The boy hadn't quite settled on his role as guild leader yet. You don't need to say anything now if you don't want to. And we won't ever force you to. We accept. You do? Rand nodded easily. Yes. We would be honored to join Reaver's Requiem, guild leader. Gee, great. Yay! Welcome to our guild, Ran, Merida, Yuki. It's good to have you. Rand smiled. Yuki, never one for subtlety, hooped and shouted loudly in joy. She quickly made the rounds, hugging everyone, and almost tackled Asuna to the ground by the end of it. Merida snorted in amusement, but she also had a happy grin on her face. Drifter patted the blue-haired broadsword user on the back. You sure about that? It will only get more dangerous from here. Well, I suppose you can back out whenever you feel like you aren't up for scratch anymore. Drifter smiled to take out the sting of his words, and to show he was just teasing her. Merida rolled her eyes. Bit late to say that, no? The spearman's smirk grew wider, and he reached out his hand for her to shake, before repeating the action with Ran and Yuki. He was the vice leader of Reaver's Requiem, after all. Welcome to the front lines, all of you. Officially this time. Thank you, Drifter. Congrats, you lot. They may not look like it. Hey! Agile walked towards them at this moment, and slapped Drifter in the back with a huge grin plastered on his face. Ignoring the spearman's objections, he continued. But they are actually the third strongest guild in the front lines. And I say third cause they have low numbers, otherwise they would be tied with the DKB and ALS for first. Heh. Just don't let Kibu or Lind hear you say that, Agile. They'll scream bloody murder and attack you for defamation. It's not defamation if it's the truth. Somehow, I don't think they will see it that way. Ha ha ha. Not only Drifter, but the entire group laughed. After letting some of the tension out, the players walked towards the second settlement of the floor, Usco Village. If the fourth floor was the same as the one before it, and there was no reason why it wouldn't, at least in this matter, then the entrance to the tower would be closed to this village. But the Reavers weren't aiming for the tower at the moment. In fact, Drifter wasn't entirely sure what they were aiming for. As soon as the teleporter in Usco Village was open, Argo had appeared and dragged Kirito away to discuss something she couldn't tell them, but they were gonna like it. Just that sentence had left the guild, even the new members, quaking in their boots. However, when Kirito came back, he was positively shining, like some overcharged version of Yuki. By that, Drifter meant the swordsman had the biggest smile he had ever seen on his face, at times leaking some anxiety, but mostly joy. And he also refused to tell them what was going on. Together, swordsman and infobroker led the party through the floor, showing no intention of going back even though the night was rapidly approaching. When Nautilus mentioned that, Argo simply said they would have somewhere safe to stay the night. The sun was just coming down over Aincrad's edge, and when had that become a normal sight? When they arrived at wherever they were, Drifter looked at the building in front, and tilted his head. A thought suddenly assaulted his mind, and he snorted in self-amusement, drawing a few curious looks from his friends. Sorry. It's just. That's a castle. In Aincrad. Castle Aincrad. So that's a castle inside of a castle. Lame. Haha. I know. I think it just now hit me how absurdly absurd our situation is. Not the whole death game thing, but the background story. That had a few others chuckling. Rand turned to Kirito. So, guild leader, mind telling us what we are doing here now? Please don't tell me we are assaulting the castle. Ugh. Please just call me Kirito, Ran. And no, we aren't attacking it. They are our allies. Allies? Before Kirito could explain, Sinan, who had the best vision out of all of them, exclaimed. Ah, I see. Dark elves. Kismol. She's here, isn't she, Kirito? Yup. Surprise! Asuna jumped up happily, and hugged Kirito. It only lasted for a brief moment before the fencer let go, but it left the boy dumbfounded. Snickering, Drifter followed Asuna as she practically ran towards the entrance of the castle. It was a great idea, Kirito. And thank you for finding the path so quickly, little rat. 'Twas nothin', Dribu. Wouldn't do not to have everyone together for tonight. Halting, Drifter glanced at Argo, who was grinning from one ear to the other. He felt like he was missing something. What's special about tonight? What day is it, Dribu? Today? It's the 24th of December. Christmas Eve. Drifter ground to a halt and slapped his forehead. Everyone else, with the exception of Kirito and Argo, stopped in a mix of shock and horror, their gaping mouths big enough to fit an egg. The info broker, meanwhile, was giggling. Right in one. The spearman ignored Argo for now. How had he forgotten the date? Though, he supposed he had bigger things to worry about. And it wasn't like there was a gift shop in Aincrad where he could buy presents for everyone. Heck, he didn't even know if they would celebrate Christmas. For all he knew, it was very likely they would spend the entirety of the holiday doing the same thing they did every day, grinding. Christmas lost a lot of its meaning when you were trapped in a death game. Shaking his head, Drifter wrapped Argo in a quick one-armed hug. The info broker had been a little mischievous by not reminding them earlier, but she did bring them to meet Kismol, so he would let it pass. The dark elf guards at the entrance didn't give them any trouble, the cursors above their heads green. Drifter noticed with some interest that the NPCs gave the guild members that elven salute Kismol had shown them, but Argo, Agile, and the others were simply ignored. Kismol. Once inside the castle, it didn't take long for them to find who they were looking for. With a girly squeak, Asuna launched forward like a bullet and hugged a very surprised, but overjoyed, dark elf. Asuna! And everyone else too. You finally arrived. After hugging Asuna, Kismol then held her at arm's length and inspected the fencer. Her gaze also lingered on Drifter, Kirito, Yuna, Nautilus, and Sinan, all the members of the original party. The spearman was momentarily surprised by the real worry and relief he saw in her eyes, though he knew he shouldn't be. Kismol had always been special. I take it you managed to defeat the Guardian? Did you have any problems? Were any of you hurt? Yes, no, and no, Kismol. It's good to see you. Saluting the dark elf, Drifter answered her quick questions. Then he grinned and hugged her too, mimicking Asuna. The others did the same, while the other players stared alternatively at them and Kismol, probably trying to make out how and why the party was so close to an NPC, and why was said NPC so lifelike. Drifter noticed that. Kismol, let me make some introductions. First of everyone, this is Kismol, a royal knight of Lyusula. It was thanks to her that we managed to beat Nereus so easily. She has helped us a lot. Argo's eyes shone. The info broker had probably connected the dots and realized the dark elf was the secret source of information for the then party. You are too polite, Drifter. Had it not been for your aid, I would have lost my life, and the sacred item of my people would have been stolen too. Drifter simply waved off Kismol's gratitude. She was a friend, there was no need to get all formal about it. Kismol, those four are members of our guild, Reaver's Requiem. This is Lisbeth, or Liz for short. She is our blacksmith. The little bundle of energy over there is Yuki, and next to her is her twin sister Ran. Last but not least, this is Merida. Hello. Hi. Are you an elf? Can you talk to? Slow down, Yuki. You can pester Kismol later. Chuckling, Drifter held up a hand to stop the younger sister. Kismol once more placed her fist in front of her chest as greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you, human friends. I'm glad you found others you can trust, Drifter, Asuna, Kirito, Sinan, Nautilus, Yuna. The original party smiled. Drifter then gestured to Argo. The sneaky-looking one over here is Argo. Don't let her fool you, her mind is sharp as a blade, and she will very probably try to scam you for information. She has a good heart, though. Hey! I'll have you know I run a very legitimate business, Kay? Don't go round scaring away my clientele, dri boo. Ruffling Argo's hair just to annoy her, Drifter then turned to Agile and his party. Finally, those are Agile, Wolf, Namate, and Shigeo. They are frontliners like us, and very powerful warriors. They have been fighting against the floor bosses, the Guardians, with us since the very first floor of Aincrad. Ah, you'll make me blush, Drifter. Agile feigned embarrassment, causing many snorts of amusement throughout the group. Kismal also smiled. She was well aware of Drifter's skill level, so anyone the spearmen considered strong was likely to be a fearsome warrior in their own right. While most of the others were still getting used to talking to Kismal as if she was more than an NPC, they kept waiting for robotic responses, and were surprised when a fluid answer came. Argo had engaged the Dark Elf in a conversation about Aincrad and the Elf War campaign's background. In fact, she even managed to convince Kismal to ask the ruler of Yul Castle about the floor boss before Drifter or Kirito could do it. Explaining the concept of Christmas and Christmas Eve to Kismal was also a fun experience. It earned them a literal banquet, though, when the Dark Elf asked the cooks of the castle to prepare a feast for the players. Later, laying in bed in the room he was sharing with Kirito and Nautilus, Drifter thought that, all things considered, this wasn't a bad Christmas. Chapter 59 Raids and Leaks. If someone asked Drifter how he thought he would be spending his Christmas of 2022 a few years ago, or even just a few months, he would have many answers. Maybe with his family, having a nice dinner and opening presents. Maybe with his girlfriend, if he was lucky enough to find one. There was always the possibility of spending it traveling and having a nice time. One way he would never imagine he would spend the most cheerful holiday of the year was waking up at the crack of dawn, donning his set of armor, hanging his spear on his back, and walking out to meet the group of teenagers he had ended up creating a guild with, and come to think of his family, so they could discuss how they would be risking their lives today. Well, such was life. Life in SAO at least. One might think they would be eager to use the holiday as an excuse to take a day off, but that wasn't the case. Not even close. To them, this was just another day of their real lives lost while they were trapped inside of a megalomaniac's game. A Christmas they would spend away from their families and loved ones, and not by choice. Probably the first of many, on top of that. No, that wasn't exactly right, Drifter thought as he looked around. Merida, Liz, Nautilus, and Sinan were already up, the latter two chatting with Kismal. They were early risers like him. Mornin'. Good morning, Drifter. Greeting his guild members, he sat down and took the food Kismal offered him. Some kind of elven bread. He wasn't sure what it was, but it was delicious. Soon, the rest of his guild, as well as Argo, and Agile and his people, appeared. The long table, the same in which they feasted last night, was now full, not only of people, but also of chatter and laughter. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood. Yup. It's not Christmas home, but this ain't bad either. Watching everyone, Drifter smiled. SAO brought people closer a lot faster than it would naturally happen. He wasn't sure exactly when it happened, but there were at least a handful of people around the table he considered family. So, what are our plans for today? Though Yuna asked casually, she was eyeing Kismal as she spoke. Yesterday, the party had told their dark elf friend about what they overheard the fallen elves planning. Kismal, in turn, had brought them before the ruler of the castle, and they then repeated their story. Apart from a few rewards, they also unlocked the next quest in the Elf War campaign, but the objective was simply to aid Royal Knight Kismal. Not a lot to go on. I think it might be best for us to stay in Yul Castle, my friends. We had several skirmishes with the forest elves in the last few days, and I would rather not be away from the castle in case anything happens. There is plenty to be done here, if you are willing to help. The quest then changed to help Yul Castle prepare. Only the members of Reaver's Requiem received it, however. That included Liz, Ran, Yuki, and Merida, although they hadn't done the Elf War campaign up to this point. Agile's party, on the other hand, didn't get anything. The merchant and his friends left soon after breakfast, taking Argo with them, much to the info broker's chagrin. She had wanted to explore more of the castle, but she had a busy schedule. It also appeared Fumaningum was bothering her once again, though when Drifter asked if she needed help, Argo said it was just the cosplaying getting on her nerves. That was how the Reavers spent most of their Christmas holiday. They weren't just laying around, but they also didn't try too hard, nor went grinding. Drifter and Yuna even had time to go to the town of beginnings to wish Merry Christmas to Sasha and the kids. As he lay on his bed and turned in for the night, Drifter smiled at the ceiling. Once again, he thought that, while this wasn't a perfect Christmas, it wasn't a bad one either. Of course, while Kaiba let Christmas go by without using any of his machinations, once the clock turned the bastard was back at it. It was 4 in the morning when Drifter was woken up by bells being rung in alarm, and people screaming. After a few moments of confusion, Drifter shot up, his finger a blur as he navigated his menu and equipped his spear. Nautilus and Kirito weren't any slower than him. What's happening? No idea. The forest elf attack Kismal mentioned. That must be it. Drifter cursed under his breath, and ran out of the room. Dark elves were running up the ramparts and looking over the barricades. To his surprise, Drifter noticed most of them were concentrated on the sides of the castle that faced the river, instead of the ground entrance. You are awake, my friends. We would have to be pretty heavy sleepers to still be in bed with all this noise, Kismal. Is this what I think it is? I'm afraid so, Kirito. The forest elves have come in full force this time. Their ships are approaching as we speak. Drifter left his guild leaders speaking with Kismal, and strode towards the ramparts. Asuna, Sinan, and Ran, who had appeared at some moment with the rest of the girls, went with him. Once there, all three drew in a sharp intake of breath. Over 24 ships were currently sailing downriver towards Yul Castle, each filled to the brim with forest elves. Even as they watched, the dark elves in the ramparts started raining arrows at the attackers, relying on the height advantage. God, this is a full-on war. Even the normally expressionless archer had a gaping mouth at the sight, shocked. Drifter nodded wordlessly. This was not a battle they could fight on their own. If anything, the players would be background actors. Right. We stick together, single out enemies and take them out fast. When they break in, we'll try to use the gate as a choke point. Drifter nodded. Asuna's plan was basically the same he came up with. There was little more that they could do. He sure as hell wouldn't risk his guild members by having them charge the incoming army for a mere few more experience points. Climbing down the ramparts while dodging the dark elves still coming up, the four met with the rest of their guild, and Asuna quickly explained what they saw. Kirito heard her plan and nodded, ordering the Reavers to group up. Kismal gladly joined them. They are breaching the gates. 20 tense minutes passed, during which the players only watched as the dark elves fired arrow upon arrow at the incoming forest elf boats. Over 10 ships were destroyed either by having their entire crew killed or by being set on fire before the enemy NPCs finally reached the walls. Once they did, however, the forest elves made quick work of the gates that connected the castle to the docks. The moment the gates were breached, the forest elves came appropriately flooding in. The guards just as quickly moved to engage them, and the battle turned into a mess, with hundreds of bodies clashing, and NPCs dying by the tens every minute. Drifter had been in 3 floor bosses raids and several hundred minor battles until now, but this was unlike anything he had ever seen. He didn't have much time to admire, though. 6 forest elf raiders rushed at the Reavers. Not for the first nor last time today, the spearman was glad the entire guild was there today. Having all of them trained together on normal days was impractical. Too many people caused them to move too slowly, not to mention the experience gain when split between 10 people was poor, to say the least. But, on occasions like this, more people made one hell of a difference. Dodging under a cutting saber, Drifter thrust his spear through the attacker's stomach. Then, leveraging on the fact that his spear tip was still buried in the forest elf's body, Drifter used a horizontal to push him towards Ran and Yuki, who both used slant with uncanny synchrony to finish off the mob. Without batting an eyelid, Drifter switched with Nautilus, spear held parallel to the ground in a rage spike, impaling the monster his ash-haired friend had been fighting. Following the skill routine, he lifted the fallen elf raider in the air by his spear, before then slamming him into the ground, where Liz dealt the final blow with a bone breaker. There was a brief moment of respite, during which Drifter took the chance to scan the battlefield. He couldn't tell whether their side was winning or not, but at least they didn't seem to be losing. For the players, the battle had been somewhat frantic, but other than that it was quite easy. He frowned. Nothing in SAO was easy. The moment you started thinking that, you were in danger. Overestimating Kaiba and his cardinal system was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Kirito, Asuna, something's wrong. Did you spot something out of place, Drifter? No, and that's what's bothering me. This is almost like we're in a cutscene, don't you think? There's no real challenge. And Kaiba doesn't make simple battles. I see what you mean. But do you have any idea of what could be going on? Inwardly, Drifter rejoiced a little at how the swordsman didn't even question his words, even though Drifter was basing them on a gut feeling. This kind of trust wasn't something you could buy. But, happy as he was at the comment, it didn't change the fact that Drifter had no clue as to what could be wrong if there even was something. It was Yuna who came up with the obvious solution to their predicament, asked their friendly NPC. Kismol, if the forest elves wanted to take control of the castle, what would they need to do? And which areas would they need to take over? The dark elf stabbed a forest elf raider through the neck with her blade, killing him, and turned to the songstress. She tilted her head in confusion for a second, before a calculative look appeared in her eyes. There's the arsenal, but controlling it now would be useless, since pretty much all our weapons are in use right now. Then there are the warehouses, but the forest elves can't afford a battle of attrition, so they are out too. The only other valuable target would be the inner area of the castle itself, but it is well guarded, and, as you can see, their army isn't getting through here. Drifter nodded, then scowled. He should be feeling joyful the battle was going in their favor, so why did he still feel like he was missing something? Well, maybe not an army, but what about just a few people? Could they sneak in? Kismol looked at Merida, and slowly nodded. Maybe, but what would be the point? They wouldn't have the manpower to take over the inner castle. But what if their aim isn't a place, but a person? Such as the ruler of Yul Castle? This. We need to hurry. Drifter slapped his forehead. That was it. The quest didn't say they had to deter the forest elven army. The exact wording was protect Yul Castle from falling. Having its ruler be killed could very well qualify as falling. Kismol didn't wait for another second after hearing Merida's rationale. The dark elf simply urged them to follow her, and rushed into the castle. The hallways were mostly empty, which, at first, was normal considering most of the defenders were outside. But, as they approached the main hall, where Yul Castle's ruler was, the lack of guards started to become concerning. The open doors and sounds of battle confirmed their suspicions. Bursting into the hall, the Reavers saw about 24 forest elves, a mix of forest elf raiders and forest elf spies, besieging the ruler, who had only 4 guards protecting him now. Even as they watched, one of the dark elves perished, putting an even bigger burden on the remaining 3. Yelling, Kismol dashed forward, her blade cleaving one of the invaders in half at the waist. The others barely had time to react as the Reavers bore down on them. While the forest elves had an overall number advantage, they were spread too thin, with only 10 or so being able to turn and face the players, while the others pressed on their assault against the castle ruler. Unfortunately, that was what spelled their doom. Kirito, Asuna, Yuki, and Ran, the fastest amongst them, rushed past the attackers so they could reinforce the Dark Elf guards. Pressed between 2 fronts, it didn't take long until the last forest elf was slain. Almost as if on cue, horns sounded, signifying the retreat of the enemy. Chapter 60, Trickle. Aincrad was determined not to give the Reavers a break. Exhausted from fighting from dawn till daybreak, It was not even 2 hours later that Argo messaged Kirito, saying the clearers had found the boss room. Clearly, Reaver's Requiem wasn't the only one who worked right through Christmas. That has to be a new record, no? Yuna whistled in amazement, and Drifter nodded from where he was sitting across from her. They had found the tower entrance on the 24th, and now it was morning of the 26th. The clearers had taken less than 2 days to sweep through the labyrinth. I'm not complaining. This floor is beautiful and all, but it makes me uncomfortable. Kirito shuddered. The swordsman had been on edge their entire stay on the 4th floor. According to him, it was too different from the beta to his liking. Well, you'll just have to endure it for another half a day, Kirito. It may be so, but I'm not looking forward to having Kibu lead. Ugh. Don't remind me. There were several groans around the table, mainly from the original party. Yuki, Ran, and Merida hadn't yet had the displeasure of meeting the ALS leader. It could be worse, Kirito, just think about it. What if we had Kibu as the raid leader, and we were going in blind on top of that? At least we know what we are facing. Or some of it. Yeah. By the way, thanks again for all the information on the floor boss, Kismol. It really helps a lot. You are welcome, Kirito. And I am sorry I can't follow you into battle against the Guardian. The swordsman waved off the apology. You didn't have a choice, Kismol. You can't not answer a royal summon. Kirito's right. But don't sweat over it, Kiz. We'll take care of the overgrown seahorse in a jiffy, you'll see. The players were under no illusion that the so-called royal summon was a plot device to stop the NPC from helping them. It didn't come as a surprise, as they were already expecting it after what happened on the 3rd floor. Kismol tilted her head at Yuna, and Drifter at first thought she was going to question the nickname the songstress used, but instead the elf showed a confused expression. But I'm not sweating? The genuine confusion in the dark elf's voice sent all the players into a giggling fit. Kikuka Sejiro rubbed his temples and watched the Vanguard players, as the news had been calling them lately, enter yet another boss room. This was the 4th live stream, but it wasn't getting any easier to watch them. This one in particular. He had no idea what kinds of challenges the players faced on the 4th floor, but 67 people had died in the less than 2 weeks since it was opened. Sighing, the leader of the SAO task force reclined back in his chair, his eyes never leaving the screen in front of him. He wished there was some way to know more about what was happening inside Sword Art Online. Until now, all his analysts, programmers, and technicians managed to tell him was a whole load of nothing at all. If he was being honest, Drifter wasn't looking forward to this boss raid. Kismol, bless her heart, had gotten him a lot of intel about the floor boss, but most of it only served to worry the spearman more. His main concern being, of course, how the boss, Withage the hippocampus, would flood the room during the final phase of the battle. /N, normally I don't like to interrupt in the middle of the chapter since it breaks the flow, but I feel like this is important, at least to some people. I am aware that, in canon, the boss room was flooded and the door closed, until Kirito and Asuna opened it and saved everyone. I'll be changing that, since SAO didn't have closed boss rooms until the 75th floor. This is actually a major plot point of the anime, because the entire scout party gets annihilated when they get trapped in the boss room, and the frontliners then realize that, from that point onward, every boss battle is do or die. I don't know if having the 4th floor have closed doors was a mistake or not, but in this FIC, doors will be open the entire time. Just thought I would explain that before someone pointed it out. Sure, the players wouldn't be in danger of drowning, since the water would only reach up to their chest, but it would still make the battle much harder, and much more dangerous. Aight, ya flea bags, let's go! It was at this moment that Kibu finished his little speech, which Drufter wasn't really paying attention to. With a small frown, he followed the rest of the raid party into the boss room. The room looked like some kind of enclosed beach, the floor covered in loose sand the frontliners had long learned how to fight on. In the center, very conspicuously, was a deep pond, from which, to no one's surprise, the boss dramatically surfaced. Withage the hippocampus had to be one of the weirdest monsters Drifter had ever seen, and that was saying something. It looked like a huge seahorse, of a pale yellow color. That is, until you looked at its front half, from where horse legs and a horse head emerged. Only, the equestrian parts of the boss were also covered in the same yellowish scales, making it look like someone had mashed a fish and a horse together. As if that wasn't enough, the boss also made a high-pitched noise that caused their eardrums to hurt. Drifter grimaced, holding his spear high. When the boss charged, it was accompanied by splashes of water, wetting the tanks. They mostly ignored it, focusing on the giant seahorse. Drifter himself was at the vanguard, his spear reaching over the heads of the players in front of him to stab Withage the hippocampus in the face. As several attacks landed on its body from different directions, the boss screeched in pain and spun, its tail slapping away most of the nearby players. It didn't do much damage, but it knocked them back a good distance. Drifter was one of the few exceptions, as he was behind the only tank able to hold their ground, an ALS player by the name of Lytton. He was covered from head to toe in heavy metal armor, such that even his face couldn't be seen, and only his muffled voice heard. He didn't even carry a weapon, only a heavy tower shield Drifter idly recognized as the one Biceps Archelon dropped, and he handed over for Agile to sell. Taking full advantage of that, Drifter pressed on the offensive, knowing he would aggro the boss. He was counting on Lytton to defend him, and his gamble paid off. Though the ALS player had 0 attack power, his defensive stats were outstanding. After the seahorse trashed around and hit him 3 or 4 times, Lytton still had over half of his health remaining. Switch! Without even needing to look back, Drifter ducked to the right, knowing that whoever was trading places with him, Kirito, by the voice, would come up on his left. This was the system all frontliners used, in case they needed to improvise. While the young swordsman went to town on Withage the hippocampus, and the tanks took back their positions, Drifter stepped back to catch his breath. He hadn't taken any damage, but his furious barrage of sword skills, martial arts skills, and normal attacks had tired him somewhat. How are you holding up, Drifter? I'm all good for now, Yun. The boss has many AoEs, though. You should keep up with rest. Got it. Be safe. Smiling, Drifter laid a hand on Yuna's shoulder and gently squeezed it twice. Then, he prepared to switch in, this time with Nautilus, who had just taken a pretty heavy tail hit. But, before he could do so, Yuki had already called out and advanced. Not for the first time, Drifter realized how fast the younger twin was. It wasn't exactly a matter of speed or agility in SAO, those were just numbers, and there were many players, Kirito included, who had the exact same amount as her. No, it was her reaction speed that left him speechless every time he saw Yuki fighting seriously. Whenever the boss attacked, Yuki would dodge, block, or parry with just centimeters to spare. The way she moved out of the way of attacks without even looking was like she had eyes on the back of her head. And when she struck, every move was optimized to the extreme. Drifter knew he could never hope to be as fast as her. The only one who could compare to Yuki amongst the frontliners, and probably the entire player base, was Kirito. Next in line would be Asuna and Ran. While their reactions weren't as perfect, they more than made it up for it with their speed in Asuna's case and with the surgical precision of their strikes. Of course, the rest of the Reavers were no slouches either. It was unnecessary to comment about Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, and Sinon, as they were each masters in their specific fields, at least when compared to other players. Drifter was sure there was still much to learn that they needed to learn to survive SAO. But Liz and Merida were proving themselves to be worthy additions to the guild. While the blacksmith was somewhat lacking in levels, she was still a fearsome fighter, though more diverse in abilities than the rest of her guildmates. Whenever it was needed, Liz doubled as a secondary tank. Merida, on the other hand, compensated for her lack of levels. She was falling a little behind due to her recent focus on tailoring, but nothing worrisome with sheer brute strength. In the blue-haired girl's own words, she didn't need techniques, only to hit hard as hell. Overall, The damage output of Reaver's Requiem had grown so much with the addition of the 4 girls that Withage the Hippocampus even threatened to aggro on them a few times over the course of the battle, much to the dismay of the DKB and ALS players who composed the main tank party. They had to scramble with taunts and enrages to grab back the boss' attention. Whenever that happened, however, Kirito, Drifter, or Asuna would always warn their guild members with time to spare, telling them to slow down their barrage and step back to rest, allowing the tanks to reaffirm their grasp on the floor boss aggro gauge. Like that, the Reavers managed to strike a delicate balance between damage and control, not once stealing the aggro. Last read, everyone. On your toes, people. No sooner than Kibu yelled, Withage the Hippocampus neighed, and went back to the pond in the middle of the room. The boss started swimming in circles and flapping his tail against the water, with Sinan still insisting on pelting it with arrows even mid-cut scene, if for no reason other than to vent the collective players' anger at being soaking wet. With little surprise, as Withage the Hippocampus smashed its tail into the water, waves started to form, quickly flooding the room. The water level was, at first, just at their shins, but it quickly surpassed their knees and reached their waist height. Though the boss stopped flooding the room and swam, now much faster, to attack the players, the water was still slowly rising. That's it, lads. Rain hell on it. Tuning out Kibu, Drifter just focused on attacking, but the boss had become more slippery than a lamprey. It swam between players, diving at times and resurfacing at others, slapping people down with its tail or biting them with its horse head. It was like it didn't have an aggro list anymore. Drifter himself soon became a victim of the seemingly random attacks. Withage the Hippocampus emerged out of the water behind him, and the spearman, slowed down by the near chest-height water level, wasn't quick enough when turning around. First a hoof smashed into his hastily raised right arm, the giant appendage thoroughly tearing off his limb. Drifter groaned in shock, but that was all he managed before Withage the Hippocampus slapped him with its tail, and he slipped and sunk. By the time he resurfaced, the boss had already moved on to another target, leaving behind a very pissed off and not just a little terrified Drifter, tightly grabbing his spear with his left hand. He alternated his glance from the rampaging boss and the stump of his right arm. Many thoughts crossed his head at the moment, but while he watched Agile chop off Withage the Hippocampus' tail with a mighty blow of his axe, killing the boss in the process, he mainly thought of how useless he became once he lost the limb. Chapter 61 Treasure Hunt. Ogawa Kana watched the broadcast with eyes brimming with tears. She was a mess of emotions right now. Fear, for when her son disappeared beneath the waves after being struck by the abomination that was the 4th floor boss. Horror, watching his entire right arm be ripped off and shatter. Relief, when he resurfaced. Joy, when the monster was killed and the water started draining away. Pain, when she saw the scowl on her Itsuki's face when he looked at the spot where his arm used to be. The limb would regrow, and it was only a matter of minutes, she knew that. Her son also didn't feel any pain, only annoyance. And yet, her heart ached for him. Sniffling, Kana burrowed deeper into her husband's side. All the man could do was run his fingers through her hair reassuringly while whispering in her ear. There. He is okay, dear. He is okay. You have to be strong for him. Kana just let out another muffled sob, before wiping her eyes and turning back to the television. As the frontliners were still in the boss room, most sitting down or sprawled on the ground, uncaring for the sand and mud sticking to them and just as uncaring for their image, the live stream was still ongoing. Her eyes locked on her son, Kana saw several people approach him. Most she recognized as his party members, or the team of the big black man named Agile, but there were also some she had never seen before. Kana strained her ears, trying to make out what they were saying over the noise of several tens of players. Drifter looked at the stump of his right arm, his expression constantly changing between a scowl and a grimace. His guild and friends came near, with Yuna grabbing his intact hand, her eyes trained on his missing limb. If it wasn't for the green HP bar above his head, she would probably be forcing a health potion down his throat right now. How are you feeling, Drifter? The spearman sneered, though it was directed at himself, rather than the songstress. Angry, mostly. Withage took my arm, and I could just stand there like an idiot. That's not what I was asking, and you know it, so don't act like a prick, Drifter. Ha. Sorry, Yoon. I know, I'm just... Ha. Anyway, I already drank a potion, as you can see. But it appears there's a penalty for losing a limb. I've got a crippled status effect, 1 hour to go before my arm regenerates. HM. Again, how are you feeling? This time, Drifter knew the songstress was referring to the physical aspect. Sheathing his spear on his back, the laid a gentle hand on her head. No phantom pain, if that's what you were asking. Maybe because I know it will grow back, it doesn't bother me as much as it probably should. I don't think I should get back to fighting before it does regenerate, however. Not to mention I lost my dominant hand, it'll upset my balance. Yuna sighed and closed her eyes for a moment before taking a step back. No more fighting for today. Agreed. I'm making an executive decision to take the rest of the day off. Drifter raised an eyebrow at Kirito, and a sly smile took over his face. With a teasing edge to his voice, he smirked at the swordsman. The first time I see you exert your authority as guild leader, and it is to tell everyone to laze around. The black-haired didn't rise to the bait, and smirked back, joining the others in their laughter. Drifter grinned impudently, and with not just a little gratefulness. He knew his guild had noticed his sour mood, and the members of the original party, especially Yuna and Nautilus, had known right away the reason behind it. Their attempts to light the mood and change the subject of the conversation, while obvious, were very welcome. And it worked, so he wasn't going to complain. A short while after, having had a few minutes to catch their breaths, the frontliners started to stir, 1 or 2 parties already walking towards the stairs. Seeing that, Kirito gestured for Reaver's Requiem to follow him. And that's a big if considering the floor we just went through, Kaiba hasn't changed too much of the 5th floor, it's going to be a fun one. Fun? I never thought I would hear you describe Aincrad like that one day, Kirito. Not Aincrad, just the 5th floor, Asuna. Still dangerous as heck, but at least the safe zones have a lot of entertainment. Just keep your eyes open, and you'll understand what I mean soon. The swordsman stopped speaking then, his eyes shining with anticipation as he looked at the exit of the labyrinth. To their surprise, the exit was right in the middle of a safe zone, camouflaged amidst some ruins. In fact, the entire town of Archelon was in ruins. But, judging by Kirito's wide smile, everything was as it should be. It was also dark, even though according to their HUDs it was barely past midday. Looking up, Drifter saw that, instead of the false sun they had on the floors below, this time there was a moon hanging in the sky. Aha! Drifter was still cranking his neck to gaze at the sky when he heard Kirito exclaim. Looking over, he saw the swordsman had bent down to pick something up. With a smile that threatened to split his face, he threw the emerald ring at Sinon. The archer caught it with ease, and glanced at the stats, her eyes widening in astonishment. Bonus to critical damage. And an accessory on top of that. Where were you hiding this, Kirito? He. Nowhere. Just found it. If Drifter hadn't seen Kirito pick it up with his own eyes, he would have doubted his guild leader. But, as it was, he had a hunch something was going on, and that it had to do with the entertainment Kirito mentioned. Activating his searching, Drifter was shocked to find several glowing spots on the ground. Going towards the one closest to him, he saw a few coins. Turning off the skill, they again disappeared from his vision. When he activated it again, there they were. Picking up the 2 coins, Drifter found himself 2 COR richer. Huh. That's interesting. Sinon and whoever else has it, try using searching. While the archer, Ran, and Wolf did so, the others turned to Kirito, wordlessly urging him to explain. The swordsman was glad to do so. During the beta, this was one of the most visited floors, cause it has a treasure hunting mechanic. Throughout the entire floor, there are lots of prizes hidden. Most of them are COR, and very small amounts on top of that, though there was a guy in the beta who found 10.000 COR at once, but there are also gems, precious crafting materials, and accessories like the ring I gave Sinon. We are lucky we are one of the first to enter the 5th floor, because the more precious items are limited. Also, as you've seen, you need to use a tracking skill or an item with a similar effect to find the treasures, since they are otherwise invisible to the naked eye. That's why you said this floor was fun. Kirito grinned and nodded. Yup. We can go treasure hunting in the safe zone while taking the rest of the day off. Especially since we won't have time for it later, with clearing the floor and all. Feeling Kirito's happiness and eagerness, Drifter nodded his agreement straight away. He hadn't seen such a childlike expression on the swordsman's face in a long time. Just that made taking the day off worth it. Later that day, after a fruitful day of running around Carlin treasure hunting, the Reavers found an inn and settled down for the night. Even the people who didn't have searching got in on the action, as Kirito took them to a restaurant that sold blueberry tarts, an item that gave a player a similar ability to the skill, for a limited amount of time. By the end of the day, they had not only found a lot of COR and precious gems, but many were even outfitted with new accessories. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Drifter stared at his right arm. The limb had regenerated shortly after they started treasure hunting, and it was as good as new. But the spearman couldn't feel happy. He had felt useless today. Even now, the feeling still hadn't faded completely. Drifter knew his capabilities well. While he would never go and say it out loud, he was sure he was one of the best players in the entirety of Sword Art Online. Even amongst frontliners, he was at the top. When it came to spear techniques, he would even go as far as to say he was the best. It wasn't like he was unrivaled, not even close, but he was a little better than the others. But, take away his ability to use his spear, like Withage had done today when it stomped his arm right off, what did he have? The answer was nothing. Kirito, though the boy loathed to admit it, had his leadership skills and his inhumane reaction speed. Asuna also had her absurdly high agility. Nautilus was a tank, the most important role of any party, and could shine even with his FNC. Yuna could heal or buff people with songs. Sinon had a freaking bow. Even the new members were unique in their own ways. Liz was SAO's best blacksmith. Yuki was right up there with Kirito when it concerned her adaptability and reaction speed. Merida was the strongest player Drifter had ever met. And though Ran might not look like she had anything special, her accuracy and teamwork with her twin made her stand out. Drifter, on the other hand, had his spear, and only that. Sure, he was also a leader, but had few chances to showcase it. And when he lost the ability to use his spear, he was left stunned, rooted on the spot. Fuck! Cursing silently under his breath, Drifter punched his tight. He was not about to allow himself to descend in this spiral of self-deprecating and loathing. Most importantly, he wouldn't permit himself to feel jealous of his guildmates. Each of his friends was special in their own way, and they goddamn deserved it. They fought every step of the way to get to where they were now, and he would continue to show his support to them. So absorbed in his thoughts, he almost didn't notice someone knocking on his door. When he did, he slowly got up to open it. Yun? What are you doing here? Standing in the doorway was the girl with milky tea brown hair and dimples, who had so quickly wormed her way into his heart and become one of the most important people in his world. The songstress didn't respond immediately. She spent a few seconds staring at his face with a cute frown, before pushing him back into the room. The door closed behind her, the privacy settings put in place by the Cardinal system stopping any possible eavesdroppers. Yun? Still confused, Drifter sat back on his bed, while Yuna pulled the chair from under the desk and put it down in front of him, proceeding to sit down too. Her fixed stare was quite unnerving. What's wrong, Drifter? You've not been you since the boss raid. What do you mean? Yuna stared some more at him and sighed, before looking around at the room, and at anywhere but him. You've lost your arm, sorry, but there's no way of putting it nicely, and even though it's back now, I can see it's bothering you. You noticed, huh? Obviously, silly. Not and Asuna did too, I think. But they let me be the one to talk to you. If it was anyone else, I might think they were traumatized. But not you, Drifter. I know you. You were annoyed, but that was all. So, there's something else bothering you. And I want to know what it is. When Drifter didn't answer immediately, Yuna turned to him again and laid her hand on his knee. She spoke softly, a whisper. I'm worried about you, Drifter. The way you are behaving. Though you try to hide it, it reminds me too much of how you were after the situation on the first floor. Drifter started, a haunted expression taking over his face. Does it? Yuna nodded gravely, and Drifter allowed himself to fall on his bed, one hand covering his face. Fuck. Sorry, Yun. I didn't mean to, I swear. I'm just feeling a little down. Why? When the floor boss took my arm, I was stunned silly. I couldn't even muster a reaction. A giant seahorse ripped off your arm, Drifter. Anyone in your position would have been dumbfounded. Maybe, but I shouldn't, Yuna. What if it had been some other situation? What if the boss hadn't been killed but went after one of you? I wouldn't be able to protect you, only watch helplessly. Useless. Drifter was almost shouting by the end. It was only his last thread of rationality, which told him Yuna wasn't at fault and he shouldn't vent on her, that caused him to lower his volume. The songstress didn't show any signs of being offended, however, and looked at her friend with compassion, pity, and anger. You are not useless, Drifter. Don't ever say that again. You were the one who kept me and Nautilus alive when we first met. You sacrificed your conscience to protect us. You are the one who ties all the Reavers together. You are irreplaceable, Drifter. Don't ever doubt that. Yuna. That was all Drifter managed to say before the songstress latched onto him, her arms around his neck and her face buried in his shoulder as she lightly sobbed. Stunned at first, Drifter slowly reached around her back to hold her, wondering how he had gone from the one being consoled to the one doing the consoling. But he had to admit, he felt a little better after hearing what Yuna said. Chapter 62 Myriad Feelings. Drifter wasn't sure of how much time passed while he held Yuna in his embrace. He just hugged the sobbing girl to his chest until she was no longer crying. After what felt like an hour, but could just as well have been just a few minutes, the songstress pushed away, eyes puffed up and red, but no longer with tears streaming down her face. I am sorry, Drifter. I came here to see what was wrong with you and console you, but nothing, Yuna. You did exactly that. I was being an idiot, feeling down for something which I can't control, and even being jealous of my family. You snapped me out of it. Admittedly, your method was a little unusual. Humph! You ass. Yuna snorted when Drifter smirked, but her blush betrayed her. Pouting, she turned away from him. Her curling lips, however, allowed him to know she wasn't truly angered, only somewhat embarrassed he had seen her in such a state. Drifter simply sat there, looking at Yuna's side profile. At this moment, he understood it. He couldn't deny it anymore. He was starting to fall for her. It wasn't love yet, and there were so many things wrong and that could go wrong about it, but he knew it to be true. For starters, there was the age difference. 3 or 4 years might not be much in later points of their lives, but right now it was an insurmountable gap. In a normal situation, Drifter would never even entertain the thought of it. But SAO had derailed both of their lives, and countless more. Having fought shoulder to shoulder with her, shared burdens with her, almost died and watched her almost lose her life more than once, and overall lived every second of the last 2 months with her by his side, Drifter's heart couldn't help but yearn for it. For her. There was also Nautilus. In their current situation, the shield-bearer was probably the reason for Drifter's biggest hesitation. From all the time he had known the ash-haired player, Drifter had come to realize Nautilus cared deeply for Yuna, that much had always been obvious. However, he didn't think the blade user loved the songstress, at least not romantically. Like a brother loved his sister, sure, but not like a man loved a woman. But he couldn't be sure. And, until he could, Drifter wouldn't make a move. It wouldn't be fair to Nautilus or anyone involved if he did, not to mention that it would probably shatter their friendship and guild if Drifter guessed wrong. Hey, Earth to Drifter. With a start, the spearman realized he had been lost in thought again, and that Yuna had been calling him. He grimaced. Sorry, Yun, I spaced out for a sec. H'm. Bad thoughts? Her tone was dangerously low, like she was getting ready to give him another serving. Drifter quickly shook his head. No! I don't think so, at least. Error. Maybe? Never mind that. Please. Hearing his plea, the songstress glared at him for a moment before nodding. Okay. They sat in silence, the awkward kind, just silence for the next couple minutes. Seeing that Yuna didn't look like she intended on leaving, Drifter had to ask. It was getting late, after all. Error. Was there anything else you wanted to say, Yuna? Of course. You told me what the problem was, now we have to find out how to solve it. Huh? You felt powerless when you couldn't use your spear properly, right? Then, let's brainstorm how we can fix that. Staring at the fire burning deep in Yuna's caramel eyes, Drifter felt his own spirits lifting. With a small, but true smile, he started a discussion that would go well into the night. Watching Yuna enter Drifter's room and close the door behind her, Nautilus quietly re-entered his own room. Once inside, he lay belly down on his bed. He was feeling contradictory. On one hand, he felt somewhat sour when he saw his oldest friend so clearly falling for Drifter. On the other, he was the one who pushed her to admit her own feelings, and he was happy the songstress had found in the spearman not only someone she could trust, but also possibly love. There was a time when Nautilus loved Yuna. It was hard not to, back then, when the girl was not only his best friend, but his only friend. On top of that, she was also sweet, kind, honest, and pretty. Perfect. If you asked him. But, as they grew up, Nautilus realized his feelings weren't reciprocated. And then he realized that his feelings for her weren't what he initially thought they were. What he felt for Yuna back then was merely infatuation for the only female figure of his age in his life. Now he could say for certain that he loved Yuna, but those feelings were only that of a brother to his younger sister. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous earlier today when he saw how worried Yuna was about Drifter. And then he immediately felt disgusted with himself. He had already recognized his feelings long before Yuna and he met Drifter. Years before. He had no right to feel jealousy now, when he had long decided to step away. Nautilus would support his friends, whatever their choice may be, he decided. Just like Drifter, though neither knew the other knew it, the shield-bearer had realized some time ago that he had changed. He had started looking at the people around him, not just Yuna, and thinking of how to protect them. For Yuna and Drifter, he was willing to die. He would be their unbreakable shield, and protect them from harm. Whatever little seedling of envy and jealousy was born in his heart, Nautilus snuffed it out. He drifted off to sleep, while not entirely okay, determined, and with a smile on his face. The next morning was decidedly strange. Everyone could tell something had changed in the dynamic between Drifter, Yuna, and Nautilus, but they weren't sure what it was, and they weren't about to ask. Not even Yuki and Kirito were that dense. Drifter, still half asleep, considering he went to bed well after 3 in the morning, smiled at Yuna before his gaze found Nautilus. Looking at his oldest male friend in SAO, he felt a twinge of shame, but it vanished when the ash-haired boy walked up to him and patted his back, and grinned. The look in Nautilus' eyes told the spearman that his friend knew of what happened last night, and was all right with it. Knowing that gave Drifter immense relief. Asuna was another one to whom Drifter sent a thankful nod. He hadn't forgotten how Yuna mentioned that the fencer had noticed his turbulent feelings yesterday, but decided to allow the songstress to take care of him. Asuna smiled brightly and winked at him in response. Drifter smiled even wider, and turned to Kirito, who was staring at his guildmates in curiosity. He didn't ask anything, however, and Drifter took the chance to steer the attention away from him. Since this floor is apparently similar to the beta, what's the plan today, Kirito? I was thinking we should split up. Myself, Asuna, Liz, Sinan, and Yuki can be one party, and Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Ran, and Merida another. The main maps of this floor are catacombs and caves, so we would only get in each other's way if we tried to fight all together. Yuki and Ran, I split you up on purpose. When you fight together, you tend to unconsciously always team up. That's not a bad thing at all, quite the opposite, but I believe you should train to coordinate with others. Preparing for all unexpected circumstances, right? That makes sense. Don't worry, guild leader. It was a sign of his growing confidence that Kirito only blushed slightly when Ran teased him with the way she addressed him. Drifter thought for a while, and spoke up against the idea. Actually, Kirito, if you don't mind, I have another suggestion. No worries, Drifter. Shoot it. You know how we talked about setting up practice duels, but never actually went ahead with it? A lot happened very quickly back then. Yeah. So, I was thinking now might be a good chance to do just that. Not all of Reaver's Requiem knew the true reason why the original party wanted to train with duels between players, but they didn't question it. Yuki, for one, was completely taken by the idea. Right. But we can't forget about leveling. It won't be a problem, Kirito. Who's interested in the duels, and who would rather explore? There are no wrong answers, people. Asuna, comfortable in her role of vice leader of the guild, smoothly took over, for which Kirito was glad. She looked at the raised hands, and quickly made a decision. We still split up, then. Kirito, Drifter, Yuki, and I stay here for the one-on-one training. Nautilus, Yuna, Liz, Ran, and Merida, you can go explore the floor. Sinan, you lead. Remember to always be careful. Got it. Sounds good. There were nods all around, and the guild soon split up into the two designated parties. After the others were gone to explore the catacombs, Drifter turned to Kirito. How are we doing this? We are just doing this to polish our techniques, so first strike mode. How about me and you first, Drifter, I think, then Asuna and Yuki, and we swap from there. They all nodded their agreement, and Drifter and Kirito found a nice open spot to fight their duel. Asuna and Yuki spectated with visible excitement. Drifter wasn't surprised. They were combat junkies, after all. Most frontliners were. Player Kirito sent you a duel invite, first strike mode. Accept? Drifter easily clicked yes, and a timer appeared in the space between them. Positioning his left leg in front, knees slightly bent in a very obvious and very telegraphed stance for a charging thrust, Drifter held his spear parallel to the ground, aimed at Kirito, his eyes staring at the countdown as 30 seconds trickled by. He randomly remembered what brought about this idea at first. It was the day Kirito told him an unknown player. His name couldn't be seen in the duel request as he wasn't in the swordsman's friend list, had tried to kill him outside of a Forest L4 camp. Drifter had then realized that SAO was a lawless world, and, if it brought out the best in many, who chose to fight for their and everyone's freedom, it certainly also dragged to the surface the worst in some, who saw it as a place where they could let their twisted desires run free. Mobs wouldn't be their only enemy, and Drifter had a feeling one day it would all come to a head. Clearing his head and focusing back on his sparring partner, Drifter saw Kirito raise his annealed blade over his shoulder, body leaning forward and left arm slightly bent in front of him. Not a standard stance by any means, but in SAO numbers reigned supreme. Frontliners had stats that long surpassed what would be considered humanly possible in the outside world. The moment the timer hit 0, both players surged forward. Neither used skills, by unspoken agreement. This wasn't really a duel so much as it was a test. As it should be, considering the obvious differences in their weapons of choice, Drifter's spear thrust was going to reach Kirito first. The swordsman already knew that, however, and his overhead blow wasn't aimed at Drifter, but rather at his weapon, from the start. Seeing the blade about to smash into his spear tip and knock it off course, leaving him open for Kirito to attack, Drifter made a decision in that fraction of a second, and pulled hard with his left hand, yanking his spear out of the way. Kirito tried to correct his sword's path, but Drifter let his momentum carry him forward, and attempted to smack the black-haired boy in the shoulder with the butt of his spear, by spinning to the left. Not to be outdone, Kirito quickly lifted his sword so that Drifter ended up hitting the flat side of his blade. After parrying the blow, the swordsman immediately delivered a backhanded slash, which Drifter only barely blocked. Kirito pressed on, sending cut after cut at Drifter, who struggled to dodge or block them. The swordsman refused to open the distance between them, and Drifter couldn't properly wield his spear. Knowing that his guildmate had the speed advantage, and that if he allowed this to continue he would only find himself in a worse position, Drifter decides to use his tried and tested method to get out of tight spots. As Kirito pulled back his arm to gather momentum for another strike, Drifter kicked out, hitting the black-haired boy squarely in the stomach. The blow dealt some damage, and thus should have ended the duel, but apparently the system didn't think so, another loophole they would have to pay attention to. Not that Drifter had planned to stop. He was now fully in combat mode. His spear came up swiftly like a viper, targeting Kirito's head. It was a vicious attack, but SAO was a brutal world. Always trying to deal the highest possible damage was a behavior ingrained in players' bones by now. Winner, Kirito. Before his spear reached the swordsman, however, a system message popped up declaring Kirito the winner. His momentum carried through, however, and Drifter's spear hit the other player, only to bounce off with a immortal object notification. Drifter scowled for a moment, looking down to where Kirito's sword was embedded into his waist, before quickly wiping the expression away. The swordsman had managed to slip in that last attack by trading his sword from his right to his left hand at the very last second. That was impressive, Kirito. And sneaky too. Ha, thanks. You would have won if this was a real duel, however. It's almost certain yours would have been a crit. Meh, nonsense. You won fair and square. Won't happen next time, though. Both players grinned, and clapped hands. A victory was a victory, and the means by which it was achieved didn't matter. What was important was that Drifter had seen the path forward. Chapter 63, Gaining Momentum. In one of the secondary plazas of Archelon, on Aincrad's 5th floor, Drifter and Kirito grinned at each other. The spearmen may have lost their practice duel, but he wasn't at all put out. Drifter twirled his spear with practiced ease and sheathed it in his back. Kirito did the same with his sword. They were turning to talk to Asuna and Yuki, and ask their views on the duel, when a smattering of applause startled them. Looking around, the two fighters realized that, at some moment, they had unknowingly drawn quite a crowd with their duel. 24 players were watching, clapping, and discussing the fight. It was not every day that they had the chance to watch frontliners duel, much less in person. While Kirito shyly scratched his head, Drifter waved at the crowd. This was a good chance to promote their guild, not that they wanted any random person joining, but still, and, more importantly, to show anyone who still wasn't convinced of Kirito's innocence that he wasn't a beater, no matter what Kibu and his cronies called him. Thank you, everyone. There'll be a few more training duels between the Reavers in a few minutes, and you are welcome to watch. I wouldn't recommend betting, however. At least not on me. Our guild leader made quick work of me, as you all saw. Drifter chuckled at his own joke, prompting the crowd to mimic him. Kirito blushed and stammered a reply, which Drifter simply waved off. Then he turned to their guildmates. Well, Asuna and Yuki, are you up for it? Or do you have stage fright? The wink he sent in their direction dulled the edge in the question, and Asuna, always quick on the uptake, smiled and strode towards them. Yuki, of course, was just as excited as before, with not one bit of shyness. Drifter sat down on one of the many stone blocks that passed as benches in the plaza, watching as the two girls went at it. His mind, however, was on his own duel, as he tried to pinpoint what he had done wrong and how he could improve. To start with, he shouldn't have used a starting stance that displayed his intentions so clearly. It allowed Kirito to think of a countermeasure for it. Drifter had thought that, with his bigger reach, even if the swordsman knew his plan, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. The mobs never had. But then again, Kirito wasn't a mob, was he? That was probably his biggest mistake. He fought as if Kirito was a system-generated monster. He was only partially to blame for that, having never faced another player, but still, he should have thought of that. Thankfully he realized his error in a friendly duel, and not in a real battle. Back to his retrospective, Drifter thought he had dealt well with Drifter's first counterattack, but could have done better than trying to hit him with the blunt end of his spear. Sure, this was just a spar, but in a real combat situation, the blow would have been pretty ineffective. He also shouldn't have allowed Kirito to close the distance. He had the advantage of a longer weapon, he should capitalize on it. The kick, though. The kick was good. He could still see the moment Kirito's expression morphed into one of stunned surprise, never having seen it coming. Though all members of the original party had the martial arts skill as an afterthought, they had to take the new members of Reaver's Requiem to acquire it too and incorporated it in their fighting style. The unarmed skill still felt uncomfortable, so they rarely used it. This was one of two ideas of how Drifter could improve that he and Yuna had come up with during their late-night talk. They had come to the conclusion that diverting his attention to learning an entirely new skill would only do harm in the long run, and that it was better for him to focus on improving what he already knew. And that was his spear skills, and the martial arts skill. If he could take inspiration from the latter, his playstyle might see a massive overhaul, and for the better. As for the second idea they had come up with, Drifter still thought it was dumb, even though he was the one who first suggested. Deciding not to think about it now, he turned his gaze back to the duel. It was already winding down, with Asuna keeping Yuki on her back foot, as it was to be expected. He could already see that it was a matter of just a few more blows for one of the fencer's stabs to get through the purple-haired girl's guard. "Can we sit here?" Drifter looked up to the origin of the tingling voice, and saw a familiar face. Two big round eyes, light brown hair, and twin ponytails. The young teen he had met back when they just unlocked the third floor. Of course. Your name was Silica, right? You remember. Yes, I'm Silica, and this is my friend Valork. Scooting to the side, Drifter opened space for the excited girl to sit down, along with the older boy following her. Drifter glanced at him, the emerald green eyes catching his attention for a brief moment, and nodded a greeting before looking back at Silica. "Hi. And you made quite the impression, Silica. Your encouragement was very much appreciated. But what are you doing on the 5th floor? Sightseeing?" He didn't think Silica could fight on this floor. Rather, he didn't want her to be fighting on this floor. She was much too young to be amongst the clearers. But the young girl dashed his hopes when she giggled. "Nope. I and Valor can already deal with 4th floor labyrinth mobs, so we thought we would try our hand at the 5th floor. Drifter snapped a quick glance at the green-eyed boy, trying to see what he thought of Silica's statement. But the player kept an unreadable expression. Worried, Drifter looked back at the ongoing duel. Now it was Kirito versus Yuki, to try and compose his next words. He knew they might hurt the duo, but better that than learning that they died later. "Silica and Valork, I appreciate the effort you are making to clear SAO. I really do. But every floor we go up, it only gets harder. More dangerous. We know, but we can't just do nothing when you are fighting for us. Not to mention, we are also fighting for ourselves." For the first time, Valork spoke. Contrary to Silica's excitable and somewhat hurt tone, his voice was calm and stern. Drifter could see why he was wearing a full set of heavy metal armor. His temperament really suited that of a tank. But Drifter powered on, despite their objections. "Like I said, we appreciate the sentiment, Silica. But trying to conquer a new floor is different than grinding in the ones below. We never know what to expect, and your lives will be in danger, much more danger than normal, that is, with every step you take in uncharted territory. We can." Drifter raised a hand to interrupt the teen. It spoke loads of the respect a frontliner commanded that she stop talking immediately, even though it was obvious she wanted to rebut his claims. "We lost 17 clearers on the 4th floor, Silica. 4 of them because they met a field boss no one had any idea existed. They didn't stand a chance. And if you become clearers, what happened to them goes from being an unfortunate accident to being a hazard of the job, and even a very real possibility. Think about that, please. You are far too young to take on this kind of responsibility. We aren't much younger than you. And almost all of Reaver's Requiem is just a couple of years older than us. Why can they fight, but we can't? We just want to help, Drifter. And above all else, we want to get out of this hell. Drifter heaved a sigh, and held his head with his hands. I can't really argue with that, Valork. But Silica. Look, this is going to be insensitive and you are probably going to hate me, but you are what? 12, 13? 12. Silica mumbled, looking down at the ground. She could imagine what Drifter was about to say, and didn't like it. 12. Barely a teenager. That's too young to be risking your life on the front lines. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have my guildmates doing it either. Don't tell them I said that, or Asuna and Yuna are gonna hit me. Silica laughed dryly at his joke, without knowing it was actually the truth. Drifter too smiled sadly. But even the youngest of the Reavers is 2 years older than you, Silica. In our circumstances, not only I can't control them, but the frontliners can't afford to lose them. Us. I can't. I won't put you in their position. That's not your choice to make. It's ours. Before Silica could answer, Valork did it for her. Drifter stared at the emerald green eyes for a long while, before rubbing his face with his hand in resignation. No, it isn't. But I would hate myself for the rest of my life if I let you go now and something happened to you. Asuna! Come over here for a sec. Even though it was unintentional, Valork and Silica were guilt-tripping Drifter into accepting it. And it worked, much to his chagrin. What's it, Drifter? The fencer approached them and greeted the 2 other players, recognizing Silica just like Drifter did. The spearman nodded towards them. After duels are over, think we could take them for a field trip? They want to become clearers, and I'm trying to convince them that it is a bad idea, but they used logic on me, and you know I can't do that. What? But you are too young, Silica. Error. No offense. Before the girl with ponytails could embark on the same argument she just had with Drifter, he stopped both of them. I already tried to tell her that, Asuna. Since it didn't work, I thought we might take them to level in one of the zones Sinan and the others mapped. That way, it will at the very least be somewhat safer than the 2 of them on their own or with randoms. They've got 2 people, we've got 4. A closed party. Asuna stared at him for a minute, her face scrunched up, before her expression eased. She knew Drifter wasn't the kind of guy who would play with the lives of others, so it only took her a few moments to realize that what he wanted was to show Silica and Valork how dangerous the front line was, so they would give up becoming clearers. All right. We can do that. Not much later, the improvised party found themselves in one of the 5th floor's many catacombs. Those dungeon-like maps were the perfect place to scare someone away from the front lines, Drifter thought. Cramped, dark, gloomy, with general mobs like skeleton soldiers and mummies. Not that it was working. Silica, while a little more jumpy than normal, seemed almost ecstatic at the idea of farming experience with the famous Reaver's Requiem. Valork, on the other hand, barely had a change in expression. Drifter wasn't sure if it was because he truly wasn't feeling any different, or if he was just really good at keeping a poker face. And, Drifter had to admit, they weren't bad players. An odd duo certainly, but somehow they made it work. Silica was a dagger user, but unlike Sinan, who only used her blade as a last resort, it was clear the ponytail girl had poured a lot of time and effort into her fighting style. She utilized her small frame well, dodging under the swipes of moldy mummies and humid mummies. Drifter was still trying to decide which of those was grosser and attacking their joints, aiming for a crippled status effect. Valork was the exact opposite of his partner. He was tall, almost at Drifter's height, not that he was exactly a giant, but Valork was still just 15. The player was also, as Drifter had noticed before, donning a complete set of heavy armor. His weapon of choice was a bit surprising. He was only the second player Drifter had ever seen using a tower shield. It was damn useful, though. Drifter stabbed a mummy through the right side of its chest by thrusting his weapon over Valor's shoulder, noticing as the player stumbled back a little from a swat of the mob. Just like he thought, Valor and Silica's level weren't quite high enough to be on the 5th floor yet, but his skilled use of his shield and her nimble reflexes made up for a portion of the lacking numbers. Kirito, Asuna, and Yuki were also beginning to see that their plan to discourage Silica was going down the drain quickly. They were debating what to do when a new message popped up in the guild chat, and they forgot everything else. After glancing at the message, Drifter burst forth with action, jumping past Valor with a snake bite, followed by martial arts, brick break, horizontal arc, vertical, martial arts, high kick, sting, and double tap. He took 2 hits in the process, having forsaken defense in favor of an explosive offensive, but quickly finished off the mob, leaving behind a gaping Silica and a Valor who was for the first time showing some kind of emotion. The spearman didn't pay attention to them, as he was too occupied looking through the guild chat. Sinan, we've got trouble. 2 players discussing PK. Nautilus, one of them is the guy who Kirito fought. Sinan, they saw us. Sinan, the bastards ambushed us with a group of mobs. Sinan, we need help right now. Yuna, come fast. The messages stopped there, presumably because their friends entered combat state. Drifter, Kirito, and Asuna quickly sent messages asking how they were, but received no answer. It was only because they could see in the guild tab that all of them were live and in the green that they weren't panicking. We need to go. Chapter 64, Plans in the Dark. Drifter was running like he had never run before. Any mob he came across was utterly demolished by the combined efforts of him and his guildmates, barely slowing them down. There was no way 5th floor mobs should be this easy to kill, but desperation was pushing them to break their limits. Drifter had never felt like that before. It was like he could see better, move better, react better, fight better. Because he needed to. Because if he didn't, his friends might die. Snarling, Drifter stabbed through the head of a vengeful wraith, following up with 2 normal slashes before pushing the mob towards Yuki, who decapitated it. Nearby, Kirito and Asuna worked together to dispatch a human mummy. Drifter didn't even pause his steps after dealing with the pair of mobs. He simply chugged down a health potion and continued running. His map was open in his HUD, and he could see that they were getting closer to their guildmates. A quick glance, however, showed that Ran, Merida, Liz, and Nautilus were all in the yellow. Even as he watched, another large chunk of the boy's HP vanished, leaving him dangerously close to the red zone. No! No, 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 no. Turning a corner and barreling through cobwebs, Drifter finally saw his friends. He didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief when discovering they were all still alive, albeit barely. No! Drifter immediately threw himself into the fight. Nautilus, Yuna, Sinan, Liz, Merida, and Ran were surrounded by over a dozen mobs. Drifter stabbed the one closest to him, a skeleton, in the back without hesitation. The mob roared, which should have been impossible for a skeleton, but Drifter wasn't questioning it. Without stopping, he swept the monster away, smashing into 2 others in the process, and clearing a path for his party, and wasn't he surprised to see that Silica and Valor were still following them to go through. They immediately created a circle, putting their guildmates in the middle so they could rest and recover. With another quick glance to, once again, reassure himself that they were okay, Drifter's gaze was caught by Yuna. The songstress hadn't stopped playing her music even for a second, but her eyes conveyed her gratitude and relief. He smiled at her before turning back to the mobs. Not a word was spoken between the 2 parties during this entire time. They were all alive, and that was enough. Asking needless, even if emphatic, questions wasn't as important as eliminating the threats. A title sequence saw 2 mobs blasted away from him, and a normal diagonal slash killed off one of their attackers. Drifter was focusing more on crowd control than damage, but he wouldn't say no to an easy kill. Behind him and a little to the left, Valak had positioned himself in such a way that he could shield both Liz and Nautilus at the same time. The two players were the ones who suffered the most damage, due to their role as tanks. Drifter was focused on the fight, so he didn't see the surprised faces of his guildmates at the two unknown additions to their group. He also didn't hear their soft exclamations, and even if he had, he couldn't turn around now. Taking a big step forward, Drifter used both of his hands to hold the very edge of his spear, and spun his body a full 360 degrees. If he had done that in real life, there was no doubt the weapon would have slipped his grip and been sent flying, but as it was part of a skill, tornado, he managed to retain his hold. The three mobs he hit weren't so much cut as they were smashed away, as if struck by a giant baseball bat. Drifter pressed on the attack by immediately stabbing the downed monsters while they were defenseless. He would also have loved to continue to use a few martial arts skills here and there, but this battle was too crucial for him to try something he wasn't yet proficient in. Ugh! To his left, Asuna groaned when a vengeful wraith managed to get a hit in, but she didn't slow down as she pierced the mob with a flourish and shattered it. During a temporary lull in the combat, Drifter took a look around. Over a dozen mobs had been too much for Sinan's party to defeat, but with their addition, plus the fact the archer and the others had managed to more or less injure all the monsters before they arrived, they were making quick work of the creatures. To his and everyone's relief, it seemed like they would make it through this more or less unscathed. Immediately after he thought that, Drifter felt like slapping himself. By now, he should know better than to tempt fate like that. Luckily, it seemed like his error went unpunished. With each mob they killed, the pressure on the group lessened considerably, especially when Nautilus, Liz, and the others healed up and rejoined the fight. 10 minutes later, it was all over. Apart from Nautilus, whose health had dropped to the red right before reinforcements arrived, everyone else had only gotten as low as yellow. Still, for many of them this was the first time coming so close to death. Ran, Merida, Yuki, Liz, and, to an extent, Sinan, Valak, and Silica were all somewhat shocked. They collapsed as soon as the last mummy was killed, trembling. Drifter looked at his friends on the ground, and then glanced at those still standing. Yuna and Nautilus he understood. They had not only come close to it, but seen death before. Drifter himself had no less than 3 close calls in which he was a literal finger flick away from dying. And Kirito's disposition didn't surprise him. He had always known something had happened to the black-haired boy before they met. He just never pried, and never will. Drifter saw a kindred soul in him. Asuna's calmness, however, was somewhat of a shock. She had been quiet and shy when they first met, but now she was a cheerful and outspoken girl. He really couldn't associate her with someone who showed only this level of reaction to close brushes with death. Drifter knew this wasn't something one was born with, but something that came from experiencing it. Walking over to Yuna, Drifter squeezed her arm softly for a moment, and she smiled back at him. Tired, but safe. Another glance at Nautilus had the ash-haired boy nodding at him. His shoulders sagged with relief. How are you feeling? Kirito strode over to Ran and Merida, who were closest to him, and helped them up. The two girls nodded gratefully, still dry-heaving. We'll be fine. You saved us. Thanks. I'm sure you would have managed just fine on your own. Merida scoffed, and the others laughed. They knew better than anyone whether they would have made it or not. But this wasn't a subject anyone wanted to dwell on. Liz tilted her head towards Valak and Silica. And thanks to you too, strangers. Who are you, by the way? While Asuna and Yuki launched in a quick introduction and explanation of who the duo was, Drifter and Kirito walked over to Sinan. Heya, Sinan. How's your first time as party leader? Having fun? The archer ignored Drifter, and gave the two of them a morose eyebrow raise, which was, to them, the best assurance she was okay. Kirito smiled. Could you make some sense of the messages you sent us? It sounds like a lot has happened in a short time. You tell me. If I get my hands on the fucking bastards who? Language! Everyone chuckled at the enraged Asuna, who was glaring at Sinan for the curse. Sinan just raised her hands above her head in mock fear, which incited more laughter. Starting from the beginning, we were farming not far from here when a sly shrew-man took Merida's weapon. Sly shrew-man? Sinan nodded tiredly. Yeah. Probably the most annoying mob I've ever seen, and will ever see in SAO. They have basically zero attack, defense, and HP, but they are fast, and if they touch you they can steal any item you are currently equipped with. It wasn't just Drifter who cursed Kaiba after hearing that quietly, of course, so Asuna wouldn't hear and scold them. A mob who stole people's equipment was every player's nightmare. We managed to hunt it down and kill it, and Merida got her sword back. Just as we were about to continue mapping, we heard people talking. We decided to take a look, see if it was anyone we knew. And it was. Just not someone we wanted to see. Yuna cut in at this moment, her voice low and angry. Nautilus and Sinan both had dark expressions too. One of them was that player who tried to murder Kirito in the duel. All those not in the know gasped when they heard the word murder. Especially Silica. To her young mind, the thought that someone might want to kill another player was simply unbelievable. Drifter gestured that he would explain later, though, and told Sinan to carry on with her story. When we saw that it was him, we hid. Seeing as he was clearly a crazy psychopath last time, I thought we might want to know what he was planning. I've got no idea why he and his friend would be talking here instead of through messages. But I didn't want to pass up the chance. What about the other player, the one he was talking with? Did you recognize them? No, they were both using cloaks. Long story short, we were still spying on them when two skeletons spawned behind us, and we had to fight them. They discovered us, but instead of simply running away, the assholes lured in more mobs. The rest you know. This time even Asuna couldn't chastise Sinan for her language, as she was too angry at the would-be murderers to care. What about what they were planning? Did you manage to hear what it was? Yes. But it's frontline related. The archer glanced at Valork and Silica. To be completely honest, she didn't trust them. Not that she thought they were in cohorts with the two players, but she didn't want what she now knew to spread. Kirito threw their two new friends an apologetic grimace, but didn't tell Sinan to talk. Sorry, Silica, Valork. I know you helped us a lot, and that you deserve just as much credit as us for saving them, more, even, considering you didn't have any reason to, but this is for guild members only. Sorry. No, don't be, Kirito. We understand completely. Maybe one day when we join the frontliners you can tell us, if it's still important. Silica shook her head from one side to the other, while Valork just nodded silently. Kirito, Asuna, and Sinan all let out sighs of relief. While the first two didn't know what it was that had Sinan so worried, they were glad Silica and Valork didn't feel hurt by the fact they were excluding them. After seeing what I saw today, I'm sure it won't take too long, Silica. Though I don't like having to admit it since I still think you are too young for this, no one can deny you have the potential. Both of you do. Silica beamed at him, and Drifter smiled back. He also patted her silent partner on the shoulder twice before turning to his guild leader. We should probably go back, Kirito. This was excitement enough for one day, I think. Agreed. Let's go. And we need to get Argo. She will be useful in this. Kirito nodded to Sinan, and then smiled wryly. Better start emptying our pockets then. I have a feeling this won't be cheap. 45 minutes later, the Reavers were back on the surface, and crowding Drifter's room for no reason other than it being the first in the corridor. They all agreed it was better to hear Sinan's story behind the privacy of an inn's walls, since she was being too cautious about it. Silica and Valork had bid them farewell after they returned to Carlin, and the Reavers had promised to grind with them again some other time. Hello! How are y'all? Oh! It really is y'all. Like, in all of ya. Argo burst into the room shouting, before coming to a halt as she saw that, indeed, the entirety of Reaver's Requiem was bunched up in the room. Hey, Argo. We need you to be serious right now, please. Okay? The info broker saw all the long faces and saw down on the spot that had been left vacant for her. Once she was comfortable, Kirito looked at their resident archer. "Sinan, do you mind?" The girl shook her head and quickly recounted her entire tale, minus what the two players had actually discussed. By the end of it, Argo was sitting with her back straight, all business. "I can see why that would have y'all spooked. But what's it that the two bastards said that requires all this secrecy?" Sinan looked over to her guild leader. She had already told the rest of her guild what it was before Argo arrived, and they agreed to let Kirito be the one to tell the info broker. The boy sighed. According to Sinan, they were discussing the last attack bonus of this floor's boss. "Do you remember it, Argo?" "Yeah, of course." "Shit! How did we forget about that, Kibu?" "How did I forget?" Argo jumped up from her seat and started pacing in the very crowded room, pulling at her hair. It was only when Drifter took her by the shoulders and forced her to sit back down that she stopped cursing and mumbling. "We all have a lot on our plate, little rat. And Kaiba made so many changes to the beta that it's normal you two forgot about it. But this is something we cannot leave up to chance, which is why you are here." Right. So the two of them were talking about the flag. "What about it, specifically?" Kirito took a deep breath, his expression grim. "They want to use it to incite a war between the DKB and ALS. Chapter 65, Last Attack Bonus. Drifter watched as Argo paced around the room, shooting questions at Kirito at times, and answering what the swordsman asked in turn. Unfortunately, their brainstorming session on how to avoid a player war wasn't going too well. This had all started when Sinan was leading a portion of the Reavers to grind, and found two players hatching an evil plot. As dumb and childish as it sounded, that was the truth. Argo didn't even need to hear the whole story to understand what the problem was, though they forced her to calm down afterwards. Now that Sinan was finished, however, the info broker had gone back to pacing and cursing. Drifter didn't blame her. He felt like doing the same. Apparently, in the beta there was a very broken item, which led to many complaints against the beta testers because of how unbalanced it was. That item was called Flag of Valor, and it was the last attack bonus of the 5th floor boss. From what Kirito and Argo said, the flag gave a guild-wide buff that literally doubled every player's attack. When Drifter first heard that, he snorted, thinking Kirito was joking. The serious expression on his guild leader's face, however, told him that was not the case. Such a broken item actually existed in the beta. And very possibly it still existed now, seeing as this floor was virtually unchanged. Worse yet, the two conspirators also knew about the flag. And they were planning on using that knowledge to incite a war between the Aincrad Liberation Squad led by Kibu and the Dragon Knights Brigade led by Lind, by having the guild that didn't get the item attack the other for it. Kirito, Argo, I get this flag is broken and that everyone will want to have it, but isn't thinking that Kibu or Lind would kill others because of it a little too. I dunno, out of this world? They may be idiots and hot-headed, but even they won't go that far, right? It's not them that I doubt, Asuna. But from what Sinan overheard, the player I dueled is in one of those guilds, the ALS or DKB. But listen and tell me you can't picture this. The raid's over, everyone's tired and still full of adrenaline. Someone got the Flag of Valor, probably Lind or Kibu simply by virtue of the size of their guilds. They get in an argument about who should keep it, how is it unfair if the other gets it, and whatnot. They are yelling and shouting, and you know they will, and suddenly that spy attacks someone from the other guild. Maybe even kills them. From there, it's just a matter of anyone retaliating to start a battle. I'm not saying they will all try to kill each other, but there's a very real possibility someone dies, and, whether that happens or not, the frontliners will be completely divided. Shattered. Asuna and pretty much everyone else but Argo and Drifter looked back at Kirito, horrified. Rand spluttered for a response. This. What kind of sick person does that? Why would anyone do that? It would completely nullify our efforts. We will never beat SAO if that happens. And that's probably what they want. What? The grim look on Kirito and Argo's faces told Drifter they had arrived at the same conclusion. The spearman felt his stomach lurching, but resisted the urge to throw up. What do you mean, Drifter? The player got up, and paced around for a few steps much like Argo, just silently. Finally, after what felt to the others like a decade, he started speaking. SAO is not a kind world. I'm sure all of you know that. And I think all the players can be divided into 3 categories. There are those who hide and never leave the safe zones, they are the majority. Then, there are those who decided to fight against SAO, to get stronger. To escape. We're included in that group, and I'd like to believe SAO brought out the best in us, even though it's under the worst possible circumstances. And what is the 3rd category? Before answering, Drifter directed a long and heavy gaze at Yuna and Nautilus. Both of them nodded back gravely, knowing what he was asking. The 3rd category is a minority of players who saw in Sword Art Online an opportunity. An opportunity to let their twisted desires run free. They saw in SAO a world where they could do whatever they want, things they would never do outside, without laws or rules to stop them. Me, Yuna, and Nautilus, that is, know that. Personally. What? What do you mean? What happened? Drifter took a deep breath. This was a large step, one he hoped to never have to take. But he trusted his guild members, his friends, with his life. He could trust them with his darkest secret, which, until now, only 3 other people knew, 2 of which had been right there with him when it happened. At least, he hoped. 2 weeks after SAO started, we were exploring the labyrinth on the 1st floor. Back then, it was just Yuna, Nautilus, and me. We got into a bad situation, kobolds spawning all around us. We were hurt and tired, but we could still manage it. Until 2 other players appeared, being chased by even more mobs. The spearman paused. Argo had quietly walked over to him and taken his hand in hers. He smiled down at the info broker. Even though we were in a tight spot ourselves, we tried to help. But one of them died before they reached us, and the other went into hiding as soon as we engaged the mobs. Tried to transfer the aggro to us, and ditch. He vaguely heard several people gasp in shock, but Drifter's mind was already someplace else, reliving that memory he saw almost every night already. We were going to die, and I made a decision. Threw my spear at him, even got an orange cursor for a day. I broke his hiding, and the kobolds aggroed back onto him. I grabbed Nott and Yun and ran. Left him behind, and refused to look back. When he finished, Drifter sat back down. Yuna and Nautilus both wrapped an arm around him, and Argo had never let go of his hand. Taking comfort in their presence, Drifter found the courage to look up. His guildmates were looking at him, at them, since Yuna and Nautilus were just as much a part of it as he was, some crying. Drifter felt tempted to look away, unable to bear the pity he saw in their eyes, but forced himself to stare back, searching for any trace of loathing, disgust, or fear. He didn't find any. I went through something similar. Before anyone could say anything, Kirito spoke up, taking the focus off of Drifter. The spearman would have been glad, if not for the dark connotations of the swordsman's words. Before he knew it, Argo had left his side, and was standing with Kirito. With me, it was way before I met all of you, when I was still solo. A player tried to use mobs to kill me, so he could get my anneal blade. I did almost the same as you, Drifter. He died too. The room was immersed in a depressed silence for the next several minutes as the until then innocent members of Reaver's Requiem realized that SAO was a lot darker than they ever imagined. And then there was the murder attempt in the duel. Point is, there are players out there who don't want SAO to be beaten. To them, here is a place where they can do all kinds of horrible things they don't dare to do outside. What? What can we do? Argo broke the silence, but it was Drifter who answered Yuki's whispered question. About them? Nothing. Nothing unless you are willing to go full vigilante and become a red player. What? No! I would never. Never thought you would, Yuki. I'm just saying there's little we can do to stop that third group of players I mentioned. Besides, I don't think there are many of them, and they are opportunistic, like what happened to Kirito. So we don't give them chances. But in regards to the two scumbags Shinchan and the others overheard, there's something that can be done, Yu-chan. We gotta make sure their plot fails. How? The question stumped Argo. While the info broker thought, it was Liz who spoke up. We have to get the flag ourselves, obviously. Yeah, but that would have Kibu up in arms on a whole other crusade about Kirito being a beater and corrupting us. Then we have to come up with a way to convince him. Ha! Fat chance. Kibu's more likely to leave the front lines and become a baker than to believe anything we say. Yuna snarked, but she was right. The 11 players spent the next hour discussing possible solutions and outcomes, but none of them resulted in a perfect or even remotely good resolution. For now, Drifter firmly believed the best choice was for Reaver's Requiem to get the last attack bonus. He would be the first to admit that this thought was fueled by a little selfishness and greed, but he truly thought it was better than the alternative, which was for the ALS and DKB to break off relations completely, and that was the best-case scenario. Sure, if they went with that plan, the Reavers would become even more pariahs than they already were, but in the end the Flag of Valor would have to end up in one guild's hands. It wasn't like the item could be passed around. Actually, why not? Drifter suddenly had an epiphany, and a huge grin that didn't fit the mood of the room spread through his face. There is a way. Drifter interrupted Nautilus and Ran, who were arguing about something. They stopped and looked at him intently, and Drifter was once again surprised by how much trust he could see in his guildmate's eyes. He repeated, and expanded on his thought. There is a way. We win the last attack bonus, but instead of holding onto it, we give it to someone else, a third party. As he spoke, Drifter turned to look at Argo, who quickly caught onto his meaning and showed a doubtful expression. Me? Why would you give the flag to me, Dri-boo? 'Cause we trust you, little rat. More importantly, everybody trusts you. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone amongst the frontliners whose hide hasn't been saved at least once thanks to the intel you provide. But what good would the Flag of Valor do in Argo's hand? No offense, Argo. None taken, Merchan. I'm actually quite curious about that myself. I know we're trying to avoid infighting and all, but the flag only works on guilds, and, in case it slipped your mind, Dri-boo, I'm guildless. Leaving it with me would be a waste. Right you are, little rat. Drifter nodded in agreement to the statement, causing the info broker to choke and glare at him. Seeing the confused looks on the faces of the others, he smirked and ruffled Argo's hair. But that's where my devious plan comes in. Just like we switch who leads the raid, we can switch which guild has the flag for the boss battles. But if we simply give the flag to anyone, it's more likely than not that, at some moment, someone would refuse to give it back. And that's when you come in, little rat. You are, as you put, unattached. If you are the owner of the flag, you can join the guild leading the raid just before it starts, and then leave immediately after. As all the frontliners trust you, and, more importantly, are dependent on you, they might complain and whine a bit, but in the end they will accept it. Drifter wasn't sure if he should be offended by the gasps of surprise and admiration from the others, but he raised his nose proudly in a mock-haughty stance. Argo grinned mischievously in response. "You are right, Dri-boo. That's positively devious. Let's do it." Chapter 66 Colossus. Kikuka Seijiru was not having a good day. He had just received a call from the hospital saying that a patient was showing unusual levels of activity. That was code for the patient is fighting for their life. Worse yet, this was a SAO player who usually didn't show such high levels of activity, and that combination of factors was, more often than not, followed by death. By the time he reached the hospital, almost running past the reception after flashing his work pass to the woman in charge, it was too late. Not that it would have changed anything even if he was on time. The room was silent when he entered, a doctor and 2 nurses standing next to a bed upon which a middle-aged man lay. Seijiru could see their pain, anger, sadness, and resignation, amidst a myriad other emotions, in the way the doctor and nurses clenched their fists and silently sobbed. They probably felt even more helplessness than him, considering their profession. A quick glance at the monitor showed only flat lines, and the nerve gear had already been taken off, and was placed at the bedside table. Seijiru took off his glasses and rested his head in his hands. They had almost made 24 hours without any deaths, which would have been a new record in the SAO case unit. The frequency of player deaths has been falling over the last few weeks, which Kikuka considered a huge victory, not that he had contributed anything to it. No one had, but the players themselves. Family? Divorced, with 2 daughters, both already of age. We already contacted the last 2. The ex-wife wasn't mentioned on any of our files nor ever stopped to visit, so we didn't call her. Seijiru nodded slowly to show that he acknowledged their course of action. In his head, he started going over what he would say when the man's family arrived. He knew it wouldn't be enough. It never was. Drifter felt oddly calm when he stood in front of the huge doors leading to the boss room of the 5th floor. Considering what was at stake, he should have been even more anxious than normal, but that wasn't the case. His guildmates didn't share his state of mind. They kept throwing cautious and not just a little anxious glances in the direction of the DKB and ALS, unconsciously trying to figure out who amongst them was the wannabe murderer. Drifter, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as worried, mainly because they had a more pressing concern, which was to make sure Reaver's Requiem got the last attack bonus. If they didn't, their plan would fall apart before it even took form. His attention was drawn away from the square doors when a boisterous group arrived. Drifter felt a smile spreading through his lips. With a few large steps, he was in front of the Legend Braves, grinning widely. "About time you came back, Orlando." "It's good to be back, Drifter." The 2 men laughed and hugged each other. Then, Drifter proceeded to greet the other Braves, while his own guild approached, those who knew Orlando and the others enthusiastically hugging them, those who didn't being introduced. Drifter was genuinely happy the Legend Braves were back on the front lines. He didn't see Neza with them, but he was already aware that Argo was working the poor man haggard as her assistant. While the ranged help he could provide would be missed, just having Orlando, Chuchulain, Enkidu, Gilgamesh, and Beowulf would bolster their strength by a not insignificant amount. "Oi, Kirito? That's you, right?" While they waited for the strategy meeting and subsequent raid to start, Drifter, Orlando, Beowulf, and Sinan were chatting. It was during one of the lulls in the conversation that the spearman heard someone calling Kirito, and looked over his shoulder to see a red-haired man hesitantly call the guild leader, who was engaged in a discussion about sword techniques with Ran, Yuki, and Chuchulain. "Klein?" There was a note of incredulity in Kirito's voice, but, more than that, Drifter detected an undertone of sorrow. He knew the swordsman far too well not to. And he wasn't the only one. From the corner of his eye, Drifter saw Asuna subtly going closer to Kirito. "It's really you, man. I mean, I already knew that, with the broadcasts and all, but I just wanted to make sure. You are really impressive, you know that?" "Aw, thanks. But, what are you doing here?" If they didn't want others to eavesdrop on them, Klein shouldn't have started this conversation here. Drifter nodded to his friends, not even trying to hide from Orlando and Beowulf that he was listening in on Kirito's conversation. "Joining the assault team, what else?" "Really?" "Yup. Argo the rat gave us the all-clear too." The red-headed player, Klein, grinned, and Drifter could already see he was one of those people with a happy-go-lucky attitude. Which was good. The frontliners could use more people like him, especially since Argo was the one who suggested them. Ever since that party died on the 4th floor, fighting Biceps Archelon, Argo had taken it upon herself to collect intel on potential clearers and frontliners, and evaluate them. Those she considered skilled enough to become clearers would get the go-ahead, those she didn't, were gently told they should train a little more on the lower floors. Argo couldn't control their decisions or whether they would listen to her advice or not, but this was pretty much all she could do to avoid needless deaths. As for frontliners, the criteria were a lot more strict. You couldn't simply walk up and say you wanted to join the assault team. Each guild, each party in it had very specific roles doing boss raids, and if anyone failed, it could and would cause a catastrophic domino effect. They couldn't risk it. For now, there were only two ways of joining the frontliners: getting a recommendation from Argo or one of the guild leaders, or approaching the assault team for a test. Well, if Argo vouched for them, Drifter wasn't going to question it. The info broker had a far better eye for talent than he ever did. Besides, after the initial tension, Kirito seemed to be truly happy to see Klein, and that was enough for the spearman. His guild leader deserved all the friends he could get, especially after the whole beater bullshit. Drifter, Kibu's calling. Looks like it's time for your briefing. The spearman groaned, but Yuna just jabbed him in the ribs and fixed him with a stern glare. With no choice, Drifter walked to the front of the assault team, where Kibu, who would lead the raid, was waiting. Like it had been agreed back on the third floor, the Reavers became responsible for completing the Elf War campaign and uncovering as many clues about the floor boss as they possibly could. They had done just that, and bid farewell to Kismel yesterday, after the Dark Elf helped them ask the leading NPC of the Dark Elf faction on this floor about the Guardian. Kirito, using the annoyingly logical argument that he was a vice-guild leader, had delegated the role of explaining everything to the rest of the assault team to Drifter. After Kibu called, more like shouted, for everyone's attention and made a little speech, he passed the metaphorical mic to Drifter. The spearman made a quick head count: 68 people, more than he was expecting. Luckily he wasn't as shy as Kirito. Let's get straight into it. The boss is called Fuscus the Vacant Colossus. For those who care about background, he is an ancient mechanical construct left behind by dwarves. The boss had two phases, the hard one, and the harder one. The joke earned him a few dry chuckles, and Drifter smiled at his guildmates, who were shaking their heads in exasperation. If they didn't want him to make lame jests, they shouldn't have pushed the job onto him. You'll notice the boss room is slightly different than the others we came across. There will be a bunch of lines crisscrossing the floor, which you have to pay attention to. During the first phase, the Colossus will be just a giant floating head that can shoot lasers. Yes, you heard me, it can fire lasers from its eyes. But the thing you really should focus on are those lines I mentioned. Whenever part of them starts to shine, it means one of the hidden limbs of the boss will strike. Fuscus' head has nearly impenetrable defense, so we have to concentrate our attack on the limbs. He paused to see if everyone was following. They were. Second phase is simpler, but more dangerous. All the parts of the boss will merge to form a body. Mobile, high defense, obnoxiously high attack, and it can still shoot lasers. Based on the last 4 floor bosses. We should also be expecting some kind of AoE attack, but we don't have any idea of what form it will take, so keep your eyes open. That's about all we got, Kibu. Floor's yours. Kibu nodded and explained their tactics. By now, the frontliners already knew the drill, but even so, many were still nervous. The new additions, like Klein and his guild Furinkazan, were understandably on edge. The red-headed player unsheathed his katana, licking his lips nervously. His guildmates, Dale, Harry One, Issen, Kinemits, and Dynam, were equally jumpy, their grip on their weapons leaving them white-knuckled. Drifter saw Kirito pat Klein on the shoulder and say something which made the other guild leader laugh quietly. On his end, Drifter made the rounds around his friends, confirming Reaver's Requiem was ready. As if that was ever in doubt. Lifting his spear, Drifter cautiously followed the tanks into the boss room. They had yet to be ambushed by a floor boss, but Drifter wouldn't put it past Kaiba, despite the man's flair for dramatic entrances. He also let out a sigh of relief when he saw the seemingly random lines on the floor. Kismel's intel was, once again, proved reliable. He didn't even jump when a gigantic stone head floated up from the ground, a horrendous expression carved in it. With a booming sound, the entire room lit up and the head came to life. Shining eyes locked onto the players, who, having been forewarned, scurried to get out of the path of the incoming laser beams. It was an impressive sight of destruction, pun intended. Drifter chuckled to himself, more to abate the sudden bout of nervousness that overcame him than anything. A little detail Kismol had either left out or, more likely, didn't know, was that the lasers left a trail of molten ground on their wake, effectively dividing the room and the assault team in two. Drifter had no doubt that stepping on the burning ground would be painful, nor did he have any wish to test that theory. Before he could go down that train of thought, a cluster of lines a few meters to his left started shining, right in the middle of one of the smaller guilds. The players, an agility-focused party, jumped out of the way just in time for an enormous stone leg to rise from the ground and stomp the area where they just were, creating a small shockwave. After missing its attack, the foot stood still. Drifter, never one to let an opportunity like that go by, launched a comet break at the limb, sending shards flying. That was the wrong move. Immediately after he hit it, the leg sunk back into the ground before anyone else could land a blow on it, the boss having lost only a single % of the first of 5 HP bars. Drifter yelled, "Time your attacks, it vanishes straight after it's hit." Thuskus the vacant colossus roared and fired another laser. This time, the raid party was split into 3 groups. Drifter didn't like where this was going. "Kirito, the attacks are too random. There's no pattern." "Yeah, I noticed." "Kibu, we need to change strategies." From the other side of the room, where the ALS was attacking an arm that had appeared, the cactus-haired player turned his head and glared at Kirito. "What do you want, beater? If this goes on, we'll all be separated before long. We have to prepare. We need to switch party compositions, each one needs at least 1 tank." Kibu growled and looked like he wanted to retort, but he knew Kirito was right. The frontliners had split their parties according to which class they were playing. All tanks were more or less together, all pole, axe, and spear users too, and dagger and sword users by themselves. This way, each of them could play their roles better. This also worked because most bosses had a clear aggro list. But not Thuskus. The floor boss kept dividing them, and if this went on, each party would soon become stranded on their own little island. And, without a more diverse composition, the light-armored players would be left defenseless when the limbs of the boss struck. By the time Kibu gave the orders, the Reavers had already evenly split into 2 groups. The first was Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, and Asuna. The second was Sinan, Yuki, Ran, Merida, and Liz. Watching as Thuskus the vacant colossus fired another laser, this time mercifully in the other direction from where they were standing, Drifter tightened his grip on his spear. This wasn't going to be an easy battle. Chapter 67, Uncovering Secrets. Drifter grunted when Thuskus the vacant colossus' disembodied hand smashed into his side even after he attempted to block it with his spear. While he wasn't quite sent flying, Drifter stumbled a few meters before toppling down. Curling his body, he transitioned into a roll and immediately jumped up, missing a third of his health but just as ready to fight as before. One thing you learned quickly in SAO was to never stay down for longer than it was necessary. He needn't have worried so much in this case, however, as the boss had already been beaten back by his party. Drifter nodded to them and looked around with a frown. The difficulty of this battle wasn't so much in the floor boss itself as it was in how compact the battlefield was becoming. Everywhere he looked, smoldering trails of molten rock split the room into countless sections, each smaller than the last. The good news was that the trail left behind by the lasers fired by the boss head did disappear or cool down after a while. The bad news was that the rate at which this happened was much slower than the frequency of the lasers, not to mention the annoying burning dot effect some players had unluckily discovered. Now, with still 2 health bars to go, the assault team was split into over a dozen different parties, and with increasingly less room to maneuver. Had it not been for Kirito's early demand to change party composition to something more balanced, they would have started to see casualties already. A scowl took Drifter's face as he watched a giant stone leg appear a few meters away from him and send Liz bowling over, right into Yuki and Ran. The 3 fell in a mess of tangled bodies, while Sinan and Merida made a token effort to hit the limb, more worried about their friends than doing damage. The Reavers had a few precious brief moments of respite after that, as the boss went after the other players. Drifter cradled his spear in his arms and panted. The fight was dragging on for longer than anyone thought it would. Arg! This is so annoying. As much as he agreed with Asuna, there was nothing they could do, nor any ingenious improvisation Drifter could pull off this time. Maybe he could throw his spear at the Colossus' head repeatedly, he had gotten quite good at that, but the damage would be laughable. That thought bothered Drifter more than he would like to admit. He knew it had to be possible. There was a skill for throwing javelins, why couldn't there be one for spears? Sure, he knew they weren't the same, and that he was disregarding the different types of spears, but this was, after all, a game set in a fantastic world of floating castles, elves, and monsters. Surely there had to be some leeway. Drifter had even told Argo about how it was possible to retrieve any weapon you were currently equipping if it was further than 10 meters from you, and how he thought he could use that loophole to transform his spear into an infinite throwing weapon. The info broker then repassed that idea to Neza, he later learned, who made good use of them with his chakrams. Now the player didn't need to wait for the time it took for his spinning circles of death to make the return trip, he could simply recall them, basically doubling his attack rate. Deciding it was worth a try anyway, even if just to annoy Fuscus the vacant Colossus and possibly interrupt its next laser beam, Drifter assumed the stance he saw javelin users take when throwing the projectile. Left leg in front and his left arm stretched for stability, Drifter held his spear by the middle of the shaft above his head with his right hand, took aim, and slingshot his arm forward, hurling the weapon towards the boss head. His aim held true, and he hit Fuscus on the right cheek, doing absolutely nothing apart from chipping away some stone. With a sigh, Drifter recalled his spear and turned around to find his guild looking strangely at him. Error. Just trying something. It didn't quite work. The spearman scratched his head shyly. It was weird, but he didn't mind the thousands of players he was sure just watched his pathetic attempt at throwing his spear, but the gazes of his guildmates and their teasing smirks caused him to squirm. Of course, if he knew that there were several million people currently watching the livestream, including his parents, he would have felt much more embarrassed. Look out, it's here! Drifter was saved from any teasing remark his friends, especially Yuna, might have when Fuscus the vacant Colossus arm appeared next to them. Timing his attack with those of his party, Drifter gladly embraced the distraction by using Sting, Double Tap, and Martial Arts, Hyza to chip away at the boss HP. It took the entire assault team, almost 70 people, another 15 minutes before they got Fuscus the vacant Colossus down to its last bit of health. As soon as the boss entered the 30% red zone, the entire room started shaking as the lines on the ground all lit up at once. The 4 detached limbs that had been attacking the frontliners suddenly flew out of the ground, smacking a couple of players aside in the process, and started circling Fuscus' head. There was another bright glowing light that caused all of them to close their eyes, and when they opened them again, a gigantic humanoid monstrosity stood before them. 15 meters and several tons of pure, deadly, laser-emitting rock. Eyes ominously glowing, Fuscus the vacant Colossus fired another laser. Only, this time it wasn't in a straight line like before, but rather a sweeping attack that hit almost half of the boss room and everyone who was unlucky enough to be in that portion of it. Even so, the frontliners still let out shouts of joy. While the second phase of the boss may be harder, it was also much shorter, and allowed them to see the end of what was the hardest boss raid any of them ever participated in, with the exception of Ilfang's. There was a guild, however, which wasn't nearly as excited as the rest. The members of Reaver's Requiem exchanged wary glances. Now came the most important part of their plan, getting the last attack bonus. While most of the Reavers went wild on the offensive, to the point where they ignored the burning effect inflicted by the aftermath of the lasers, Sinan, Kirito, and Yuki all hung back. They were still attacking, to avoid suspicions from the rest of the raid party and, indeed, from all the SAO players watching, but less frequently than they could have if they were trying their best. This kind of behavior, holding back when everyone else was putting their lives on the line, left a bitter taste in their mouths, but they had all agreed it was better than the alternative. They couldn't allow the 2 criminals to succeed in their plot. It had been decided that Kirito, Sinon, and Yuki would be responsible for dealing the last hit mainly because of the absurdly high reaction speed of the two sword users, and Sinon's unique position which let her overlook the battlefield more easily and prepare ahead of time. With every percent of HP the boss lost, the more nervous they felt. When Fuscus the Vacant Colossus was down to 10% health, Drifter started scanning the battlefield. If one of the two would-be PKers was indeed part of the ALS or DKB, as they suspected, he should start showing signs now, considering how close to its end their plan was. Or so Drifter thought. But all he saw were the crazed expressions on the frontliners' faces as the finale of the boss raid approached. The spearman saw the exact moment when everyone switched gears from trying to defeat the boss to striving to get the last hit, just about when Fuscus the Vacant Colossus' HP bar had only 5% left. No one was acting strange, or more strangely than normal, he supposed. The Reavers watched with rabid attention the slow decline of the boss' health. 4%. Kirito and Yuki stopped attacking altogether, charging up their long cooldown skills. 3%. Drifter, Asuna, Liz, Ran, and Merida jumped forward, unleashing a bunch of normal attacks on the boss, and just so happening to get in the way of some ALS and DKB players. 2%. Sinon fired her strongest skill to date, breaking airflow. The arrow embedded itself in the right eye of Fuscus the Vacant Colossus. 1%. 24 players charged at the floor boss, with Kirito and Yuki in the lead, both of their swords glowing in a threatening red hue. Vorpal strike. 0%. With a final roar, Fuscus the Vacant Colossus crumbled, the twin red streaks forming an X across its torso, the most glaring wounds in its body. The boss shattered. Congratulations! There were the normal shouts of happiness and celebratory pats in the back, as well the now customary laying on the floor and panting. The frontliners had long since stopped caring for their image, especially after such an excruciatingly long boss raid. Drifter and the Reavers did the same, but their gazes were glued on Kirito and Yuki, who were both scrolling through their notifications at light speed. Finally, a huge smile parted Kirito's face, and he showed a thumbs up to his guildmates. "Ah! Ha ha ha! Thank God!" Feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted off of his chest, Drifter flopped down, limbs spread wide, and whispered softly to himself. It said a lot about his state of mind over the last 2.5 months that even though he was literally laughing in relief, he still had his fingers wrapped around his spear. By now the weapon was almost like an extra limb to him, an extension of himself. He would have trouble adjusting to a life without it once they left SAO, but that was a concern for the future. Wait! Who got the last attack bonus? Freezing mid-laughter, Drifter suppressed a groan. Talk about subtly, which Kibu obviously had none of. Drifter shot a glance at Kirito, and saw the swordsman also was looking at him. He nodded. Seconds after, Drifter retrieved an item from the guild inventory. I did. A large red flag wrapped around a pole appeared in Drifter's hand. He stabbed it on the ground while proudly announcing his ownership of the item. The entire assault team stared at him, most in confusion, but more than a few with knowing and greedy expressions. Clearly, the rumors about the Flag of Valor had made the rounds. Two of the players specifically were looking at Drifter with distaste, as if they had just been forced to swallow a slug. To no one's surprise, they were Kibu and Lind. Quite clearly, they liked the fact that the beaters' party had gotten their hands on the last attack bonus even less than they would if the opposing guild had. "You better hand. What are the stats, Drifter?" Just as Kibu was starting to shout something which would most certainly cause a fight, Shivata, bless his heart, cut off the other player. DKB's vice-guild leader shared a glance with Kirito, who subtly nodded in thanks. Meanwhile, Drifter was looking at his HUD, suddenly feeling a little bit hopeful when he turned to address the others. Maybe the worst-case scenario wouldn't happen. It boosts attack and attack speed by 20%. Just 20. No one who knew what the original stats of the Flag of Valor were missed the emphasis Drifter put in his words. Shivata sighed. Drifter didn't know if in relief or disappointment. Either way, the shield-bearer put a hand on Lin's arm to calm down his guild leader. After a brief struggle, Lind huffed and turned to look the other way, but didn't say anything. If only Kibu could do the same. Hold up! That item doesn't belong to a cheater. It should be ours, the great Aincrad Liberation Squad. Tell your man to pass it over, beater. Are you stupid, Kibu? You know the rules. Whoever gets the last attack bonus keeps it. You shut up, girl. Don't talk to our guild leader like that. Yeah. The beater doesn't deserve that flag. Just look at the name. The situation was rapidly dissolving into a shouting match between Asuna, Yuna, Liz, Kibu, and the more vocal members of the ALS. Drifter ignored it for the moment, having already expected something like that to happen. His piercing gaze was focused on the first player to jump to Kibu's defense. It was a male player, using a tattered black coat. He looked a few years older than Drifter, maybe 25 or so. His weapon of choice seemed to be a short-handled axe, which didn't fit in the description Kirito gave of the player he dueled. But his expression. While everyone else was red-faced and angry, Drifter saw the very moment his lips curled up in a smirk. And then he, as if sensing Drifter's gaze, turned to the spearman and gave him a mocking smile. His blood running cold, Drifter stared back. The player knew they knew his plans. And yet, not only he was still going through with them, fanning the flames of Kibu's unhappiness, but he was also provoking Drifter. Something was very wrong. Passing the flag to Nautilus so he could hold his spear with both hands, Drifter sneered at the ALS player and walked over to Kirito, who had joined the shouting match. I found him, Kirito. Where? Who? Drifter gestured with his chin to the player. He didn't know who it was, but chances were his guild leader did. Argo had spent a lot of time with the boy yesterday discussing possible candidates. Mort. He's one of ALS party leaders. Are you sure? Very. And he knows we know who he truly is. He mocked me. Kirito's head whipped to look at Drifter, eyes wide open. The spearman put a firm hand on his trembling guild leader's shoulder. Call Argo, if she's not already on the way, and let me continue to do the talking, Kirito. Kibu's a little less likely to blow his top if I'm the one who makes the suggestion. All right. I'll tell everyone to stick together, just in case Mort decides to go through with it anyway. Drifter nodded, and took the flag back from Nautilus. Once again stabbing it into the ground, this time a little more forcefully, he yelled. Shut up. Chapter 68 Death, Sure, Dex, Todd, Mort. Shut up. They did. Drifter was almost as stunned by the fact that all the yelling players, including his guildmates, all followed the order, as the players were shocked when he suddenly shouted. The frontliners stared at Drifter with gaping mouths, having never seen Drifter be anything but polite before. Taking advantage of the few seconds of startled silence, Drifter stared straight at Kibu and started speaking before the ALS leader could make a comeback. Not mentioning the fact that this discussion shouldn't even be happening in the first place, since it was decided by everyone that whoever gets the last attack bonus keeps it, something you agreed to. Kibu, did you really try to order our guild leader around? Kibu flushed red at that, whether of anger or embarrassment didn't matter. At the time the frontliners gathered to discuss the last attack bonus and other rules for raids, back on the second floor, it had seemed like a great idea for him to make it a first-come first-serve order, as he commanded the largest guild in sword art online. Now, he was starting to regret it. But his pride wouldn't let him admit it. So what if I did? Y'all are just a bunch of cheaters, and he's even worse. He's the beater. Are you fucking stupid, Kibu? Huh? Everything Drifter had just told Kirito about how it was better he spoke to Kibu because the ALS leader disliked him a little less than the others was completely forgotten. The way Kibu said that hateful word as if it were a title, a curse to hang over Kirito's head, pissed him off more than he could describe. You! Stunned into speechlessness by Drifter's swearing, it took Kibu a few seconds to regain his voice. When he did, the spearman immediately interrupted him again. What? Are you going to tell me you aren't an idiot? Then stop behaving like one. You are a fucking adult, so start acting like one. Stop taking out your anger on a 14-year-old boy just because you can't withstand your own incompetence. Drifter glared at Kibu, daring him to say anything. He didn't. The spearman took a deep breath. You are a fucking good fighter, Kibu. And you are a good leader too, when you can get your head out of your own ass. But you have no right to accuse Kirito of being a cheater. No right. Drifter sighed, and shot an apologetic glance at Kirito for what he was about to say. He knew the swordsman didn't like when people brought this up, but he needed to drive the point home. He should have been entering high school about now, Kibu. Instead, he's here on the front lines, risking his life day after day just like everybody else. This doesn't make him better than you or me or anyone here. This just makes him one of us. Kirito's a frontliner, and so are we all. Kibu fumed, but said nothing. Drifter knew something had finally gotten through his thick skull. The fact that most of the ALS and DKB players had the decency to look at least partly ashamed helped him calm down. It's exactly because he is a beta tester that Kirito has been taking this far harder than anyone else. That he's been fighting harder than anyone else. We all want the same thing, don't we? We want to escape this prison. So stop pointing fingers before you become the reason this dream is shattered. If before Kibu had shut up simply because he couldn't think of any good arguments, now the player froze. Drifter's last sentence impacted him harder than anything else that had been said. The spearman swept the room with his gaze. Most people avoid his eyes. Shivata nodded resolutely. Agile Klein grinned. Argo, and when had she arrived? Tipped an invisible hat to him. Reaver's Requiem had varied reactions. Nautilus, Merida, Sinan, and Rand kept stoic expressions, supportive of his claims. Asuna, Yuki, and Liz smiled sadly. Yuna squeezed his arm and winked. Drifter shook his head at her, a fond smile on his face. It was Kirito who had the biggest reaction. The swordsman was looking at Drifter, seemingly trying to cry, smile, and frown all at the same time. In the end, he just nodded once. Drifter put a hand on his shoulder. The flag of valor belongs to Reaver's Requiem. No one can dispute that. But I can see how it may play a bigger role in the hands of larger guilds. Kibu and Lin showed hopeful expressions at that, which Drifter would admit he felt a small amount of pleasure in crushing. But we can't have people fighting over it. So here's what we are gonna do. Argo the rat, I'm calling in that favor you owe me. Oh? What do you want me to do, Dri Boo? The info broker smirked as she stepped forward, completely at ease even with everyone focused on her. There was no favor to call in. They were just putting on a show. Drifter unstuck the flag from the ground before throwing it to Argo, who almost fell over when she caught it. Drifter smirked back. Take it. Whenever we do a floor boss raid, join the guild that's leading the battle. You can leave right after. That way, everyone gets to benefit from the flag of valor. Argo nodded and quickly pocketed the item when Drifter transferred it over to her. The spearman then looked around. Had it been before, many would have felt disgruntled by his actions and would have made their dissatisfaction known. But after Drifter's verbal spanking, no one had the face to argue. He huffed. Consider it a loan from Reaver's Requiem to the assault team on behalf of all SAO players. After a few seconds of staring down the frontliners, daring any of them to disagree, Drifter nodded to himself and turned around to walk over to his guild. It was just as he turned his back that several people shouted. What the? Hey, stop! Careful! Argo, no! Drifter spun around just in time to see Mort run out of the ALS ranks, his axe having been switched for a sword, the same sword that almost killed Kirito, he thought with dread, and charge. Not at him, like he had imagined, but at Argo. That flag belongs to the Aincrad Liberation Squad. Argo! Drifter watched frozen as Mort closed in on Argo, swinging his sword in a slant. The info broker tried to dodge, but everything had happened so suddenly that she had barely taken one step back when the weapon dug deep into her flesh, carving a diagonal red line that went from her right shoulder to her left flank. Ack! Argo screamed, her health falling all the way to half in one blow. A reverse swipe of Mort's sword left her at the edge of the red zone. Little rat! Mort readied his sword for another blow, a sick grin plastered on his face. Drifter's brain went into overdrive as he watched one of his closest friends, someone he considered his little sister in all but blood, about to be killed in front of him. Without time to think, and too far away to reach them in time to stop the murderer, Drifter's body reacted faster than his mind. Before he knew it, his spear had already left his hand, flying towards Mort. The player never noticed it, focused as he was on bringing his sword down on Argo, and the spear pierced through his left side, its momentum carrying him away and saving Argo. Mort, now with an orange cursor above his head, rolled a few times, his HP decreasing by a fifth, before jumping up and glaring viciously at Drifter. The frontliners, and, indeed, the entire world, watched in stunned silence for a few brief seconds before pandemonium broke out. "Mort! What the hell are you doing? You bastard!" The Reavers quickly positioned themselves in front of Argo, while Liz basically shoved a health potion down the info broker's throat. Meanwhile, they were all glaring at the orange player with murder in their eyes. Drifter especially was straight up growling. If it wasn't because there were other people in the way, he would have already attacked Mort. "Mort, what the fuck was that?" Another player who was fuming was Kibu. One of his party leaders, someone he trusted enough to give control over the lives of other ALS players, had just tried to murder Argo right in front of him and in full view of thousands of players. And it was a murder attempt, no one doubted that. They had all seen Mort preparing that last swing, and he would have succeeded if not for Drifter's quick thinking. "That item belongs to us, boss. We were the ones who worked the most for it. We can't let the beaters take it." Mort, completely unrepentant, tried to plead, but he didn't fool anyone. Drifter could still see the mocking smirk on his face, as if he considered everyone else idiots. Kibu also saw it, and was furious. "Don't bullshit me, Mort. We never raise our swords against other players. Never. We gotta do what we gotta do to survive, boss. You don't need to do anything, I will get the flag from the little bit." Mort was giving Argo a sinister look, but stopped mid-sentence, staring at the air in front of him. And it was a good thing he did, because there were at least a dozen different players ready to hack him into pieces if he had finished what he wanted to say. The orange player read through something invisible to everybody else before throwing a vicious glare at Kibu. His words were dripping with venom. "Really? You would kick me out of the guild because of that? Not just that, you scumbag. You tried to kill someone. You're going to Black Iron Palace." Black Iron Palace was the one and only building in SAO where players could be held against their will. And that was because it was a prison, located in the town of Beginnings on the first floor. NPC guards in any city across Aincrad could send captured orange and red players to it, where they would serve their sentence. For orange players, that was usually a few days. For red players, it was for life or until SAO ended. There was only one way players could send other players to Black Iron Palace, and that was by using a special item to teleport them there, which Drifter was pretty sure Kibu didn't have. But seeing the guild leader gesture for 3 of his subordinates to grab Mort, Drifter supposed that could work too. They would just have to escort the orange player to the next city, where the NPCs could then take charge of him. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You stupid fucking idiots. You think I'll let you do that to me? You don't have a choice, Mort. Take off all your equipment and come with us. Kibu's voice was cold. After everything that happened today, the boss raid, his fight with Drifter, and now one of his guild members attempting to murder someone, all the while blabbering on about how he was doing it for the guild, Kibu was past the stage of anger. He was irate. Mort backed away as his former guildmates approached him, not quite pointing his sword at them, but not putting it away either. He was still sneering in disdain. You know, you could have been great, Kibu. The ALS could have been SAO's #1 guild. If only you stopped being a fucking coward. I'm not a coward, Mort. But I'm not a psychopath either. Clearly, the same can't be said about you. Hearing that, Mort laughed maniacally. At that moment, Drifter confirmed what he already knew. The player was gone, completely. Whether he had always been like that, or it was SAO's fault, Mort was utterly and completely broken. And in the worst way imaginable. Look around you. We are never getting out, Kibu. We are all gonna die here. Me, you, everyone. And you too, Beater. Mort. Ha ha ha. We are all gonna die, so stop being so fucking boring. Let's have some fun, shall we? Wait! Get back. Drifter saw what Mort was going to do a second before he actually did. When the first ALS member got close to him, the orange player suddenly struck, leaving a red line across his former guildmate's waist. Then, while everyone was still shocked by the fact that he actually dared to fight back even in this situation, he immediately attacked again, this time using a skill. Later, Drifter would regret not doing the same thing he did to save Argo, but the unfortunate truth was that his body moved faster than his mind when someone close to him was in danger. The same couldn't be said for a player who he didn't even know the name of. So, just like everyone else, Drifter watched powerlessly as Mort's third attack scored a critical hit, lopping off the ALS player's head with a single blow. Time seemed to stop, with only Mort's sword and the soaring head moving, as if in slow motion. Until the moment the body of the deceased player shattered, and Mort cackled crazily, the cursor above his red turning bright red. With a flourish, Mort turned and attacked the second player. He managed to put on more of a fight, and when the third one joined him, they barely restrained the frenzied PKR. It was clear Mort was much more skilled than he had been showing. Finally, one of the ALS players stabbed Mort's shoulder, leaving him with only a sliver of health. The players unconsciously stopped their attack, seeing as just one more hit would make them into player killers. Not everyone was as cold-blooded and unfeeling as Mort, who murdered his own guild members without a shred of remorse. Drifter would probably have stopped too if he was in their position. Unfortunately, that was when disaster struck again. Completely uncaring for how close to death he was, Mort laughed and brought his sword down on the opponent to his left. With a scream, the ALS player watched his health vanish, right before he too shattered. Having witnessed 2 deaths in less than 30 seconds, the frontliners were too slow to get moving again. Mort took the chance to kick the third and last player close to him, who still had over half of his HP away, and ran. Many made to chase him, including Drifter, but then faltered. So what if they caught up? What would they do? Kill him? Yes, Mort deserved it, but could they do it? Take another human's life? Hating himself for it, Drifter realized that no, he couldn't. The very thought of that, after having watched 2 lives be snuffed out in front of him, disgusted his very being. And so he just stared as Mort disappeared up the stairs for the next floor, leaving behind just a threat. Watch your backs, people, watch your backs. Jump at every shadow, because one day I'll be there. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 69, Nice, Devastation. Aincrad, 6th floor, City of Stakian. January 9th, 2023, close to midnight. Drifter sat on a fallen trunk, his head thrown back, staring at the glimpses of the starry sky he could see through the canopy. He wasn't the only one brooding. Kirito, Yuna, Nautilus, Sinan, Ran, Argo, Agile, Wolf, and Kirito's new old friend Klein were all there too. The entire city was silent as a grave. They had been like that ever since they got to the 6th floor earlier today. The others had gone to sleep, but Drifter knew they weren't any less shaken than him. While they were quiet now, there had been a lot of shouting after Mort killed the 2 ALS players. Mostly people in panic or cursing the red player. Quite a few were also cursing Kibu for having someone like him in his guild. Only after they tired themselves out did the shocked and inconsolable frontliners depressedly make their way up the stairs to the next floor. From that moment onwards, barely a word was spoken. 2 people died today. 2 humans. Warriors who, while Drifter didn't know them well or at all, had risked their lives multiple times for the sake of all the surviving SAO players. And they had died today, not because of the boss, not because of Kayaba, but because of another player. They had been murdered. Drifter was still having difficulty coming to grips with the situation. He had seen people die before, and more than once. He was even more than just a little responsible for another player's death. But to kill like Mort had killed, without mercy and laughing. Just the thought of it left Drifter gagging. And what made it all worse was that there was absolutely nothing he could do. Not unless he was willing to hunt down and kill Mort, and he knew he couldn't do that. Even if he was given the chance, he wasn't sure he had what it took to deliver a fatal blow to another human, even if it was someone like the red player. Feeling lost and powerless, Drifter stood up and left without saying a word. The others barely looked at his departing figure, each lost in their own thoughts. Drifter was almost afraid to close his eyes when he laid on his bed. He knew what awaited him, and he was terrified. Reaver's Requiem's famous spearman wasn't the only one who had trouble sleeping that night. The entirety of SAO had watched the boss raid and subsequent drama, and many suffered nightmares from it. Sighing, Sasha looked at the stars one last time, and closed the doors of her church. Putting the children to bed had been an arduous task. They had been so excited when watching the broadcast in the main plaza, along with a good half of SAO. They cheered when the frontliners hit the boss, and gasped when one of them got struck in turn. For their young minds, it was so easy to forget the terrors of Sword Art Online. Not anymore. Laughter. Mad, deranged laughter. A tattered black cloak fluttering around, from which an invisible hand holding a pitch-black sword emerged. Fear. Horror. The sword slashed down, unstoppable. Awe. Silica shot up to a sitting position, her scream slowly dying out. Despite the blanket covering her, she still felt cold all over. After a long time of staring at nothing, her ragged breath slowly calmed down, and she laid back down, resting her head against the pillows. She didn't fall asleep again. A cave somewhere on the 3rd floor or Aincrad. Mort was casually leaning back against a wall, examining his nails and whistling. Now that he didn't need to hide anymore, his axe and buckler had been permanently replaced by the sword hanging on his hip. The red player suddenly stilled, before jumping to his left, just in time to avoid an enormous hatchet-like weapon, which cut through the air where he just was, before embedding itself on the wall. Mort's first reaction when he regained his balance wasn't to fight back. In fact, he didn't even draw his sword. Instead, he retreated, putting a few meters between him and the player who wielded the hatchet, and was slowly coming out of hiding. "Boss! Don't do that, you scared the shit out of me." His tone was light, but Mort was anything but calm, if the way his eyes darted around, as if looking for an escape route, were any indication. There was a lot more respect, and fear, especially fear, in his voice when he called the unknown player boss than it did when he referred to Kibu. "You were supposed to be my pretty little spy on the frontline guilds, Mort. Tell me, who are you spying on now that you ousted yourself? And while we are at that, start thinking of a reason you still hold any value for me. And think hard. Your pathetic little life depends on what your answer is." The player heaved and pulled his weapon out of the wall, before he started playing with it as if it were a plastic toy. Mort looked at the spinning blade, and then glanced at the deep dark red cursor above his head, a much darker shade than his own, and gulped. Sorry, boss. But those little bitches from Reaver's Requiem were already onto me. Especially the beater and that bastard Drifter. Since they knew, I thought I could, have some fun. I sure as hell shook them." The other players simply stared at Mort. Though his face was covered by a tattered hood similar to his own, Mort could feel his gaze on him, and shivered. "Be boss? It's a pity Kaiba disabled pain. It's been a while since I last played, and you would be a perfect toy." As he said that, the red player started to lift his hatchet, and Mort almost fell over with how quickly he scrambled to back away. No, wait just a sec, please. Please wait, boss. I'm still useful, I promise. I'll do anything." The player halted his actions. He grinned under his hood, but the panicking Mort couldn't see it. "I suppose you can be used to cause some panic amongst those blubbering fools. You got your second chance, Mort. Don't waste it." Thank you, boss. I won't disappoint you. You better. I don't keep useless pawns. After the shocking happenings of the latest Sword Art Online broadcast, during which the player known as Mort killed 2 other SAO victims, protests have erupted around the globe in regards to what should be done. 2 more lives were lost today, not by the actions of the evil Japanese mastermind Akihiko Kaiba, but rather by human cruelty when SAO player Mort doing nothing to stop it. Our government has achieved nothing since Sword Art Online started last year. The people can't help but wonder, do they even want to save the... With the latest drama revolving around the death game Sword Art Online, Japan, and, indeed, the entire planet is divided. Many questions are being asked. Does the SAO task force know the identity of the red player Mort? And, if the answer is affirmative, what will be done with him? Will he stand trial for his crimes once SAO ends, or does the fact that it happened in a virtual world grant him immunity? 2 innocent people, brave warriors who were fighting for their freedom, and to save the 7,000 players still trapped in SAO, were murdered in cold blood. Is that not enough reason to pull the plug? Seijiru muted his monitors and banged his head against his desk. It had been 12 hours now, and the commotion was still ongoing. The news channels were having a field day. How could they not? 2 murders had been committed live on air, and he had been completely and utterly helpless to stop them. Now, all sorts of questions and allegations were flying around. There was also no shortage of conspiracy theorists. Seijiru himself, as the leader of the SAO case task force, was receiving a lot of heat, but it didn't really bother him. He was, first and foremost, a soldier. He had his orders, and outside opinions were irrelevant. If only he was actually able to complete his task and save the players, instead of being just as powerless as everyone else. His gaze turned to one of the dozen screens in his office. Even without sound, he could still make out what the reporter, a somewhat famous belligerent shitstirrer from England, was talking about as he sat in anger. Pull the plug. How often had he heard that sentence in the last few hours? Of course, it was easy for them to say. They wouldn't be the ones to actually do it, nor the ones who would have to shoulder the consequences. Death penalty was a thing in Japan, and it could be applied in 14 situations as recognized by the law. In practice, only serial murderers, which more definitely would receive capital punishment by hanging in one of the 7 execution chambers around the country. But sentencing someone to death wasn't that simple. Even the most open and shut cases required years of legal action, and Mort's wasn't as clear-cut as many would like to believe. To start with, Seijiru's team still wasn't sure who Mort was. They had narrowed it down to the most active patients during the raid, but the red player always wore a hood, so they never got a clear look at his face. Furthermore, there was also the fact that, being trapped in SAO brought to the table a whole host of extenuating circumstances, such as his inability to defend himself. Any lawyer, and he would have to be assigned one by law, even if his family didn't wish to do it, could simply say that due to his continued imprisonment in Sword Art Online, Mort wasn't in the right state of mind, and, as such, his actions couldn't be considered entirely his own fault. Just that would drag out the case for years, which was more than the SAO players had whether they escaped or not. Further, any lawyer could claim that Mort was being controlled by Akihiko Kaiba, and no one would be able to prove otherwise. No, Seijiru didn't see the plug being pulled anytime soon, or at all. Not legally at least. Mort would continue to live, and continue to kill. The only ones who could stop him were the other SAO players. Seijiru just wasn't sure if they had what it took to do it. Drifter would like to say he woke up the next day feeling better about what happened during the 5th floor raid, but that would be the biggest lie of his life. He wasn't, in any way, shape, or form, okay with it. The only reason he even bothered getting up from the bed was the small possibility that beating up mobs would take his mind off of the scenes he was forced to rewatch in his nightmares. So that was what he was doing. Drifter stabbed the throat of a humanoid zombie-like monster, disturbingly called Cannibal, killing it. But his mind wasn't there. They needed to do something about Mort. Drifter wasn't afraid of the deranged player. He was just one person, after all, while the spearman had at least part of his guild with him at all times. Even if he were to go against Mort one-on-one, Drifter was still pretty confident in, at least, being able to keep his life. He wasn't a frontliner for nothing. But the same couldn't be said about all the other players in SAO. While Drifter threaded the edge every day, and thus disregarded Mort's threat, basically every other player who wasn't a clearer or a frontliner was terribly afraid of the red player. From what Argo said, and the info broker was surprisingly okay after the attempt on her life, very few players had left the safe zones after the disaster yesterday, and those who did had at least 2 parties worth of people with them. Security in numbers and all that. The spearmen couldn't blame them. But they needed to get over their fear if they wanted to escape Aincrad. The assault team was desperately in need of new blood. Again, he thought that they had to deal with Mort. If not to reassure the mid and low-level players, then to deter others from following his example. Maybe choose some players amongst the frontliners to form some sort of policing team? That was impracticable. They barely had enough players to scrape by floor boss fights, not to mention that there was no viable way to patrol all 6 floors, and however many came after. No, there was only one way to assure Mort would never hurt anyone again, and Drifter knew what it was. He just didn't want to face it. But he had to. Because if he didn't, it would be Kirito or Asuna or Sinan or any of his young guildmates who would have to shoulder that burden. And that, he wouldn't allow. Drifter would talk to Argo later. Tell the info broker to send a message to him the moment her informants discovered where Mort was. And while he waited for that, he would have to work on getting over his own morality. That was too deadly a quality to have in SAO. Chapter 70, The Aftermath. They were behaving strangely. Well, stranger than normal. Kismel had yet to fully understand her human companions, and she doubted she ever will. But she could tell something was weighing on their minds, although they still greeted her with smiles when they met on the 6th floor. Their progress was impressive. The guardians of Aincrad's floors had killed countless elves over the ages, but the weird humans who had one day appeared in the castle were unstoppable. In the less than 2 months she had known them, they had slain 3 floor guardians. It was truly a pity she couldn't fight alongside them in what were surely battles worthy of being told around fires for centuries to come. However, her duties as a royal knight of Lyusula kept her busy. Thinking of the newest quest her queen had bestowed her, Kismel sneaked another glance at her companions. She was to investigate the veracity of some worrying reports they had received, claiming that the fallen elves were congregating in alarming numbers on this floor. For that, she had been offered command of a battalion of the finest Lyusula had to offer. Kismel had declined. When she first heard the contents of her mission, the Dark Elf's mind immediately shot to Reaver's Requiem. She had only known them for a short period of time, but there was no one she would rather have her back. So that was how she found herself leading all 10 of the humans through the jungle of the 6th floor, towards the tree dwellings their spies said the fallen elves were using as their headquarters. Oh woo! Hearing the howl, Kismel halted. She gestured for her friends to do the same. Kirito and Asuna crouched next to her, the others a little behind. From the bushes ahead of them, a large gray creature appeared. Kismel affectionately scratched Ferder's head. Good job, friend. Her brother-in-law's previous partner rubbed against her contentedly. Kismel patted him one last time, then signaled to the Reavers. Ferder indicated there were enemies ahead. How many? The Dark Elf shrugged, an action she had learned from the humans, and was growing fonder of each passing day. Shrugging was useful. It could transmit many meanings, without actually needing to say a word. I do not know. My connection with Ferder isn't as strong as Locke's was. But there are fallen elves ahead. Kismel didn't ask if they were ready, for she knew the answer. She just walked out, sword in hand. Kismel was a welcome addition to their group. Drifter hadn't realized how much he missed the Dark Elf's presence until they finally met her again. The original 6 felt much the same. Now, the spearman was starting to hope Kismel hadn't been kidding when she said she would join Reaver's Requiem after her assignments read, the Elf War campaign, were completed. Watching the knight deftly slash the throat of a fallen elf scout, he realized that no, it wasn't simply because she was a good fighter, though that certainly impacted his judgment. But it was more because she was Kismol. She was a friend. NPC? The Reavers hadn't thought of her like that for weeks. Another enemy charged at him, and Drifter spun to meet him. A downward cut was deflected away with the tip of his spear, and he stabbed. The fallen elf grunted as a hole, not even 5 centimeters wide but twice as deep, was left on his chest. And Drifter wasn't done. Pulling back his spear, he passed it over his shoulder, supporting the shaft with his left arm, before swinging like a pendulum. Unprepared, the fallen elf scout was caught on the legs, just below his knees, and fell like a chopped tree. Without any hesitation, Drifter raised his spear above his head and stabbed down twice with double tap, piercing the mob right in the mouth. And, to finish it all off, a martial arts, Heiza to the face just as the fallen elf was scrambling to get up. Sometimes, Drifter found it quite uncanny just how fluidly he could complete this and others sets of motion. He was just a 20-year-old man who had never touched a weapon until 3 months ago. He still had 2 years of university to go through. He had just been fired and was still looking for a job. But he was also Drifter, Spearman, and Vice Guild leader of Reaver's Requiem. A clearer and a frontliner. And he would never be the same again. It wasn't just skills. No, it was much more than that. It was muscle memory, or whatever passed by it in SAO. It was instinct, instilled into him by hundreds of life and death battles. Even after he left Aincrad, he would still have all that. He would still know how to fight. How to use a spear. How to kill. And he would never be the same again. Drifter tried not to think too much about that. A second fallen elf scout attacked him. Or was it the third, fourth, fifth? He didn't know. He had stopped counting. Even after several days, he couldn't take his mind off what happened. Of Mort. Of death. He was just glad there were mobs he could stab and use as an output for his anger at the player, and at himself for being weak-minded. A snake bite met the charging enemy, all the joints in his limbs working together to bypass the small round shield he put up. Fingers, wrist, elbows, shoulders, and waist, all twisting and turning in different directions, to make the spear almost bend and swerve, dodging the shield to pierce the elf's left shoulder. Most of it was just the system at work, guiding his virtual body through the correct motions of the skill. But then Drifter pulled back his spear for just a mere moment before shooting it forward again. Another snake bite caught the mob on the right side of his body, right below the ribs. Only, this time it was not a skill. It was Drifter. All Drifter. Drifter, switch. He didn't stop. As the fallen elf scout swung his sword, Drifter dove in and tackled the mob, the weapon grazing his armor but doing nothing. An elbow, not a skill, just a normal hit, struck the fallen elf in the face, and he stumbled to the left. And right into Merida's greatsword. Had it been real life, the mob would have been torn in half. As it was, he still lost a third of his already low HP. Merida saw to it that what little remained disappeared with a second overhead swing. The Reaver stood amidst the fluttering shards of the fallen elf scout and raised an eyebrow at Drifter. That was an interesting switch. The spearman shrugged, like Kismol had learned, it was a very useful action. It worked. It sure did. Seems like the others are almost finished too. Break? Drifter looked around. Kismol, Nautilus, Liz, and Yuna were teaming up to slay 2 heavily wounded fallen elves. Kirito, Asuna, Yuki, and Ran were also close to ending their group of mobs. Sinan, who had been supporting Drifter and Merida, was taking potshots at the mobs whenever an opening appealed. He nodded. Break. The last mob was killed by Ferder in the short span of time it took Drifter to pull out the food from the shared guild inventory. It was a mixture of health-recovering food sold by the NPCs, and Asuna's latest attempt at cold fish sandwiches made with meat from 4th floor mobs. While the effects weren't as good as the food NPCs sold, they were a lot tastier. You made this, Asuna? It's really good. The fencer blushed at Kismel's praise. The dark elf had yet to taste Asuna's cooking. Until now. Thanks, Kismel, but it's really not that good. I've got a lot to learn still. Ouch! What was that for, Yuna? Take praise where it's deserved, Asuna. They are really tasty. The songstress had reached over Yuki to smack Asuna on the back of the head. The fencer pouted, and then blushed again. Right. Thanks. But I was being serious when I said I still have a lot to learn. My cooking is just at 350. And I haven't figured out how to make mayonnaise or soy sauce yet. What? You are trying to create mayo? Everyone stared agape at Asuna, and Kirito shouted before flushing and apologizing to a frowning Asuna. Drifter stared at the fencer, and then chuckled. Of course she was trying to create sauces. While Asuna didn't live SAO like Kirito did, she was probably the closest. She and Yuki. Pardon me, but what are these mayonnaise and soy sauce you speak of? Kismel raised a hand and tilted her head curiously. They are condiments from where we are from, Kismel. You can put them on basically every type of food. Well, not every type, some combinations are just disgusting, but you have to try. Liz, Kirito, and, surprisingly, Nautilus, went on trying to explain to a confused dark elf the wonders of mayo and soy sauce. The spearman shook his head and reclined against a fallen trunk. He didn't close his eyes. Not in the wilderness. But this bit of levity helped disperse some of the dark clouds in his mind. Kibu was drinking. Heavily. It had been 2 days since Mort betrayed them. 2 days since someone under his command, someone he chose, killed 2 of his own. Everyone had yelled at him. Accused him. He, who spent months defaming the beater. Who spent every awake moment saying the boy was a selfish, ungrateful little bastard. But in the end, it was from his guild that the traitor came. So Kibu was drinking. It was only for the 30 minutes the drunk status effect was on, but he forgot everything. He forgot the admittedly, though begrudgingly, deserved tongue-lashing he received from Drifter. He forgot Mort attacking the info broker. He forgot one of his subordinates murdering people and laughing. He forgot nothing. He forgot nothing. It was all still there. And it would always be. Gur! Snarling, Kibu threw the bottle in his hand at the wall. The container shattered, and, immortal object, message appeared from the inn's wall. He would never forget. And he shouldn't. Equipping his sword and buckler, Kibu kicked the door open and stormed out of his room. Mort was going to pay. And that was a promise. A week. 7 days. That was how long it took the players to understand that Mort was not behind every corner ready to murder them. It was how long it took for clearers and frontliners to get back to their jobs. And when they did, it wasn't timidly. It wasn't hesitantly. It was ferocious. Reaver's Requiem weren't the only ones who felt angry. They weren't the only ones who chose to continue fighting. They all did. And they fought. On the 8th day, the labyrinth had been found. On the 11th, it was mapped. On the 12th, the Reavers completed the Elf War campaign on this floor and bid farewell to Kismel. The assault team waited for them. And on the 13th. On the 13th day, they fought the floor boss. They brought it down. And the world watched. Not cowards, scared of their own shadows. Not broken warriors, terrified of taking a step forward into the unknown. The world watched. And they saw frontliners. Mort had won once. He had beaten them. But he had not shattered them. For they were frontliners, and no one could stop them. Chapter 71, The Flower of the 6th Floor. Aincrad, 6th Floor, January 21st. 1 day before the boss raid. They had to hurry up. The clearers had already found the boss room, and now the whole assault team was waiting on them to gather and deliver all the information they could about the floor boss. Tomorrow, one way or the other, they fought. The Reavers had never been in this position. They had always managed to complete the Elf War campaign branch on each floor long before the boss room was found. Before the labyrinth was fully cleared and mapped, even. But this time it felt like everything that could go wrong was going wrong. Everything had started out great. They met Kismel and followed her to a special dungeon where they killed a bunch of fallen elves and found their attack plans written on the thin bark the elves used as paper. But then, as they were leaving, a mini-boss, called Relegas the Fallen Noble, appeared. That was when everything went to shit. The fallen elf mini-boss, for all he was a noble, was an absolute scoundrel. After the guild had, quite easily, brought his health down to red, he suddenly pulled out a poison dagger and stabbed Kismel with it. Any antidote the Reavers gave their friend was useless. They could only watch as her HP drained fast. Thankfully, when it dropped to the last 10%, the poison effect faded, probably by a plot device. Still, Kismel was too wounded to continue helping them, and, again, potions weren't working. Without a choice, and more than a little worried for her, they carried the Royal Knight back to the Dark Elf camp, following her instructions. They left Kismel there to recover, but without their guide, the Elf War campaign suddenly became much harder. For the next few days, they repeatedly tried and failed to advance in the campaign. Entire days were spent in needless fetch quests they could complete in a mere few hours before. Even Kirito's beta tester knowledge was next to useless, since their action of saving Kismel back on the 3rd floor had derailed the entire campaign, not that they regretted it. That was how they ended up where they were now, trekking deep into the southern forested zone of the 6th floor, following a lead that might take them to the stronghold of the fallen elves. According to the hint they received, an item of extreme importance was stashed away there, probably another secret key, and they had to recover it. Hopefully, after they did so, they would be able to gather more intel on the floor boss. Drifter raised his head when he heard rustling leaves above him. They were in a forest, so the noise wasn't exactly out of place, but the way it stopped abruptly when his head snapped up was a dead giveaway. Sinan, up there. He pointed at the spot where the noise came from, a branch about 15 meters above the ground. There was nothing there, and even searching couldn't detect anything, but Sinan knocked an arrow on her bow and pulled the string all the same. 2 seconds later, she let it loose. A cry-yi. A high-pitched shriek sounded, and a humanoid creature, similar looking to a chimpanzee, slowly came out of its camouflaged state, an arrow sticking out from just below its armpit. Around them, half a dozen of the creatures revealed themselves after the first one was uncovered. "Form the perimeter!" Kirito yelled, and the Reavers grouped up in a tight circle, with Sinan, Yuna, Yuki, Ran, and Asuna in the center. They already had some experience fighting the chameleon baboons after spending so many days marching through the forest, which was how Drifter had spotted them in the first place. Being ambushed by the invisible mobs was not a pleasant experience, which was why Drifter was carefully looking for clues of their presence. As for why the 5 girls were put in the middle, even though 3 of them were close-quarters fighters, it was because the baboons always went after the most fragile, meaning those with the lowest defense and more lightly armored players first. Kirito also fit in that category, the only piece of metal armor he used being his chest plate, but it was already hard enough to form a circle with 5 people on the inside, much less 6. The chameleon baboons didn't descend from the trees immediately to attack them. Instead, they grabbed some red fruits the size of a fist, and threw them at the players. Nautilus, Liz, Merida, and Drifter did their best to block, but some of the fruits still got past their defense and hit their bodies. When that happened, the red fruits burst, splashing their pulp and juice all over them. Those soaked by it received a, by now familiar, notification saying their defense stat had decreased by 20 points. Luckily, each mob only had 3 of the red fruits. Furthermore, the one Sinan had hit didn't throw his, and neither did another one when Drifter threw his spear at him, even though the flying weapon barely grazed its skin. Instead, they jumped down and proceeded to attack the Reavers in melee combat. Recalling his spear from where it had disappeared amidst the foliage, Drifter readied himself to welcome the charging baboon. His first strike went over the mob's head as it dodged, but Drifter simply forced his weapon to change path by pulling it down, leaving a nasty cut on top of the chameleon baboon's head. The mob screamed and lunged at him, scratching his outstretched arm with its sharp claws. Crouching to avoid a second swipe, Drifter stabbed upwards, piercing the baboon's stomach at a 55 degrees angle, and then used dirty play to push the weapon further in, impaling the mob. "Ran, Yuki, it's all yours." Straining to lift the wounded mob by the weapon stuck in it, Drifter grunted and threw the chameleon baboon over his shoulder. Merida and Nautilus both stepped aside to let the monster pass between them and land none too gracefully on the ground right in front of the twins. Needless to say, the girls made quick work of it. Using the tried and tested method of taking out one mob at a time, just 10 minutes later the pack. Family? Tribe? Troop. The troop of baboons was wiped out. Their luck also finally seemed to turn, because not long after, they found the fallen elf base they were looking for. The camp was discreet, just a bunch of hollowed-out trees to create rooms, and some furniture carved out of the same material. There probably was enough space for 40 or so fallen elves to comfortably live there. Yet, when the Reavers approached, there was only a single living being in it. Sitting on a large flat stone right in the middle of the base was a female fallen elf. She was calmly observing them, her sickly pale skin almost transparent under the shining sunshine. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress which definitely didn't seem practical in the forest, and had a lute on her lap, with no weapons in sight. And, Drifter had to admit, though he certainly shouldn't be focusing on that right now, she was beautiful. It was hard not to gape at her flawless face, not because Drifter was a pervert, but because her features were simply perfect. Too perfect, in fact. She had a kind of otherworldly beauty that could only be accomplished in their virtual reality. Deadly Flower Amain. Well, her name was like a bucket of cold water being chugged over the guild members. Any mini-boss, because that was what she was, no doubt about it, that had the word deadly in the name couldn't be good news. Good, you finally arrived. I was starting to get bored. Drifter raised an eyebrow at the brightly smiling enemy and exchanged glances with Kirito. This didn't bode well. The lack of underlings and minions was also unsettling. It meant the cardinal system considered that Amain alone was enough to challenge the players. The fallen elf beauty got up while the Reavers fanned out and surrounded her. That annoyingly coy smirk never left her face either. With a grimace, Nautilus and Liz stepped forward, using taunt on the boss. Predictably, it failed. It usually did with intelligent bosses. Seeing that, Kirito, Asuna, Ran, and Yuki all lunged at the Amain from different directions. Drifter, Merida, and the others were just a little behind them, ready to jump in and provide support if necessary. None of them expected Deadly Flower Amain to smile and touch her flute to her lips. Her posture was eerily similar to Yuna's when she played, and the connection brought chills to the Reavers as they realized just what kind of boss they were fighting. On the first note, Drifter stumbled, afflicted by a dizziness status effect. The 10 meters between him and Amain were suddenly a lot harder to traverse. He kept tripping, and was struggling to find his footing. The four who charged first, Kirito, Asuna, Ran, and Yuki, were a few steps ahead of Drifter, and, as such, reached the boss even through the wave of dizziness. Kirito and Yuki missed their attacks, their blade passing through Amain's body but doing no damage. Asuna and Ran, on the other hand, managed to escape the 50% chance of missing, and left their marks in red on the boss. Not that it seemed to affect her much. Deadly Flower Amain kept blowing on her flute, the melody suddenly changing to long and drawn-out whistles, and then to a fast-paced tune immediately after. Amain received a defense buff of some sort, while all the players in a 12 meters radius of her, meaning everyone except Sinan and Yuna, found their HP slowly draining away due to a disorder debuff. Seeing that, Drifter suddenly smiled, and then laughed. Many of the others did the same. Deadly Flower Amain's fighting style of applying buffs to herself, while piling up debuffs and status effects on the players, would surely be a nightmare to other guilds, especially her ability to damage everyone at the same time. But Reaver's Requiem had the perfect counter for that. Yuna, do your thing. So what if Amain could drain their health just by singing? Reaver's Requiem had someone who could restore it by doing the same. And, in Drictor's humble opinion, Yuna's voice was much more beautiful than the fallen elf's. As the songstress pulled out her harp, she had discovered early on that, after a song became a skill, she could play it on any instrument or simply sing it, and the effect would be the same, and started playing Rest. Deadly Flower Amain had a distinct reaction. Her eyebrows almost disappeared in her hairline, and her eyes shot open, her gaze zeroing on Yuna. "You! How dare you! The music is mine. Only mine. Stop! Stop it!" The fallen elf beauty, who had displayed only poise and grace until now, shrieked, startling everyone. She stared daggers at Yuna, who paused for a moment, stunned, before she smirked and resumed playing. Now, while Yuna could counterattack one of her melodies, Deadly Flower Amain still held several advantages over her. The first, and more obvious, was that Yuna could only play one song at a time, and, if she stopped even for a moment, the effect they granted, such as HP regeneration or attack buffs, would halt as well. Amain, on the other hand, could stack multiple modifiers, both on the players and on herself. The second glaring advantage the boss had was, well, her status as a boss. Though slightly offset by Yuna's rest, she was still doing more damage than they could heal, though instead of being wiped out in 10 minutes, as it would probably happen without Yuna there, it would take twice as much time, but they would still lose. Which meant they had 17 minutes to bring her down. This wasn't a match of who could live longer. It was a battle of who could kill the other faster. Drictor tightened his grip on his spear. In the real world, a computer biped and a nurse scrambled to get hold of the doctor on call. The heart rate of several SAO victims had just spiked. This had to be one of the most dangerous and yet tedious battles Drictor had ever engaged in. Dangerous because his health was on the red, his potion on cooldown, and he had no less than 6 debuffs stacked on him. Tedious because he was just standing still and stabbing Deadly Flower Amain again and again. The boss made no effort to dodge or block the Reaver's attacks. She just endured them and played her flute. And somehow, had it been any other guild, she might have won it. Impossible. When Deadly Flower Amain finally fell or withered, as Yuki wittily put it, the players sat down, exhausted. None of the close-quarters combatants had more than 25% of their health remaining. Man, this was even more tiring than a floor boss raid. And disturbing. "I'm glad you are on our side, Yuna." The songstress smiled brightly. She knew she had made the biggest contribution to this battle, and was ecstatic. While she was invaluable to Reaver's Requiem in normal times, she usually didn't get much of the limelight, since she never dealt any direct damage to the enemies. Shaking his head at Yuna's somewhat silly expression, her chest puffed out with pride, Drictor laughed. Then, looking at the battle log and the rewards they received, his smile widened. There was the secret key they had to find, one of 7 in total. Kismal had confided in them, and also something else. "Here, Yun, you should like this." He passed to her an item that, until mere moments ago, had been the target of their rage, Amain's sorrowful flute. Yuna took one look at it and squeaked, before throwing herself at Drictor and hugging him. The spearman awkwardly patted her back, not expecting the sudden display of affection. Yuna also was quick to let go when she realized what she had done, and proceeded to hug everyone else, her blush very visible. Drictor, who was definitely not blushing too, pointedly ignored Sinan and Asuna's smirks. The songstress certainly had reason to be overjoyed. Amain's sorrowful flute had one simple effect, which was to double the power of all songs played with it. Yuna's class was special. Most of her skills worked on percentages, so she wasn't exactly getting obsolete, but she did feel like her usefulness to her guild and the assault team as a whole left to be desired. Hopefully the new instrument would change that notion. She wasn't the only singer in SAO. 2 others had transformed music into skills after her. Only 2 of however many hundred tried after they discovered the support she could provide. Neither of them was on the assault team, or even the clearers for that matter. Kibu, Lind, and others had tried to recruit them, but not everyone was willing to risk their lives as they did. So, for now and the foreseeable future, Yuna was the only singer on the front lines. and she would forever be the only songstress. Now that he thought of it, Drifter realized Sinan's case was similar to Yuna, but even more extreme. Until now, no other bow had dropped in the game, and Drifter wasn't sure if any ever would. Kayaba was well aware of how ranged weapons like Sinan's crafted horn bow could break the balance of the game, and had only allowed one such to exist. Thankfully it had landed in the hands of someone worthy, and not one of the players who would hide and never use it. Chapter 72 Irrational Cube. Alright, get ready everyone! We are going in. Drifter was shaken out of his recollection by Lin's voice. The DKB was the leading guild in this raid. Standing next to him was Argo, who had joined the guild for this battle. She would stay near the door the entire time, so she could quickly escape if the boss ever turned to her or she got in danger. Her only job was to hold the flag of valor, not to be a hero. Drifter and Kirito had drilled that into her head. Silently, the raid party entered the boss room. The shadow Mort cast upon them was still there, but they wouldn't back out. They were frontliners. Remember the plan, people. Spear users and agility fighters, we are relying on you more than anything else for this raid, so stick to your roles and don't be dumb. Hearing that, Drifter snorted. Shivata looked at him and rolled his eyes, but the spearman was unrepentant and glowered right back at the tank. He didn't like the plan. It was a stupid plan. The strategy they had come up with during the pre-battle meeting had been cause of much dissension and arguments between the frontliners, and even amongst the Reavers themselves. Shivata had suggested it, and Drifter and Asuna agreed. The idea was supported by Ran and Sinan, but their guild leader Kirito and the others had disagreed. They didn't quite manage to reach a compromise before the battle began. Needless to say, there was a lot of dissatisfaction in the air, and more than a few closed faces. The name of the boss was the Irrational Cube. A gigantic construct, not unlike a Rubik's Cube, with each of its sides composed of 9 smaller squares. Each of the squares had some symbols on them, and that was when the spear users and agility-focused players entered. The Irrational Cube was somewhat similar to the 5th floor boss Fuscus the Vacant Colossus, in the fact that its attacks were very telegraphed. Whenever the boss prepared an attack, some runes on its body would glow, and the players had a few precious seconds to hit them and stop the attack before it happened, at the same time paralyzing the boss momentarily and allowing everyone to attack it. However, the symbols were small, and flashed for only a brief moment. Hence the need for players with great accuracy and speed. But, to make sure they could reach the boss in time, those players would need to be in the front, even before the tanks. That was the reason behind the big disagreement. Needless to say, Nautilus, Liz, Yuna, and the others weren't happy with Drifter and the rest putting themselves in more danger. They understood the necessity, of course, but that didn't mean they had to be overjoyed about it. Drifter cleared his mind and focused on the giant object slowly coming to life in the middle of the room. The Irrational Cube. Why this of all things was the boss of a forest-themed floor, the spearman had no idea. Nor did he really care, if he was being honest. Another boss. Another battle. Another floor. One step closer to freedom if they won. One step closer to hell if they lost. And death, probably. Drifter raised his spear. They would win. Suguha was at home when the 6th floor boss raid of Sao occurred. Lucky, because she didn't want to have to mask her feelings again, not from her teacher and friends. Not from Shinichi. She wanted, no, she needed, to be able to cheer and cry for Kazuto all she wanted, and she couldn't do that at school. She received news that a live stream was starting the moment the raid party stepped through the boss room's doors. Not even 10 seconds later, she was already on the sofa and turning on the television, yelling for her parents to join her. Her mother came running from the kitchen, where she was preparing lunch, and sat down next to her without even taking off her apron. Kirigaya Midori stared at the screen with such intensity that Suguha thought the device would melt. Or she would have thought that, had she noticed her mother's gaze, but she was just as focused, so she didn't. Kirigaya Minataka appeared a few seconds later, running down the stairs. His hair was still wet, and his shirt stuck to his skin in damp patches. Her father had probably heard her yell and just thrown on his clothes, bolting from the bathtub where he liked to relax after a tiring week. He plopped down on her other side and grabbed her mother's hand behind her back, squeezing Suguha in the middle. They were all trying to find comfort in each other. Their formation is different, isn't it? As always, the Kuragaya family searched for Kazuto first. It wasn't hard to find him, especially now that he had his guild, Reaver's Requiem. But her father was right, there was something different about their positioning today. And not just them, but all the frontliners. Their tanks are staying back for some reason. And look, Drifter, Asuna, and Ran are in the front. Even before Nautilus and Lisbeth. But that doesn't make sense, right? Aren't the more armored players supposed to be the first to engage the boss? Maybe it's some new strategy? Suguha pondered. It was a curious arrangement of their forces. She was still thinking about it, trying to understand what was going through her brother's mind, when she heard her father whispering to her mother. Do you think it might have something to do with that murderer? Mort? Maybe they fear an attack from behind? Suguha shuddered. Could it be? But no! Even if that was the case, their formation didn't make sense. It was as she was thinking that the boss, a construct called the Irrational Cube, came to life. At the same moment, Drifter, Asuna, and other spear users and general players of the assault team shot forward. They seemed to be aiming. The glowing symbols. That's why they are at the front. They are trying to hit them. Drifter got his symbol, an upside-down F. So did Asuna and all the other players. Just half a dozen of them, because that was how many runes lit up. And the boss stopped. Like a machine losing power, the cube that was starting to rise fell down, and the frontliners attacked with wild abandon. The first health bar diminished by about 5%. And then the irrational cube was up again. Some kind of shockwave sent the attacking players stumbling back, and the cube floated up. It was hard to discern what they were saying, with dozens of voices speaking at once, but Suguha thought they were discussing tactics. Something about which party would take each side. The assault team knew something. That had become clear by the fourth floor. Somehow, they had information about the bosses, which was great. Suguha's mother yelped as one of the squares detached from the boss and rammed into two players, sending them flying. An impact like that would have killed anyone. But they just got up, chugged down a potion, and hopped back into the fight. Because this was a game. But death was still real. Suguha couldn't comprehend how the frontliners could act like that. They almost died, again and again. Some of them did die. And yet, they always stood back up. Oftentimes without even a moment's hesitation. She saw Drifter rush forward again, his target a glowing symbol high on the irrational cube's side. He wouldn't be able to reach it. But he did. His legs flashed silver and he jumped, higher than humanly possible. A skill, that martial arts one, aimed at nothing. And then his spear glowed red as he stabbed twice at the rune, chipping away at stone, and causing the boss to fall inert once more. Before Drifter even landed, her brother was already leading the charge against the boss, his sword shining orange as he opened a huge gash in the irrational cube. But even Kazuto couldn't compare to the sheer damage from the broadsword user in Reaver's Requiem, Merida. The girl was almost smaller than her own sword. But gods, could she swing that thing fast. She made 2 cuts, her weapon glowing with an eerie red hue, almost in the shape of a cross. Suguha could swear the boss, for all its size, was pushed back a little. They were doing it. Again. Even though this was the 6th time she watched a live stream of a boss raid, Suguha would never cease to be surprised. She was absolutely enraptured with the battle. Mostly because her brother was there, but also in no small part because of what it was. Many people had already linked the SAO broadcasts to the gladiator fights in the Colosseum. And they were right, because that was exactly what it was. A show. A blood sport. One you couldn't take your eyes off. Suguha was lost in her musings for a while, but she was still watching the raid. She saw the agility-focused players hitting the runes with increasing accuracy, and now she understood why the strange arrangement of the frontliners. But Kaiba gave the spectators a bird's-eye view of the battle, so she also saw something none of the players did. While they had managed to hit and dim all the symbols on the sides of the irrational cube, the boss didn't halt. There was still one more rune they had to hit, but it was on top of the floor boss. The assault team couldn't even see it, much less reach it. The many cubes that formed the boss detached. 9 cubes for each side, 6 sides in total. 54 cubes, each of them the size of a person, started spinning. Slowly at first, and then faster and faster. Suguha saw the panic on the players' faces. AoE! Tanks to the front, everyone else get the hell out of the way. Too late. It was way too abrupt for the players to react. Suguha watched one of the spinning cubs smash into the back of a spear user, not Drifter, thankfully, and send him sprawling to the ground, only to be hit again. And he wasn't the only one. Asuna saw that she wouldn't be able to run to the protection of the tanks in time, so she turned around and ducked under the first cube. The second came whirling from her left, and she placed her rapier between her body and the spinning mass of stone. The blade was thin and fragile, but it was better than nothing. The cube hit her, and the rapier snapped. Suguha stared wide-eyed as the sword in Asuna's hand broke in half, and then shattered into polygons. The fencer didn't even have time to be shocked by the loss of her weapon, because the unstoppable cube smashed into her, and she was sent tumbling through the ground. Shit! It's eating through our durability. Dodge! Don't block unless you have no other option. Someone from the Dragon Knights Brigade, Shivata, shouted over all the confusion. However, it was easier said than done. The spinning circle of death that was the irrational cube had already spread to half of the room. She saw more equipment break, weapons and shields shattering. She saw Lisbeth and Rand being knocked aside by the boss, Drifter dragging down the red-haired guy who seemed to be friends with Kazuto just in time to duck under a cube. She saw the boss rumble. And then stop. With no warning, the irrational cube suddenly halted its frenzied attack. The cubes crashed to the ground, now immobile. And Suguha followed the stares of the frontliners, and saw Sinan standing at the back, legs apart, her bow still glowing with the aftermath of a skill. And she saw the shaft of the arrow embedded in the dimming rune the players had all missed before. Knights of the Dragon Brigade, attack! Time seemed to freeze for a moment, before Lin's shout shattered the stillness. With a roar, he charged the boss. The assault team followed. Suguha let out the breath she didn't even notice she had been holding. They would pull through, like they always did, despite the odds, despite the fear she was sure they felt. She felt a huge smile taking her face as she pumped her fist into the air. Go, Kazuto! Chapter 73, The Quest for a New Weapon. Drifter stretched his arms above his head and groaned. The battle against the irrational cube had been something. It had ended well, with no deaths and the only close call being a player from one of the smaller guilds, who got hit with a critical strike by the AoE attack of the boss. But not everyone was happy. Looking over the railing of their inn's balcony, Drifter spied on Asuna. The fencer was sitting by the fountain, trying to pierce the water with her glare, and sulking. Sighing, Drifter walked down the stairs and went to sit next to her. The fencer barely acknowledged his presence, and shuffled to the side to give him more space. Still feeling down, Asuna? The fencer sniffed, then nodded. Her hands gripped each other tightly. It's stupid, I know. But I can't help it. Drifter shook his head, and put a hand on her arm. It's not the end of the world, Asuna, but it's not stupid either. You had it for a long time. It's normal you grew attached to it. Trust me, I would know. To emphasize his point, Drifter tapped the shaft of his spear. Chaldea Fana. The fencer looked at him, and smiled. It was bleak, but a smile nonetheless. That's right. The reason Asuna was so gloomy was because her wind fleuret had broken during the battle. It was just a weapon, but the fencer had it since the third floor. Same with Drifter and his spear. Both weapons had followed them for a long time and carried them through many battles. It was just a weapon. Just a piece of equipment. Virtual, on top of that. Like Drifter said, it wasn't the end of the world. She could just go back a few floors and get the exact same sword. But it wouldn't be the same. And it still hurt a little. Kirito looked at Asuna and Drifter sitting silently together by the fountain. There was no jealousy in his gaze, as it was quite clear for just about everyone with eyes who Drifter fancied. But the swordsman was still a little sad, mainly because he couldn't be the one down there consoling Asuna. It wasn't that Kirito didn't understand why she was feeling down. He sympathized with her, he really did. But they were different in this regard. Kirito had played a lot of games, and he never considered the equipment in them to be anything more than what it was. You really should make a move soon, you know? Also, stop staring, it's creepy. Startled, Kirito turned around. Sinan was there, smirking at him, a teasing glint in her eyes. What are you talking about, Sinan? The archer rolled her eyes and blew her bangs out of the way of her eyes. Leaning on the railing next to him, she gestured with her head to the fencer and spearman below. Asuna, who else? Really, Kirito, it's pretty damn obvious. I think the entire assault team knows you like her, if not the rest of SAO. The young boy opened his mouth to deny it, then stopped. He flushed, stammering. Really? Really. And, just so you know, she likes you too. She does? Kirito asked a tad louder than he intended to. His blush deepened, and he sneaked a glance at Asuna. She was still talking to Kirito, and didn't seem to have heard him. Sinan, meanwhile, was giggling, which was the archer's equivalent of roaring with laughter. Girls talk, Kirito. Besides, it's just about as obvious as what you feel for her. You two are the only ones who don't know it. I swear, I never saw a more oblivious pair. Even Drifter and Yuna aren't like that. You think they don't know they like each other too? The last word came out a whisper, which Sinan thankfully ignored. Glad to have a chance to change topics, Kirito latched onto it. The cyan-haired girl nodded, then shook her head. I think they know. I'm just not sure if they are going to act on it. I mean, I never had a boyfriend or girlfriend, but I can see the complications. Kirito nodded silently. There were some complications, as Sinan put it. But then again, their circumstances were about as abnormal as they could get. I think you should ask her soon, Kirito. I'm of half a mind to do it myself if you don't. And, for what it's worth, I don't think you will be disappointed. Sinan spoke so sagely that Kirito almost forgot she was younger than him. But, if everything she said was true, and it really was that obvious to everyone, he just didn't know how to go about it. But he was not about to ask the archer for tips, or she would never let him live it down. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to bed. Good night, Kirito. The swordsman waved back absent-mindedly, lost in his own thoughts. He never noticed Sinan smirk as she left. She was speaking from the heart and giving him what she considered sound advice. If Kirito just so happened to ask Asuna out because of it, preferably before the 10th floor, well, that wasn't considered interfering with the bet the Reavers had going around, was it? She was just being a good friend. Another day came, and again Reaver's Requiem was in the wilderness just after dawn broke. Or, at least, part of them were. Drifter, Asuna, Nautilus, and ran track through the waist-high dry grass. The others were on the 7th floor, mapping the floor and following up on the Elf War campaign. That's right. Drifter and the other three weren't with their guild clearing the newest floor. Instead, they had traveled all the way back down to the 2nd floor, in search of a certain material, amongst the many they needed. Asuna's rapier wasn't the only piece of equipment the irrational cube broke in its rampage. Of the Reavers, Drifter had lost his bracers, ran her chest plate and gloves, and Nautilus his shield. And that was just their guild. Half of the frontliners were farming on the lower floors for replacement weapons and armor, and the materials to enhance them. Reaver's Requiem was doing it a little differently. Instead of grinding mobs for equipment drops, they were purely going after materials. After all, they had Lisbeth, SAO's #1 blacksmith in their guild. She had promised them she could craft new equipment which was just as good as what they could get from mobs and NPCs, save for the new drops of the 7th floor, which they had little access to as of yet. The irrational cube would have set them back a week just by the sheer amount of items that had to be replaced, if it wasn't for the split between frontliners and clearers. As it was, the frontliners could calmly farm to recover their lost equipment without losing too much time. The DKB and ALS, each a giant guild with more than 80 members, though only 15 of each were actual frontliners, had their clearer divisions working double time to keep the exploration of the 7th floor up to pace while the frontliners were away. Not that what Lind and Kibu were doing mattered to Drifter. He was happy as long as the two guild leaders didn't bother Reaver's Requiem with their beater nonsense. Seriously, one would think that after being rejected no less than 7 times, Kibu would stop trying to convince them to abandon Kirito. Drifter felt his mood souring when he remembered the belligerent player, and shook his head. 6 floors down, 94 to go. They still had to climb a long way. But they would do it. It would take years, but they would escape. That was what he believed. Left! Kirito turned at the yell and slashed blindly. His sword caught something, a red line appearing in thin air first, followed by a snake-like monster that had lunged at him. The wound didn't deter the mob, however, and it bit his arm, large fangs sinking into his flesh and poisoning him. Cursing, the swordsman activated a skill, his sword quickly flashing through 3 diagonal slashes, the last hit of sharp nail cutting the Mirage Prowler in half. Quickly drinking an antidote, Kirito charged the next snake, who had coiled around Merida, trying to suffocate her. Once the mobs grabbed their targets, they refused to let go no matter how much you stabbed them. Luckily, the blue-haired girl hadn't stopped waving her broadsword around, and, as effective as it was in such close range, it still did some damage. The heavy overhead cut of slant finished off the creature. Yuki ran through the last Mirage Prowler at the same time Sinan put an arrow through its mouth. Kirito panted, and would have sat down to rest if it weren't for where they were, a swamp. The 7th floor had started pretty much like the past 3 floors when the assault team climbed out of the labyrinth. Big trees, a lot of green. But as they walked towards the nearest town, grass gave way to mud and marsh. The entire city of Tychriel was built on stilts and floating bridges. And the mobs. The mobs were the worst. They all had some variation of camouflage or poison or both. Kirito really wished he hadn't offered to guide the Reavers through this floor while Asuna and the others went to the 2nd and then the 4th floor to look for materials. But he had, because he knew what this floor was like from the beta, and, at least until now, nothing much appeared to have changed. The 4th floor was probably looking so nice right now. The sun would be shining, maybe there would be some light breeze to cool you off a little. The water near Rovia was probably cold, but perfect for a quick dip. Unlike here. Here, the water was dark and muddy. It got into your boots and clung to your armor. Sucked you in when you tried to take a step forward. And there was no shining sun or breeze, only a canopy of dead leaves and still air. And snakes. Lots of snakes, at least 3 mob variations of the reptile. But it should be worth it in the end, if for no reason other than meeting up with Kismel quickly and seeing how she had recovered from her injuries. Deep down, he knew it was all a plot device, but he still worried about the friendly dark elf. She was half a Reaver already, or at least he considered her so. How's everyone looking on antidotes? I still have 3. 4 here. Same. And we have 24 more in the guild inventory. We should be okay, Kirito. Sinan, Yuna, Liz, Yuki, and Merida all nodded, and the swordsman returned the gesture. Then they continued walking and fighting. It was what they had to do. 77 days. That was how long Sword Art Online had gone for. And only now had the players climbed to the 7th floor. Kayaba would admit, he was impressed. Lightly, but he was. He designed SAO. Created Aincrad from nothing. It was all him. So he knew exactly how hard the death game he made was. The first month of waiting, of despair, was deliberate. He hid the door to Ilfong the Kobold Lord's chambers. He knew many would die. Many would give up. He didn't care. What he wanted were heroes. And heroes he got. After they breached the first floor, the group of players who had taken to being called frontliners had grown at an amazing pace. The first month was deliberate. Not the rest. In a little over a month and a half, the players had conquered 5 floors. And that showed Kayaba that he was right. He was right all along. There were surprises along the way. The anomaly, NPC Kismol. The songstress, who had somehow broken past the restrictions imposed by the system and got something she was not yet supposed to have. The archer, who Cardinal had judged worthy. And the murderer. Mort. He had been unexpected. Not because of his actions, Kayaba had always known red players would appear. He was even counting on it. And there were more, not only Mort. One, more depraved than anyone else. What surprised Kayaba was how he went about it. Murdering players during a live broadcast was a bold move. But it made for a good target. A villain, to arouse the righteousness of the frontliners. It would propel them to grow stronger. He would have to watch for outside interference. Change his plans a little. Or not. The world was watching. They couldn't control him or influence his actions. So let them watch. It was all inconsequential. Another challenge the players had to overcome. One of many. Another was drawing close, and he was mildly curious to see how the players would react. Would they bend and break? Or would they get up and stand tall again? Soon it would be time for the chess master to join the board. Chapter 74, Moving Gears. Bang! Metal struck metal. Bang! Hot, incandescent sparks flew. Bang! Metal, being molded into a deadly edge with each strike. Bang! At last, the hammer stopped. And Shinozaki Sato put the sickle, the farming tool, aside. With that, his daily quota was met, and he could practice forging what he really wanted, katanas. Before that, he turned to the laptop he left in the corner of the forge, as far away from the heat and burning furnace as possible. The raid of the 6th floor was over, but the news channels kept playing replays of the ending. Sato watched the equipment of the frontliners break, and fixed his gaze on a pink-haired girl wielding a shield and a hammer. He sighed. Ha! You never liked the family traditions, but it seems you fell to them all the same, little sis. Bend metal to your whims. I'm waiting for you to come back. Uff. That's the last of them. Liz swiped at her brow, wiping non-existent sweat. She had a huge smile plastered on her face as she stared at the knee-high pile of crafting materials she had dumped in front of her forging station. A proper forging station. Could you imagine that? With everything she could need. A proper anvil, not like the miniature one she brought from the shop, and a real furnace, instead of a small fire. Of course, none of this mattered much when forging an SAO. She just had to hit all the materials a couple of times and a sword or a shield would appear. But it reminded her of home. And, more importantly, it gave a bonus to her blacksmithing skill. Reaver's Requiem had paid a small fortune to rent the blacksmithing station for the day, also Liz could have the highest chance of success when forging their new equipment and enhancing it. Lisbeth smiled. And then she got to work. Whoa! These are amazing, Liz. Yuki held the new greaves the blacksmith had made for her, and hugged Liz. Drifter was also admiring his emerald rock bracers. They were almost thrice as strong as his old cyan scale bracers. In the common room of an inn on the 7th floor, the Reavers praised their new equipment and the blacksmith who created it. And she had gone all out. Instead of just Asuna, Drifter, Nautilus, and Ran, pretty much everyone had received some new equipment. Sinan and Yuna were the only two left out, because they used leather armor, but Merida had promised to take care of it sometime soon. So, almost everyone had received an upgrade, and it was about time. Most of the Reavers had equipment at least 2 or 3 floors old. Granted, it was all enhanced to get as high as it could go, but it was still outdated. Not anymore. Drifter had gotten not only his new bracers, but also a chest plate. Nautilus held his new shield, which seemed to be made of stone, even though it was created by a blacksmith. Ran was admiring her chest plate and boots. She would have to make do with a lower-level glove for now. Yuki had her greaves, and Merida was staring slack-jawed at her new broadsword. Kirito was testing his movement with the new pair of bracers, the same as Drifter's own. Liz herself was proudly swinging her warhammer, now enhanced to +8. And Reaver's Requiem weren't the only ones beholding new pieces of armor and weapons. Players from Agil's party, the Legend Braves, and Klein's Furin had commissioned Liz to create equipment for them, seeing as how the blacksmith was on a forging spree. Even Silica and Valork had somehow found their way there, the girl looking at her new dagger, and the boy his helmet. Argo was chatting with them while idly flexing her new claws. And amidst all that, almost 30 players, Asuna stared at the item Liz offered her. The fencer took the rapier in her hands candidly, almost afraid. It looks almost the same as my fleuret. The fencer stared wide-eyed at the weapon in her hands, and many were drawn by her exclamation, Drifter included. The spearman glanced at the rapier and nodded. It did indeed look a lot like Asuna's wind fleuret. The same slim blade, glinting with a dangerous edge, and the same fragile hilt, curving on itself, looking as if it was about to break any moment. But it wasn't exactly the same. To start with, the colors were different. Instead of silver and light green, this rapier was white with dark green, creating a stark contrast. And, just by the way Asuna was gingerly holding it, Drifter could tell the sword was a little heavier than the old one. Liz scratched her head shyly. Well, yeah. I knew how attached to it you were. And how pretty it was, and that you liked it a lot. So I thought I would make the new one with a similar look, you know? That way, it will be kinda like the wind fleuret is always with you. Liz whispered the last sentence, afraid she had overstepped her bounds. Asuna lifted the rapier, spring breeze, above her head admiring the blade. Then, she wrapped the blacksmith in a crushing hug. It's perfect, Liz. Thank you so much. I love it! Yup, trust Asuna to go for aesthetics over stats. In that, she and Kirito were exact opposites. The swordsman would wear a pink tutu in battle if it gave him better attributes. Though, Drifter could guess the stats of Spring Breeze were good just by looking at it. The rapier was a work of art, and a deadly one on top of that. So, Drifter asked the only thing he could, to the groans of the Reavers. So, who wants to test out their new gear? Drifter was inclined to agree with Kirito. Fighting invisible snake mobs was not how you spent some quality time with your guild and friends. But even the ambushing reptiles could do little to douse the enthusiasm of the players. Nautilus lifted his shield right in the path of a lunging mirage prowler, and the mob bounced. Asuna was there before it could submerge in the murky water again, her rapier pricking it full of holes. Nearby, Merida almost cleaved another monster in half with her broadsword. Not far, Agil, the Legend Braves, and Silica and Valork were also testing their new gear, and Liz was beaming with the praises she received. It took a little getting used to, especially for those who received new weapons or shields. The different lengths and weights were all things to consider, but it was definitely an improvement. The crowd, and it was 27 players in total since Argo and Neza had left to do their info broker thing, waddled through the swamp merrily. It was rare to see so many players in one group, since the experience gain would be almost negligible, but none of them were worried about leveling right now. They simply treated it as a day off with friends. Drifter himself was chatting with the Furin players. Drifter was remembering what it was like to talk with people near his age. Not that he thought his guildmates were children, far from that, but there were some things they couldn't relate to, like Klein's account of getting smashed in a karaoke booth the day after being admitted into university. Agil and Orlando, his drinking buddies on the rare occasions they took the night out to do something other than sleep, were great company, but they were also nearing their 30s. Fired me with less than a week's notice. That was like 2 days before SAO. Uff. I feel you, Drifter. I worked at least a dozen part-time and proper jobs during uni, and I would have sworn to anyone who asked that the last one, in one of those big tech companies, would have lasted me, you know? I thought I was set to stay there for at least a couple years after I graduated, but just 3 months before the bastards laid off about 70 people, myself included. That was Isin talking, and he patted Drifter sympathetically on the back. All of the Furinkazan members were just 3 or 4 years older than the spearman, so they had more experience in the workforce than him, but their stories were all very similar to his. Drifter was really enjoying getting to properly know them. Before today, they had always been Kirito's friends guild. Now, he considered them close acquaintances, and possibly friends. Furinkazan were good fighters, though not the best. In fact, as far as frontliners went, they were at the low end of the spectrum. But they were frontliners, and that was a threshold most players could never, or didn't dare to cross. But more than just warriors, Drifter looked at Furinkazan and saw something he liked. They were friends, companions. They knew each other in real life, yes, but there was a big difference between that and being willing to trust your back to someone else in the middle of a fight. That was the biggest reason there were over 600 clearers, and yet less than 80 frontliners. But Klein and the others dared to do it, and they were welcomed. Even if the red-headed man was a bit of a pervert. Case in point, one of the first topics Klein brought up was women, not any of the girls in Reaver's Requiem, thankfully, or Drifter would have stabbed him. No, he just talked about women in general, and, from the grimaces and sighs of his guildmates, that was a constant conversation starter with the other man. You know, a lot of people into you guys? HM? What are you talking about? Now, having exhausted that particular topic, Klein's idle chatter was directed at the Reavers in general. He swept his hand to show Yuki, Ran, and Liz, who were currently bullying a Mirage Prowler. Well, you know how the male-to-female ratio in SAO is about 7-3, right? Not that it matters, of course. The red-headed guild leader quickly amended his statement when Asuna glared at him. Then she smiled, and giggled at his confused expression. Yup, I know. That's why us girls gotta stick together, right, Sanan? The archer let loose another arrow, which flew between Chuchulain and Naymate's heads, hitting another mob, and gave a thumbs up to Asuna. Drifter smirked and shook his head while Klein and the others laughed. The redhead continued. Thing is, some people say you are sticking together too much, Asuna. You've got 10 people in your guild, and 7 of you are girls. Not following the ratio at all. The exact opposite, actually. Course, the people who complain about that the most are either the fools in the ALS or players who don't even leave the town of beginnings, so you shouldn't give a damn about what they think. It's just jealousy. Like we have time to think of romance in here. When Drifter heard the first half of what Klein said, he raised his eyebrows. This was not something he had ever thought about. And nor did he particularly care, now that he did think about it. Asuna, Yuna, Sanan, Liz, Ran, Yuki, and Merida were part of his guild, and his friends. Family, even. And that was all he needed to know. He missed Asuna sneaking a glance at Kirito when she heard Klein's last sentence, mainly because he was searching for Yuna. The songstress seemed to feel his gaze, because she turned to look at him from where she was talking with Silica, and smiled. He grinned right back. Chapter 75 Unduly. A spear stabbed forward, deadly. Drifter pierced through the gaping maw of a mudjaw, a kind of mob that looked like an alligator made of wet soil and reeds, but with sharp teeth nonetheless. Then, while his weapon was still stuck inside the mouth of the monster, he kneaded in a dirty play, pushing it so that almost half of his spear was now inside the mob. Letting go of his weapon, Drifter jumped to the side to avoid a tail swipe, and smacked the mob in the back with a downward chop. Martial arts, brick break. While the mudjaw trashed around, disoriented, the spearman grabbed his weapon again and heaved, activating a vertical while it was still inside the mob's mouth. The spear came out amidst a cloud of polygons. That was one of the secrets of weapon skills that he had learned over the months. Every time you used a skill, the system would automatically guide it, as long as your stance is correct. Usually, for vertical with a spear, that meant standing with your legs spread apart, one in front of the other, knees slightly bent, arms semi-flexed, the tip of the spear almost touching the ground. Then, you just had to let the system take over and guide your body through the upwards cutting motion. But it didn't need to be always like that. You had to know a skill well enough, not just have many mastery points in it, but truly know the skill. You had to be able to perfectly accomplish the motions, without relying on the system. As long as you could do that, it was easy to adapt. So, instead of needing to take on a rigid stance, Drifter used vertical by twisting his body such that he would have fallen, if it weren't for his weapon being stuck on the, until then, very solid mob. Almost as if the bottom jaw of the creature, where his spear tip was wedged, was the ground. And then his spear lit up, and the skill went through. Looking around, Drifter saw his party fighting off another 2 mud jaws. The Reavers and their guests had split into 2 parties so they could cover more ground. He made to go help Yuki and Valork, charging a rage spike, but then cancelled the skill. His friends had the battle in good hands. Silica had been supporting him against the first mob, and her partner was keeping the second one at bay with his tower shield while Yuki darted out from behind him to attack. Yuna was playing Firemare from the back while Asuna was using the last monster as a training dummy to get used to her new weapon. Stopping in place, Drifter eyed the 2 mobs. Asuna was having fun, and she would get irate if he interfered. That left the one Valork and Yuki were fighting. So the spearman raised his weapon in one hand and threw it. The spear flew through the air, wobbling, and struck the mud jaw right behind the head. The tip of the weapon penetrated the mob. And then it fell. It did about 1/6 of the damage a normal blow of Valork's shield did. Meaning, almost nothing. Drifter groaned, much to the amusement of the others, and Yuna poked his side cheerfully. Still no luck, Drift? He glowered at the grinning songstress, and didn't deign to answer her. Drifter had been trying hard, for the last month, to unlock some kind of spear-throwing skill. And it wasn't working. The thing was, everyone had thought it was impossible to create skills on SAO, just unlock pre-existing ones. Sometimes they might have some requirements other than simply a high mastery on one of the base skills. That was the case with shield users' counterforce, for example, which needed players to fulfill the hidden requirement of learning how to manually redirect blows. But then, Yuna had gone and created all those songs, which became skills. She even got to name them. Now, no one was sure if that was something specific to musician players, or if everyone could create new skills. No one but the songstress had managed to do so as of yet. Really, Drifter was shooting for both options, no matter how slim the chances. Whether it was an existing skill he simply hadn't achieved the prerequisites for yet, or creating a new skill, if that was even possible. And it wasn't simple stubbornness. He felt it, really felt it, that having a throwing skill like that would be useful, if not necessary. Even without it, it had already saved lives 3 times. And if he managed to accomplish it, the skill would become part of his arsenal, just as much as martial arts and normal punches and kicks. Sulking, Drifter walked over to the dying mob and picked up his spear. Yuki and Valork wisely decided to step back and let the spearman stab it to death, if only to vent a little of his annoyance. Come on, Drifter, don't be grumpy. You are supposed to be the responsible one. I can be grumpy and responsible. You'll get it someday, Drifter. You just need to keep trying. The spearman wasn't sure which was worst, Yuki's gentle needling or Asuna's soothing words. He was saved from having to give an answer when another mud jaw spawned and torpedoed through the murky water at them. Drifter waited until the mob was almost on top of him before he stabbed. Straight down. His spear pierced through the head of the mud jaw, nailing it to the ground, and Drifter jumped and twisted, landing behind the creature. When his spear came out, it was in a long cut which left a red line from the mob's head to the base of its tail. The 2-hit combo skill edge vaulting took away 20% of the mob's health before it even realized what was happening. Asuna and Yuki were already there by the time he landed, dishing out slashes and stabs at the poor mob. Valork and Silica, who weren't as used to higher-level battles as the Reavers, took 2 seconds more to gather their bearings and clash with the Mudjaw. Once surrounded by 5 players, the mob barely lasted 20 seconds. We've got to the edge of the map territory Argo has. Everything from here on's new. Asuna pulled up her HUD, set it to public, and showed everyone that they were now entering the foggy area of the 7th floor. The Reavers didn't have much of a reaction. Yuna was diddling with her harp, Yuki examining the durability of her sword, and Drifter nodded to his fellow Vice Guild leader. To them, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Silica and Valork, on the other hand, were a little fidgety. They were clearers, but they didn't usually explore new areas mainly because they were only 2 but rather searched for quests, drops, and the like. Add to that they were partying with 4 of Reaver's Requiem numbers, the 3rd largest frontline effective guild. All of the Reavers fought in the front lines, and it's not hard to understand why the duo was nervous. Behind us. Drifter spun, and saw 2 more Mudjaws encroaching on them. Valork hurried to taunt one while Yuki and Drifter quickly intercepted the other. Right! The spearman had just used a tidal sequence to knock back the mob when Yuna cried out again as another monster approached. Drifter exchanged a glance with Asuna, communicating without words, and the fencer rushed out to entangle with the 3rd Mudjaw. The mobs were fast and tanky, but the party could deal with 3 of them with no problem. But Drifter and Yuki had just managed to dispatch their Mudjaw when 2 more spawned, from an entirely different direction. They were getting surrounded. Something's wrong. We triggered some sort of event. No kiddin'. Yuki started to dash towards the incoming mobs, but Drifter put his spear in her path. He gestured towards Asuna, who was dueling a Mudjaw with half its health, somehow managing to avoid the tail swipes and snapping maw even in the knee-high water. Leave them to me, go support Asuna. Kill it quickly, before more spawn and we get overwhelmed. Yuna delved in. On it! To her credit, Yuki didn't hesitate like she would have a few weeks ago. She gave Drifter a toothy grin and ran over to the fencer, already using a skill. One thing everyone had learned was that Drifter was, in no uncertain terms, the best spear user in SAO. And that also made him the best crowd controller player, other than maybe Shivada and Litton, who ran pure tank builds. Of course, Drifter himself never acknowledged that. He knew it to be true, at least amongst the frontliners and clearers, and those were really the only groups that mattered in this, since no one who hid in the safe zones had the right to that claim. But even when other people brought it up, Drifter just brushed it aside. It wasn't that he was overly humble. The spearman liked to brag just as much as everyone else. But there was a limit to pride, and certain claims would only make others dislike you, while you gained nothing. And Drifter had been humbled by the system more than once. So what if he was SAO's best spearman? He still almost died a dozen times. But he was SAO's best spear user. He greeted the 2 Mudjaws with a tidal sequence to the face, the 3 diagonal cuts blowing the mob's back and splashing water everywhere. Then he jabbed his spear at the one of the left, before kicking it in the face with a martial arts low blow. Like many of the martial arts skills, the damage was negligible, but it was the stun effect Drifter was really after. A giant maw snapped at his left leg, and Drifter jumped out of the way. Taking advantage of the 2 seconds where he would only have to deal with 1 mob, he fired a horizontal and a sting, both of which had close to no cooldown after his mastery of them reached 600. Another edge vaulting, and he was in the middle of the 2 mobs, who charged him without a second's thought. Right in time to get batted away by a tornado. Drifter refused to let the mobs catch a breather. The first had yet to land from its unscheduled flight when his spear went through its belly and out the back. Drifter heaved, spun, and launched the Mudjaw a good 5 meters away. Not much, but enough for him to charge and repeat the action, this time using Rage Spike, enabling him to throw the mob twice as far. Counting the seconds he had, Drifter turned around to the second mob and immediately dropped down, just narrowly avoiding the tail swipe. Without a change in expression, he kneed the Mudjaw in the snout with martial arts, Hyza, and ran it through with his spear. That was when another monster spawned, and lunged at him. This one drifter didn't manage to dodge, and the mud jaw chomped on his midriff, taking away 1/6 of his HP. Drifter's response was to elbow it in the eye. The mob did not let go. In fact, it started twisting and turning, and Drifter's health started dropping, so he hit it again, this time with a martial arts brick break. Situations such as that were exactly why Drifter, Asuna, and Kirito had insisted all of Reaver's Requiem, as well as Agile's party and the Legend Braves, learn martial arts. The karate chop forced the mud jaw to let go, and Drifter promptly smacked it away with a horizontal arc before retreating. A quick glance revealed that, while Valork, Silica, Asuna, and Yuki had dealt with the mobs he assigned to them, 5 more mobs had spawned, including the one that attacked him, and now each duo was fending off 2. Yuna had walked closer to the center of their mishapped circle to avoid being ambushed. Surprisingly, even with 7 mud jaws attacking them, and 2 of their party members not being frontliners, this still wasn't a desperate situation for them. Mind you, it could turn into one very quickly, but it wasn't there just yet. It would have left them in dire straits at the start of SAO. But they weren't the same players from back then. Their levels, gear, and skill had all vastly improved. Even if this was the 7th floor, Drifter reckoned it would take at least 10 normal mobs for things to become truly dangerous. He snuffed that line of thought right away, lest he jinxed it. So, it might surprise the lower-level players, but the party was, in fact, dealing with the mobs quite easily. They weren't relaxed, not by a long shot, but they also weren't feeling very pressured. Drifter himself, now that he had all 3 mud jaws in sight, was dancing around them and keeping them at bay with his spear. He slid the weapon across his arm, nailing one of the mobs in the head. Then, using the momentum from the blow, he spun in a horizontal slash, not the skill, and then another title sequence. Damn it! Yes, 3 mud jaws he could deal with. But Drifter eyed the newly spawned 4th mob charging at him, and cursed. For it was a little bit too much. The spearman blocked the attack with the shaft of his weapon, but a second tail swipe caught him on the side, and he staggered. He cut the mobs 3 times, dodged 2 attacks, and parried a 3rd, but a mud jaw managed to bite him in the leg. Huddle up, everybody. Valork, taunt as many of them as you can, I'll handle the rest. Asuna, mark a target and go wild. Yuki, Silica, with her. Left with no other choice, Drifter used Tornado again to send the mobs reeling back, and bellowed for his party to group up. They did so, and Valork managed to grab the attention of 5 of the mud jaws, which was honestly more than Drifter was expecting. It might be too much for the clearer, but he had a shield and everyone else didn't, so that was that. Yuna switched to rest. Drifter and Valork were quickly accumulating injuries, and the 3 girls made quick work of the first mob. Only 7 left. And none more spawned. Drifter looked around and did a quick mental count. 18. 18 mud jaws had attacked them without the party even moving from this spot. Was there something special about that number? On a whim, he used searching, and his eyes narrowed. Asuna, I'm picking up something to the northeast. About 30 meters. It looks like some kind of NPC. Drifter couldn't actually see what it was, only the highlighted clues the skill showed him. But it had a distinct blue color which was normally associated with non-playable characters. You think whoever it is, they are behind the mobs? Yup. Too much of a coincidence otherwise. Pity we don't have Sinan here. Looks like we just stumbled on a quest, everyone. Let's clear him up and see who that is. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.